Good morning. Welcome to day 3 of the QClass. Today we're going to talk about lighting, we're going to talk about hardware, and we're going to talk about workflow tools, which is our sort of umbrella term for things that QLab can do for you to help you get your job done more efficiently or more comfortably or more easily. We're going to talk about troubleshooting and communicating with support, and we're going to talk about scripting to the degree that that remains interesting, because it is one of those topics that can fall off the interesting cliff pretty quickly if it's not something that you're interested in doing yourself. And then also because that itinerary is actually a little bit shorter than the itinerary from yesterday and the day before, that leaves us some time to spend real time on a topic or two of your choosing. So hopefully, in the back of your brain, there's been some percolation of topics from the last 2 days, and that might lead us to a question that we can spend some more time on today, how it ends up happening. Otherwise, we'll use that time for more generic Q&A. So, lighting in QLab is the first topic for today. I want to talk about some sort of basics and expectations and nuts and bolts first. When you have no lighting license installed in QLab, you have full access to all of lighting powers that QLab has, with the limitation of patching up to 16 DMX addresses out. So if you are using a very small number of lights, or up to 16 lights that only have one parameter apiece, like 16 dimmers up and down, you have the same set of powers as a licensed copy of QLab. So for fiddling around with lighting or for doing something simple, no license is required. So that's the first thing. The second thing is lighting is the youngest sort of major branch of QLab. And so it is the major branch of QLab that is in greatest flux, and it is still something we are figuring out and learning what people are using the most, what people want, where we should put our feature development energy. And it is the topic that I like discussing the most when there are developers in the room, because what we talk about, they can drink in, and they can use that conversation to guide their hand and their imaginations. So I'm enthused about that. The original sort of feature set goal of QLab lighting was what I will describe as being ETC Express level functionality. So if you've used an Express, that's what we're hoping to basically match. It came about, or the conversation started when a local theater company here was saving up and doing fundraising and doing bake sales or whatever to buy a used Express 250 for about $4,200 for their black box. And then when we saw the thing, not a small object, we were like, it just doesn't feel like a good use of $4,200 to bring a bunch of incandescent fixtures up and down. And hence my description of our goals as replacing an Express, because they had a Mac Mini already, and we were like, DMX box for that is like this big. That feels like better use of your tiny little booth. And I don't know about any of you, I worked in a theater once where the booth required the lighting board to be strapped to the wall with plumber strap. So you had this Express towering over you, little window to the world, little tiny laptop with QLab, go lights. You know, so anyway, physical space was a thing, and queuing convenience when what you want is a tight integration of what QLab's already doing and your lighting. Portability is a big thing, right? There are no lighting laptops. There is, of course, Nomad, ETC Nomad, which is spectacular. And for a long time, who made it? Roscoe, Horizon, which a very small number of people absolutely swore by, and the entire rest of the lighting industry did not come close to. You what?
They did away with that decades ago.
Decades ago, yeah. But it's loomed so large for me because of the few people I worked with who were like, no, this is it. This is the stuff. And there are all kinds of other little projects, and by little I mean physically little, like Luminaire, which is not little like conceptually, but it's physically very little. Runs it on iPad. So we were kind of interested in exploring where QLab can fit into that landscape. Since then, the development of QLab lighting has been step by step, and we're, I think, in a place right now where we're trying to figure out how and when to make the next big step. Does that feel accurate? Great. Okay. To communicate, salud. To communicate with the outer world, does anyone here not know at all what DMX is? Do not be shy. Okay, great. So DMX is what QLab uses to communicate with lights, along with every other reasonable piece of lighting control hardware and software out there. QLab can get DMX data in two ways. The first way is through ArtNet, which is salud, which is a network protocol in which, metaphorically, an Ethernet network contains, an imaginary little tube, and inside that tube is all your DMX data. And all your other Ethernet devices, all your other things connected to your Ethernet network, other computers or switches or the thing that controls our HVAC or who knows what, all ignore it entirely. But a thing called a DMX, what's often called an ArtNet node or an ArtNet interface or a lighting apparatus of some kind, such as a dimmer rack or a moving light, that has an ArtNet decoding built into it, knows what to do with that little tube, opens it up, and sees the DMX data in and pulls it out. All right? So ArtNet allows DMX information to live on an Ethernet network and not bother anybody except the people who know what to do with it. People who know what to do with it. That's ArtNet. Streaming ACN is similar to ArtNet. We do not use streaming ACN in QLab. Streaming ACN is technically similar to ArtNet, but different enough that we can't just do it real quick. The other way that QLab can communicate with lights is with a small and carefully chosen selection of USB DMX devices. So these things connect to your Mac with USB, little box, USB comes in, and DMX comes out. We support USB boxes made by Entech, DMX King, and Yarilo, which I think no longer exists. I think Yarilo it's a Russian manufacturer who enthusiastically communicated with us briefly about getting their device supported, and then we haven't heard from them since. But they've, I think, maybe got troubles of their own right now. And
What was the other one? Entech what?
Entech, ENTTEC, and DMX King, DMX KING, which coincidentally are both headquartered far from here and near to each other. They're in New Zealand and Australia. We support not every single model made by those companies. Once again, let us go to the documentation, to lighting, intro to lighting, and here we have the list of devices, which is very, very shortly going to change to include all the USB devices made by DMX King that have the word Max in their name. So DMX King, these guys, but also DMX King Max whatever. Accurate? Great, thank you. This list changes seldom and slowly. If you've got a USB DMX device out there that you really think we ought to support, let us know about it. If it is reasonable to communicate with it, technically, if it is reasonable to communicate with its manufacturer interpersonally, and if the thing looks like it's built relatively well, then we might be able to support it. But if not all three of those things are true, it's going to be very challenging for us to support it. And there are plenty of, because DMX is such a simple protocol, it's actually very easy to make a really flimsy USB DMX device, but it's very difficult for QLab to just communicate with one of those. So there are plenty of USB DMX devices out there that are not supported by QLab and which we think the amount of effort it would take to support them is not commensurate with the quality of experience you'd have once you used it. Does that make sense? Great. ArtNet, on the other hand, ArtNet is, you don't care about what's technically weird about it because you're just using it to make your lights work. There are some things that are technically weird about it. But from your end, plug in an Ethernet cable, send Ethernet wherever you like, then plug in one of these boxes, and as many as 32,000 universes of DMX can come out. A universe of DMX is 512 addresses. So there's a really shockingly, alarmingly high number of addresses available to you through ArtNet. It's very convenient. So we'll, and any device that supports ArtNet works in QLab because ArtNet is just a language we all agree to speak, and QLab speaks it, and so any hardware that speaks it is supported. The one thing I want to call out is that ETC hardware all knows how to talk ArtNet, but a lot of it has it switched off by default. But you just go in there and switch it on, and you're good to go. Notably, sensor racks and Net3 nodes both can talk ArtNet if you tell them to. So I'm a fan. OK? Great. Yeah, please.
Maybe you'll get here or not, but just wondering, using ArtNet as a way to organize, say, images or video to pull into files from a target.
ArtNet has nothing to do with that at all. You can think of ArtNet as simply the language that is spoken between your Mac and a device that decodes DMX out of the network. Other than that, it is immaterial to you. So anything to do with imagery, anything to do with design choices, anything to do with aesthetics or design opinions has nothing to do with ArtNet. It seems like it should have more to do with art, what with its name, but it is just ones and zeros making lights go, or things like lights. OK. So that's the output side, right? Mac, wires, more wires, lights. Ha. Inside QLab, lights are run using a light queue. We know about queues. We're all queue experts now. When you have a light queue selected, the Basics tab looks like it always looks. The Triggers tab looks like it always looks. The Levels tab is unique to light queue. The Curve tab looks very similar to the Curve tab in a fade queue. We talked about this a little bit when we were doing the fade around the room demo that the person who was sitting there asked about, where the curve represents the rate or the shape of the change over time. The Curve tab in a light queue has these two slopes. The left slope represents the fade curve of all values that are being increased by this fade queue, by this light queue. The right curve represents all values that are decreasing in this queue. You can, of course, change the shape of the curve and change them independently. And you can choose a curve shape of your own choosing. It defaults to custom curve because a straight line fade is the same way that an S-curve fade is sort of what sounds nice, and that's why it's the default for audio fades. A straight line curve is what looks nice, so that's the default for lighting fades. But of course, you can change anything you like at any time. The Levels tab shows the levels for lights that will change when this queue is run. It can be viewed, so this queue, for example, changes light 12 to value 100, light 13 to value 25, brings 12 to full and 13 to 25%. You can view that information either in slider form, like this. So the slider lets you adjust the value. The little yellow pip shows you the current value of the light right now in reality. When I adjust this slider here, it doesn't change a light right then. It changes the value that the light will go to when the queue is run. So if you are familiar with ETC terminology, editing a cue in this way is like editing in blind. And if you are not familiar with ETC terminology, we don't use that word. So it's just editing a value in a cue is what we say. That's the slider view. You can also click and drag up and down here. And if you'll notice, when I click and drag up here, I get decimal values. DMX defines levels on a scale from 0 to 255 because it's base 2 math. Humans find it more productive to think about light levels generally in terms of percentage. Full, 0, 100%, 50%, out. You may notice that 0 to 255 is more numbers than 0 to 100. So QLab allows you to use decimal values so that you can scale a light to any available step. If I type in some decimal number, QLab will use that to translate to the nearest DMX value, right? So while full is 255, and that's easy, 50% is 127, 128, I never remember how it adds up, 127, and 0 is 0. 19 is some DMX value, 20 is some DMX value, but there's numbers in between, so I could go to 19 and a half, or 19.13. And QLab will always nudge to the nearest DMX value. I can view it as sliders. I can click this little X to delete this value from this cue. I can also view it as tiles. In tile form, we see individual tiles for each level. It's simply a different way to look at the values. It may be preferable to your mindset or your screen space, so we offer both options. When we're in tile form, the outline of the field showing the value is yellow, and the brightness of the yellow outline is analogous to the level. So 25 is dim because it's only 25% yellow. 100 is bright because it's 100% yellow. It's just a visual clue to help you get an idea of which values are highest and which are lowest. When you float your mouse over, you get a little X, and that will nix that value from the cue. You can also view text. And when you view it in text, you see the commands in the light cue simply written in textual form. 12 equals 100, 13 equals 25. Go ahead.
Question.
Yeah.
First comparison to EOS.
To disclose, much of what I learned about how to use an EOS console, I learned from this guy. So some of this is like, student is teacher now. And that's very exciting for me. So yes, go ahead.
Probably more for the developers. As most people know, EOS levels are color-coded, right? So any value going up is blue in a cue. Any value going down in a cue is green. Any value tracking, which I know this isn't showing us, is purple, and any value that's blocked is white. Is that a feature that...
In a moment, we'll show the light dashboard, which is the UI in QLab that shows the live light levels. And the dashboard has a design element that shows rising and falling levels and static levels, but not tracking and blocking. Individual cues don't show rising and falling levels because an individual cue in QLab might be run at any time. So this cue does not know whether the level will rise to 25 or fall to 25, because it cannot know what you did before you ran this cue. Now I suppose what it can do, what it does know is what's going on at this moment. That's where the yellow pip is. So right now, both of these are rising levels.
Right.
But if I were to have run a cue in the past that brought 13 to full, the yellow pip would be up here, and then I would see that 13, the 25 is a falling level. So I guess in that way, we do show rising and falling levels.
Right, but it's just in the other view you went to, it doesn't.
In tile view, we do not show the current level, So, yeah, I suppose we could somehow. There could be a version of the yellow pip, but I'm not sure what that would look like. Something to think about. Yeah.
Does that have a click and drag feature for intent or?
Yeah, here, same thing. Click and drag or click and type. In the text view, there is no click and drag. It's all just click and type. To add a value to a cue, you can either click Add Command and see a hierarchical list of all the lights in your show, all the lights that have that are patched in your workspace. You can select a light, pick its parameter, and add that to the cue. So if I want to add channel 15's intensity, instrument 15's intensity to this cue, I can do that. Or I can type a value in here, this little command line, and it will add that. I am glossing over the way the command line works. I am glossing over patching, because we have to talk about something first, and everything depends on everything else, just like yesterday with video. So I'm glossing over some details, which we will most certainly delve into.
If you have a light like that one, like 15, that has multiple parts to it, and you type in 15 equals 39, does it know that means intensity?
It knows that
39 everything.
It knows that that means the default parameter for this light, which for most lights is intensity.
Right.
But some fixtures, the default parameter is not intensity. For instance, there are foggers out there. The fogger has a fog pump and a fan and maybe like an LED ring around the thing because, ooh, DJ stuff, right? And so the manual for that fogger says the fan is the default parameter. So then if I type fogger at full, it'll bring the fan to full. If I type fogger.pump to full, it'll bring the pump to full. Again, more to talk about in the future, but just so that you're not sitting here wondering. So these three commands bring the lights called 12, 13, and 15 to 125 and 39. If these three lights are multi-parameter lights, then it brings their default parameter to those values. Whatever the default parameter is, usually intensity. I'm sure you won't be too surprised to learn that not every manufacturer of lights out there is in total agreement about what to call things, right? So we have done our best to normalize the differences. It's mind-boggling how many different ways there are to say gobo number 2. But as much as is practical, without making you completely mystified when you've cracked open the manual for your moving light and looking at QLab and looking at the manual, we have tried to sort of standardize on a set of nomenclature. So for instance, any light that has a parameter which controls the brightness of the light, QLab calls it intensity. Unless that light has 2 parameters that control, and one of them is a dimmer, and the other one is like a mechanical shutter of some kind, then maybe the mechanical, well, not shutter is not the right word, some kind of like gradient scroll in front. Have you ever seen those? It's like a scroller with a piece of acetate that's got halftone dots. Maybe that's intensity, and then the actual dimmer is called dimmer. So, but the few lights that do that are few and far between. The point here is that as much as is practical, we've standardized nomenclature, and we've defined default parameters which seem reasonable to us or which are declared in the device's manual. We've made our best guess. Okay. So I can add a command by using the menu. I can add a command by typing the command line. I can add a command in the text view by simply clicking and typing. Notice that I was clumsy with spaces. QLab doesn't mind. It'll fix it up later. There is a special value I want to talk about, which is home. If I type 12 at home, it brings fixture 12 to its home value. The home value is defined in the instrument definition for whatever type of light 12 is. So when you have a moving light and you type whatever at home, pan and tilt go to 50%, unless the manual says otherwise. Most of them say to go to 50. Shutter usually goes to full because most shutters want to home at full. Some manufacturers' manuals are nice and explicit about this. Thank you, Verilight. Some manufacturers' manuals are outrageously vague about this. No, thank you, Elation.
Are the home values customizable?
Yes. The home values are customizable either per fixture, down to per fixture if you like. And we'll talk about how to do that. You create a separate definition temporarily for the fixture. Yeah?
Can you create parameters for the fixtures?
Absolutely. So if you have a strange light that no one else has, you can make your own light. And I'm happy to go through making a light definition if you like. It's a little clunky if you've got a very complicated light. But if you've got a fairly straightforward light, it's pretty smooth and easy. There are some fixtures out there that just use zillions of parameters, and it can get tiring, right? There is at least one light out there that I have not made a definition for in QLab simply because I do not want to. Because it is 512 addresses in one fixture, and no thank you. When someone out there buys that light and wants to use it with QLab, we can talk. But until then, no thank you. I think PRG makes at least one fixture that is a moving light that's almost as tall as I am, that says, do not place anything within 1 foot of the lens lest it be caught on fire. And it uses, I believe, a full universe of DMX. Bye. Okay, so home is a special value. It means go back home. When you create a light cue, its default name is based on the contents of the cue. So if it has only one command in it, all at home, the name will be that command. If it has, here I have a light cue that fades 4 lights, it says fade 4 lights. Here I have a light cue that fades 13 lights, it says fade 13 lights. This one is 12 at 100, so it's 12 at 100. The default name is a best guess at the most useful information that we can succinctly describe about the commands in the light. Needless to say, you can make the name whatever you want, right? Anything. Not important. Cue numbers, cue numbers. All right, back down to the Levels tab. So we've added some commands. We've learned how to add commands. Safe sort commands is kind of a quirky button. Safe sort commands sorts the commands in the queue alphanumerically, but will not sort commands into an order that changes the result of running the queue. And here is why that is a thing that is true. Light commands in a queue are interpreted by QLab top to bottom. They are executed simultaneously, but they are interpreted vertically. So there is a thing in QLab, which we have not yet discussed, light groups. I can put lights into groups, and I can tell the group to do something. So I could say, all my lights. It's an automatically generated group by QLab called all. I can say, all at 100 brings all my lights to full. But then 10 at 50. This set of commands will bring all my lights to full except 10. You're down at 50%. That's logical. Thank you. And I actually don't, 10 isn't even in this patch. So all at 100 and 11 at 50. Thank you. But if I write it like this, 11 and 50 and all at 100, what do I get? Bingo, because we're interpreted top to bottom. all at 100 comes after 11 at 50. So if I were to click Safe Sort, although it happens that it's disabled because QLab just has looked here and said there's no way to sort this without changing its meaning. Safe Sort sorts it numerically, alphanumerically, but doesn't change the result. So if you've brought commands in at random times, maybe you've got you've got 100 lights in your show, but you worked them into your queue in whatever order felt good to you, but then you would like to come back and look at it, it would be nice to see it in some easily sortable order. An easily readable order is alphanumeric. It's something we're all used to. Low numbers to high numbers. Safe Sort will allow you to build your queue in whatever order you like, click Safe Sort, and then view your queue in numeric order, but not worry that you've accidentally changed the result of the look. Does that make sense? Okay, great.
So the result of that would still be everything at full?
The result of this queue.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Is there like a command all minus 11 at full?
Goes in height. All minus 11 at full doesn't exist. What you can do is all at full, 11, pass. Everything at full, 11, not you. You keep doing whatever you're doing. There are ranges, so we can do 1 through 100 at full. We can do 1, 2, 3 at full. But we don't at the moment have all except on the list. On the list. We'll talk a little bit more about the command language down the road. Yeah?
Are you going to speak at all around like a magic sheet?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
It's going to be a disappointing conversation, I think, at the moment.
I guess the reason why I'm asking is because of some of maybe the common identifiers of through color, through symbols. That was something.
Yeah.
So just
Yeah.
able to see a bunch of numbers and kind of know that's my this, that's my that.
And know what to do with that
Yeah.
knowledge. Yeah. We're going to, when we talk about the light dashboard shortly, we'll talk about, we'll show some of the tools that are available to help you out and some of the tools that aren't.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Now, notice this queue brings 12 to 59%. But we've been talking about all kinds of lights, all kinds of, we have 11 through 15 here, 11, 12, 13, I'm sorry, 11, 12, 13, and 15 are all in here, but this queue only changes 12. Queues in QLab are sparse, that's what we call it. They only contain commands for the lights that they contain commands for. If I run Q102 out of nowhere, when I come into the theater for the top of day, everything's off, and I just run Q102, all that will happen is 12 comes to 59%. But if I had run this queue first, 11 at 50, 12 at 50, 13 at 50, 15 at 50, and then I ran this queue, 11, 13, 11, 13, and 15 would also be up at 50%, right? So the order in which I ran the queues would have a real difference on how it looks on stage. Much of the time, that is not what you want. Much of the time, you would like to be able to jump into the middle of a series of queues and have it look like it looked if you started at the top of the show and got there. Does that make sense? So, by default, light queues in QLab have this checkbox checked, which says collate effects of previous light queues. When this box is checked, which is the default, anytime you run a light queue, QLab looks up the same queue list only, imagines what it would look like if every light queue had been run in order, and then runs this queue. including the effects of all those other cues as though they had been run. Which means you can jump around anywhere in the list and be good to go. But on an individual basis, you can uncheck that box and say, listen, when this cue runs, just do this one thing, or these three things, or whatever's in this cue. This cue only affects this cue no matter when it's run. That can be advantageous to you if, for example, you have a light cue on a hotkey, which illuminates the emergency exit. You have a light cue on a hotkey, which perhaps you're doing improvisational theater of some kind, and you have your light cues corresponding to different events that you know might happen, but you don't know when, and you want them to be able to happen in any order without changing anything else. So on a cue by cue basis, it's up to you to disable collation and allow that light cue to operate as a soloist. Yeah? Okay. But we keep it default checked because until you've wrapped your head around that idea, it could be really vexing to just be like, all right, we're going to pick up in scene 5. What? What happened to all my lights, right? So we keep it checked by default. The next cue uses subcontroller and dashboard. We're going to skip for now. I mean, the next cue, the next checkbox. We're going to skip for that for now. Then we have 2 buttons over here, light patch and light dashboard. And those are just buttons to jump you to other parts of QLab's interface really quickly. Light patch jumps us to the light patch where we can configure which lights are attached to which DMX addresses and available to use. And the light dashboard is the live view of light levels in QLab, which we've alluded to but not yet seen. I'm going to turn the lights out for a moment and quickly do a little sparse cues and collation demo. This is an imaginary spreadsheet that I have made. The green levels represent the live levels in our show. The white levels represent the levels from an individual cue. So each row in this demo is a cue, and each column is a fixture. So we have 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We start with them all at 0. When I run Q1, which brings 11, 12, and 13 to full, the result is 11, 12, 13 at full, 14 and 15 out. When I run Q2, 14 and 15 get brought up to 30 and 50. So the end result is that we have 100, 100, 100, 30, 50. When I run Q3, maybe it just brings 12 to 10%. And now I have a look. This look has originated in 3 different cues, right? This level and this level originated in Q1. This level originated in Q3. And these levels originated in Q2. With me? Okay, great. Q4 now gives a new originating level for fixture 11. If I ran just Q2 without collation, my live look would be 0, 0, 0, 30, 50. If I ran Q2 with collation, full, 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 30, 50. Just hammering the point home in case it has missed, because oftentimes when you say something 2 times in different ways, it is easier to understand. So that's what I did. Question? Okay, great. So I've been talking about the dashboard, and here it is. Window menu, light dashboard, or Command-Shift-D. The light dashboard has 2 tabs, Live and Audition. The Audition tab we're going to talk about later when we talk about audition mode, but it is, again, analogous to ETC's blind. It is a way to look at what levels would be if you ran a cue without actually running the cue and changing your actual lights. The Live tab is, here's what's going on right now for real. It shows all the instruments patched in your show, all the light groups in your show, and above that, subcontrollers, which we haven't yet talked about. The default view is sliders, and the default view is all. If you switch to used, it will only show instruments that have levels recorded in a cue anywhere in your workspace. So if I switch back to all, we see, for example, looking at a good, there are two light groups called sides and voxel. Those light groups are not used in any of my cues, and so they vanish when I switch this menu to used. If I were to make a cue that used one of those groups, they would immediately appear here in the dashboard. The good thing about used is that it hides fixtures that you're not using. But the bad part is it's harder to find the ones you're not using and use them for the first time. So you yourself have to make a choice. Well, I remember, I'm going to keep a list here of other fixtures not in use and say, oh yeah, I'm going to use that on this cue, and then it will pop into existence. This menu, sliders or tiles, lets you choose between the slider view here and the tile view here. The tile view shows all parameters in tile form. So here, fixture 1 is a multi-parameter fixture: color, hue, saturation, intensity, broken out, strobe, fan control, and color point. Fixtures 1 through 15 are all the same, but then fixture 100 has many more parameters. Fixture 101 has more parameters. Fixture Dani has these 4 parameters. Fixture Dani demonstrates to us that instruments do not need to be numbered. They can be named. I wanted to name this one Dani because I am a pun enjoyer, and the manufacturer of this fixture is a company from Germany called Wahlberg. So I had a little fun on my own over there, naming it Dani.
And in this view, you can also select whether you want to see just the used channels.
Yes, used here.
Or all, or
Just used and all. Those are our choices.
just used and all.
Yeah.
Not active or anything. It's similar to Flexi.
Similar to Flexi, but not quite as Flexi. But also, there's no such thing as patched because unpatched doesn't exist. Because the workspace has no concept of a light that isn't patched. There's no such thing as a light that isn't patched. There's just a light or not a light.
It doesn't have a channel reserved for it.
Yeah. It's the conversation at the beginning of the third act? Second act or third act of Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead, in which they wake up on a boat and one says, I've not been on boats frequently. And the other person says, no, what you've been is not on boats. You can't not be on a boat. You can't not be anywhere. If you are not being, you are nowhere. It's a joke about being dead. Perhaps every joke is a joke about being dead, if you think about it properly. I'm a big fan of that show. Okay. I'm willing to go out on a limb and say Figure 53's official stance is that I like that show. I think I know exactly which colleague of mine, if they're watching the stream, is vehemently disagreeing and throwing things at the screen. I have one colleague where she and I really, really enjoy figuring out which shows we both like, which shows we both dislike, and which shows we have differing opinions on. There are very few shows that we feel lukewarm on between the two of us.
Are you married to that person?
I'm not married to that person.
Like very long plays.
I do like long plays when they earn it.
Farnsworth, that one.
Farnsworth is not that long. If you're going at tempo, it's not that long. Shakespeare tells us in the prologue of Romeo and Juliet, the 2 hours traffic of our stage. It's a clue.
And when was the last time anybody did it in 2 hours?
Everyone who doesn't do it in 2 hours is doing it wrong. At speed.
Everyone's doing it wrong.
I think so. At speed, man. Go.
I'm not a fan of Stoppard, which is always very
Right. Stoppard takes his time, right? Yeah, just lay it on me. I'll take it. I think if a play earns it, for me, every play gets 90 minutes And at minute 91, you have to earn it, for me. And I think that that's my personal attitude, and it's not Figure 53's perspective. I think every play gets 90 minutes, and at minute 91, you have to start earning it. And if you keep earning it, I don't care how long you go. And I went to see Leopoldstadt, and it could have been twice as long. I could not tear my eyes off that stage. I went to see the elevator repair service do Gats. Are you aware of this production? This is The Great Gatsby as a stage play, but they didn't adapt it. Every word spoken on stage is the text of the book. Every word in the book is the text of the play. Nothing added, nothing removed, nothing reorganized. They just read the book as a play. It was absolutely riveting. It could have been, again, twice as long, and it was very long. It was 2 intermissions plus a dinner break. So we did like...
When did it start?
Started in the early afternoon.
I know them so well.
Yeah, I know them too. Susie Sokol taught at St. Anne's when I was a student there. And my friend Annie McNamara was in it. Because they slowly pulled us into the fantasy of that novel, which it's better if you like the novel, which I do. And every turn of the production brought us somewhere new and gave you something new to think about. And for this guy, that kept the brain engaged, and I just was enjoying being somewhere completely different from anywhere I'd been before. And also, I'm imagining another person for whom that didn't feel good, for whom each turn was not interesting, and I can imagine that person feeling as though they were being tortured. And I don't have any disrespect for that perspective. I could imagine being 20 minutes into that show and saying to yourself, why have I done this? Why would anyone do this? Why does this exist? And I think that's valid. And for this guy, I was like, why is anything not this? So I do like long plays. And I'm not going to talk about the long plays I don't like, because I don't want to be mean. There are plenty of things I don't like, I didn't enjoy, not for me. But a friend of my wife says there's only 2 kinds of musicals in this world. Your favorite musical and someone else's favorite musical. And I try as much as I can to embody that mindset and be generous of spirit and say, I don't care for that show, but I'm sure someone else finds it their favorite.
Don't yuck someone's yum.
Don't yuck someone's yum. What does that do for you? What I will try to do is encourage my students to pursue things that I think have something more to them that can help them grow as an artist, as a person. I will say, listen, Cats is fun, but 90 pounds of yak fur does not dramatic action make. So let me give you something else to really chew on, and then you can decide to enjoy Cats or not enjoy Cats just for its own enjoyment value. But as an educational tool, for me, it's really just an education in why didn't we hire a book writer? Opinion? Not Figure 53s.
Sam, just want to confirm that she is watching the stream.
She is watching the stream.
And now has a broken monitor.
I'm sorry?
She's not confirmed or denied throwing things yet.
Yeah. She's one of my favorite people to disagree with because it always results in good conversation.
She did write wrong in all caps in the chat.
Yes. Yes, wrong in all caps in the chat. I love it. Back to QLab. Thank you for the digression. No. Thank you. How'd I get there? Levels. Okay. Here in the dashboard, subcontrollers at the top, light groups in the middle, light instruments below. You can see a demonstration of rising and falling levels indicated, as we talked about before. The triangle is pointing in the direction the light last moved. The dot means this light hasn't yet moved. But when I move this light and let go, it turns yellow and it turns back to a dot. It means this light has been adjusted manually. A cue didn't run it. You did, Sam. I adjust things by hand, or I adjust individual parameters by hand, and they turn yellow. Yellow levels, adjusted by hand. Black and white levels, adjusted by cues, or not adjusted at all. When you run a cue, here, I'm gonna take all my lights out by hitting clear all. This is live, as you can see. When I run my preset cue, which I have on a hotkey so that in case I turn all the lights off, I can quickly get back to it no matter where my screen is. Oh, my insertion point was in the dashboard. I see these levels move live as the cue runs, and then the slider handle on these sliders is left pointing in the direction that the level last moved. Yeah? So this is how I can see rising levels and falling levels. I'm going to take a little journey through this tab. First, the command line. The command line, which is just like the command line down that we looked at here. The command line lets you adjust lights live textually. So 1 through 3, out. Bye. 1 through 3 at 50. 2 at full.
Has the command bar always been there?
Always.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank Chad.
Thank you, Chad.
If I want to move lights textually, but I don't want it to be quite so obvious to the audience, 1 through 3 at 25%, then I hit Tab into the Over Time field and type 10, and then type Enter. And now 1 through 3 adjust to the level that I entered over 10 seconds.
So overtime is sneak.
Overtime is sneak.
This may be jumping. If you, because normally what I would have done was recorded and then gone in and changed the timing within the actual workspace.
This is just for fiddling around live.
Oh, that, okay.
Yeah, this is not about recording cues.
Gotcha.
This is just making adjustments on the fly,
Sweet.
right?
I missed the syntax to change. Was it
Sure. 1,
1AF, enter?
1 through 3
Yeah.
equals 100. Tab 5, let's say 5 seconds. Enter.
If you wanted them to just jump there, you would just do 1 through 3 equals. You have to put 100. You can't put F, right?
Correct.
Enter.
And enter.
Is do it. Yeah. Enter is, as they say on the Grand MA, please. The enter button on Grand MA is labeled please.
So you move beyond the express then.
I've moved a little beyond the express.
Because of the express, you didn't have to
Type stuff. Yeah. That's right. The express, you didn't have to hit enter. All right. So now we're talking a little bit about how to use the command line live. There are some other tricks the dashboard has up its sleeve. If I select a light, I sometimes see goodies in the sidebar here. This light, when I unfold it, I can see all of its parameters. And it has hue, saturation, and intensity parameters. QLab combines the hue, saturation, and intensity parameters into what we call a virtual parameter. The virtual parameter is a parameter that the light itself doesn't actually have, right? The little computer in there is presenting QLab with hue, saturation, and intensity as 3 separate parameters. QLab combines those 3 parameters into a virtual parameter called, in this case, color. When you have a light selected that has a virtual parameter, its controls are visible in the sidebar. If you select just the virtual parameter itself, it is also available in the sidebar. If you select an individual parameter, the sidebar shows only that individual parameter. Or if you hold down the Command key and select multiple parameters, those parameters are visible in the sidebar. So the sidebar shows you basically any detail that's available for the control or controls that you've selected. So here I have selected 1, and it shows me the detail for what's available in 1, which is a single virtual parameter. By contrast, fixture 100 is a moving light over about the 4th or 5th row of the audience. When I select 100, I have 2 virtual parameters. There's a color parameter, which combines cyan, magenta, and yellow in that fixture into a CMY color picker. And I have a pan-tilt controller, which combines the pan and tilt parameters. If I select both lights by holding down the Command key and selecting 100 and selecting 1, then I see all the virtual controls for all the lights that are selected. With me so far?
Yeah. Getting back to are those the Luster Series 2?
These are Series 2? Yeah, Luster Series 2 in HSI mode.
In HSI mode.
Yeah, because that gives us color calibration.
Right, because they're a 7-color fixture, right?
Right, so we could put this into direct mode and have 7 colors.
And you could get all 7 parameters.
Right, but we have elected to put these into HSI mode because we like the color calibration and the nice white point that the HSI mode gives us.
But if you put it
In the Series 2, ETC does not guarantee consistency from fixture to fixture in direct mode.
So like we have a bunch of Series 2s, we bring them all to the same level in 7-color mode, and they don't look exactly the same. And that's annoying.
You can use a color picker if you're in direct mode, though.
Absolutely.
They might not all match.
Right, you have to, this just means more programming work for you.
Right.
Yeah, which you would relish, but for the class, we would like to have just a nice smooth white field.
Yeah. No, I've seen them demo that, where two of the exact same fixtures were brought to the same color and they were completely different colors.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I know, I mean, to their credit, they're very straightforward about it and very clear about what it is and why it is and what to do about it. The alternative would be for the fixture to cost twice as much because they have to throw out all the diodes that don't meet spec.
Yeah. Well, it was the state of LED chips at the time.
Exactly, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to select just fixture 1, and I'm going to work with the color control here. It combines hue, saturation, and intensity. I can work with these sliders, or I can work with the little nubbin itself. This color picker on screen is not 100% accurate. This color picker on screen is not calibrated to the fixture. It cannot be calibrated to the fixture. First of all, because the fixture contains LED emitters that my monitor doesn't. That's the first reason. The second reason is we can't know what monitor you own. Maybe you own a terrible monitor with terrible color rendering. Maybe you own an incredible monitor with better color rendering than the monitor I'm using to make it. And finally, we can't know because we have tried and we have tried. But finding out what emitters are in every fixture is a gargantuan task. And I spoke with some folks who make another lighting control product, and I was like, how do you color calibrate? And they were like, oh, we definitely don't. Let's totally make it up. And I spoke to yet another one, and they were like, oh yeah, we just go and buy fixtures and have a colorimeter and measure. And then someone else said, oh, we buy fixtures and ship them to a color lab in Zurich, and they send us back a chart. And I was like, I don't need to, we're gonna wait and see if our customers feel that the color picker is not getting their needs met, and then see what to do after that. And by and large, we have not gotten to the shipping fixtures to Zurich level of concern. Although, Alec, you know some things about some emitters, which you sent me You sent me a spec sheet for some emitters, and you were like, this is the emitter used in some fixture, and look, there's all the data. This is a long time ago.
I have a very short memory. Something I would do.
Yeah. So, in short, this is not 100% perfectly calibrated. It's meant to be a clue. Of course, even if it were perfectly calibrated, all that would do is encourage you to do something which you shouldn't do, which is look on your screen and pick color and then stop worrying about it. What you should really do is look on stage, right? Because who knows what's going on stage? Even if this were perfectly calibrated, how do you know what color the paint is on the set? Well, you got sent a swatch. You got sent a swatch, but did the swatch match the actual conditions? I don't know. Is the actor sunburnt? Maybe. So, again, we have an understanding and an interest in this, but our level of concern has not yet been elevated by any real-world examples that what's going on here is not getting the job done. But we're ready to hear that if that's what it is. This is a HSI picker. A fixture with CMY color mixing shows a downward pointing triangle for CMY, cyan, magenta, yellow color mixing. A fixture with RGB mixing shows an upward pointing triangle. And fixtures with multiple emitters beyond RGB also show the upward pointing triangle, but have more colors mixed in. When we get to patch, I'll go through a demonstration of patching a fixture with more color emitters so that we can see what it looks like in action. Yeah? Okay, great. Controlling a virtual parameter textually is a little bit of a finger dance. One.color equals HSI and then hue, saturation, intensity. So my recommendation is to do virtual parameter level setting. I encourage you to select and use the sidebar. It is faster. It is a bit easier. I can also individually control the hue. Individually control the hue, the saturation, and the intensity using these controls, no problem. Or I can select that and use the widget. Yeah? Okay, great. Moving down to the bottom of the dashboard, we have a set of controls over here, set of controls over here. On the left, it says latest. And here's another head bender. Latest shows the queue number and the queue name of the most recently run light queue. Oftentimes, lighting is thought of as being, we are thought of as being in a lighting queue, right? The queue that runs on an ETC console, which defines the entire state, because collate is what effectively, in QLab terms, collate is what every queue does on an ETC console. When I run Q12, I am in Q12. It's non-negotiably true. But in QLab, because queues could optionally not collate, I could run multiple queues, and the look that I'm in is the result of those multiple queues. So I can't really comfortably say that I am in one queue. Instead, I am looking at the result of several queues. While that is true, it is still useful to know what's the last queue that just ran. Because if I am using collation, the last queue that just ran is really all that matters to me in terms of a practical conversation with another person. For example, the director who wants to know, what queue is this? The queue for this scene. Okay, great, then I don't like it. Right? So we call that latest. Queue number and a bullet and queue name. If the latest queue that ran is Q8, oh, was that the drop?
It was the drop.
We're running a little experiment. We don't understand why this mic has been dropping out, so we've been switching pieces one at a time. what we discovered yesterday is that what's dropping out is, as far as Wireless Workbench tells us, is the battery drops voltage to 0 for a moment. What happened?
If you're curious, this microphone over here stayed on the whole time, and yours dropped battery for several seconds.
Interesting.
So the problem, the one common denominator is one Sam.
Listen, many years ago at summer camp, we had a performer named Amanda Lippitz, who is now a producer. And Amanda Lippitz and the particular wireless we were using did not agree with each other. You remember her?
I remember Sophie Lippitz.
Sophie Lippitz is her niece.
Oh, okay.
Amanda, I think, is one of the people who either had very high iron content blood or who had veins and arteries very close to the surface of her skin. If the pack was against her body, it had poor reception.
They have the documentary on Netflix now about girls that were adopted from China and went to try and find their biological parents. Did you know?
Is this relevant to wireless microphones?
Not at all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I don't know about that documentary. Anyway, it's possible that this microphone, that I'm producing just enough. I mean, humans create a small amount of electromagnetic radiation. It's possible I'm creating just enough to bother this mic. So here's step 2 of the experiment, or next step. I'm taking the microphone off of my body and putting it there because the tail is long enough. Watch as I get excited and go over there, right? All right, I'm going to put it a little closer. I'm going to put it where I can't avoid seeing it. We're just going to see if this makes a difference.
Thanks, everybody, for the science.
For science. Okay, great. Anyway, with Amanda, as long as the mic was outside a layer of costume, there was not a problem. Or maybe it's the capacitance of her skin, or I'm not sure what it was, but it was this weird little magical problem that only happened to that one actor and was solved through science. But lights. We're talking about lights. Okay. So the latest light cue that ran, if I run Q8, the latest light cue that ran is 8. Right? Below this latest display, we'll talk about other ways to make use of latest in a moment. But below the latest display are 2 buttons, Revert Changes and Clear All. Clear All is a blackout button. Click that button, all levels of all lights go to home over the panic duration of the workspace. Down in Workspace Settings, General, we set the panic duration here. So 1 second is the clear all the speed of clear all.
All parameters or just intensity?
All parameters of all fixtures go to home. If I wanted all parameters intensity to go to home, I could type all.intensity equals home.
And it's predictive. It looks like that as you type.
So yeah, it autocorrects based on, or not autocorrects, it autofills based on a very straightforward text completion methodology, no cleverness, deliberately. So all.I is either intensity or iris. So I could just type tab to finish at home. Another thing that I didn't yet talk about in the command line, which I might as well, is when your cursor is in the command line, typing up arrow will take you to the last command with the right side of the command highlighted. And as I keep typing up, I keep going back in history. So I can say 1 through 3 at full, enter. Oh no, that's much too bright. Up, 80, enter. No, not quite enough. Up, 50, enter. Yes, I like that.
Could the developers, could you add a clear all intensity only button? That would be the equivalent of go to Q0 versus go to Q out on the EOS.
I mean, I guess we can do that. We could. I mean, you could also just type all dot intensity equals 0 and get the same effect. But we could have a shortcut button for it.
A button, you know. That way you go to a blackout, but your loopers stay in place and your colors all stay in the same color.
instead of a room full of scrollers whipping to 0 and a room full of movers panning and tilting down to 50-50. Right. Make sense? Makes sense. Maybe, yeah, all dot intensity at home is pretty quick, but something that makes that feel a little less circumstantial could be helpful. Yeah.
While we're on the command bar, I was playing around, and is there a reason, and it might be for these guys over here, that we can't comma and make more than one command within, like, these many lights equal 100, but also we want this through this at 25?
That's 2 commands.
But instead of hit it, is there a way to just type it all at one time, or you just have to do it, it's one command at a time?
The idea with the command line is that the command line lets you enter one command and hit enter, one command, enter, one command, enter. Because then those individual commands can then be journeyed through. If you, right, if you put in 3 commands separated by semicolons, let's say, and then you want to go tweak the results of one of those 3 commands, you have to get in there and tangle it out.
And now that you've shown the history, it makes more sense. Thank you.
Yeah. Up arrow's your friend. Yeah.
Just wondering if there was a way to include something like a macro where you could have a button that you could say all.intensity dot, and that's a macro button that you have.
Absolutely.
Customizable.
You say macro, I say Q. Right? I can make a light cue that is all dot intensity at 0, and I can take that light cue and make a hotkey for it, or a MIDI button on my box. Easily done.
But like a visual representation, that would not be.
Visual what?
Just like if, just looking where like the color picker was, like below there, if there was a space where you could have, you know, customizable, programmable things to click for different reasons.
All right. Are folks ready for a little tangent? Because I can answer this question, but it's going to take a minute. Folks prepared for this, or are folks really dialed into light dashboard mode? Hands up for staying on light dashboard and coming back to that. Hands up for doing that. Okay, great. And I guess no hands for don't really care, which is fine. Here we go. First, make a new cart. We didn't really talk about carts yet. We talked about it very briefly. A cart is a cue list in other clothing. A cart uses a grid-like interface, allows any type of cue except a group cue, has a maximum dimension of 10 by 10, and a minimum dimension of 1 by 1. I will make a cart now with one column and 10 rows. In this cart, I will create several light cues. The first light cue will contain the command all.intensity at 0. And I will go to the Basics tab and label it go to Q0. And I will color it crimson, because I like that shade. The next one, I will say all.intensity at 20, all.strobe at home. And I will call that dim, and I will color it lavender. Oh, I didn't actually call it dim. There we go. And I'm going to leave this one blank, but as an example of what else you might do. Then I'm going to take that cue cart and click this button, open a new window. And with this button, with this new window displaying that cue cart, I'm going to make it smallish, put it down here. And now, while I am working on my show, I can at any time go to Q0. Now, I wish that were quicker. So I go to my cart, I select that cue, I go to basics, and I give it time 2. And dim, I think I might want to do in a hurry when someone's like, oh my goodness, someone just tripped over something and hurt themselves. Can we get some light, please? So then I can just be ready to tap dim at any time. And I think now that I think about it, I might want dim to have all at home and then all dot intensity at 20. I think that's what I really want dim to be. Home everything, bring them to 20%.
I was going to ask why you had to put the strobe in there.
Well, I was thinking, what if a light is in the midst of strobing and I want to nix that? But really what I want is, whatever you lights are doing, just knock it off and go to 20%. So now I have a cart here with a bunch of buttons. Here's 2 examples, but there could be more. And I could have them live alongside my main window here, ready to jump in at any time. If I had a second monitor attached to my Mac, I could make this a bigger grid of more buttons.
So those buttons do not have to be lighting specific, right?
No, I chose to make them lighting cues, but this one could be a fade cue that fades a sound up or down. This one could be a video cue that plays a slide. Hey, actors, hush. Too much noise in tech rehearsal. Right?
Thank
you. With my iPad, whose battery I hope is up, with my iPad running QLab remote, that was not quite as deft as I was hoping. QClass. Oh. I could choose from the list that cart and have these buttons ready to go at any time over here on my desk somewhere else. So for me, that would be my solution to the macro request.
I will play it for 5 years.
Yeah, it's easy to go down the rabbit hole, right?
Yeah.
OK, back to the dashboard. So clear all goes out. Revert changes reverts all the changes that are yellow. So if I make some changes here manually, and I'm displeased with the changes I made, or I want to just go back to what it looked like before I made those changes, revert changes restores them. Revert is unyellow. Express release.
So it restores them to their background level where they originated. So if you made
Sneak enter.
Yeah. So if you made 2 changes to the same channel,
Yeah.
it wouldn't go back to the last change you made. It would go back to
It'd go back to where it was before I touched it at all.
before you touched it at all.
Yes, that's right. Now, over on the right are 4 buttons for creating light cues from the dashboard, which is my recommendation of the way to work when you are building a show for real. There are 4 buttons. The bottom 2 are faster because they assume a specific task. The top 2, which have ... dots in their names, ask you one question before action occurs. The first button, so we're not going to go clockwise. We're going to start in the lower left, then go to the lower right, and then upper left and upper right. The lower left button, New Cue with All, which has the keyboard shortcut Command-Shift-N while this window is in the foreground, makes a new light cue with one command for every level of every fixture in the whole show. This is a blocking cue. It takes the current state of the dashboard, every instrument, every parameter, and records a new cue with it. Where possible, it uses the all group to define those. So if only one thing is up, it might say all at home except that one thing. Or it just depends upon the current state. So new cue with all immediately makes one new cue. Here it says all at home, all intensity at 0, and then here are the specific things that are not at 0. This comes into being already all ready to go. And this cue is now effectively a blocking cue, because this cue, when I run it, will proactively and definitively set a level for every fixture, every parameter, whether or not I check collate. Okay?
Did that put the name for you?
Fade 13 lights?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the automatic name for a light cue is always based upon what the light cue does. It starts, if it can't be more specific, it'll simply say how many lights it's adjusting.
Okay. But it doesn't number them.
Doesn't number the cues?
Right.
Well, I have auto cue numbering turned off
Oh, okay.
in this workspace because I am not an auto number liker. But if it were turned on, it would automatically number the cue. Okay, that's new cue with all. If I make a few adjustments to a few lights, I can then make new cue with changes, which is Command N when this window is front. New cue with changes creates a cue that only copies down the levels that I adjusted manually. Only the yellow levels get recorded into that cue, right? So new cue with changes makes a tracking cue, or a tracing cue, if you will. New cue with, because this workspace, my demo workspace, has collate switched off, running this cue out of context will not result in understanding, it will not result in a 100% predictable effect depending upon what else has happened before I ran this cue. But if this cue had collate checked, I could run it at any time and jump into that moment in the show easily. But it's still a sparse cue with only commands that I recorded into it. Yeah? Okay. The next button up here, record all, ... When you click it, it gives you a little menu. The little menu says latest cue, selected cue, new cue. And you can choose whether you want to record all the levels from the dashboard into a new cue, or record all the levels from the dashboard into the currently selected cue, or currently selected multiple cues, or all of the levels from the dashboard into the latest cue, whichever cue was latest run. So if I run Q92, which currently brings 2 intensity to 32, I didn't do that. Bye. Mystery.
You've got collate turned on, right?
I'm sorry?
You've got collate turned on?
Oh, yeah.
So
I've got collate turned on. That's what it is. Thank you. So hang on. Let's just restore my class look. Run. Thank you. That's what it is. Not a mystery at all. Completely logical. In fact, exactly what we want it to do. Here's I run just 92. 2 intensity to 32, 3 intensity to 11, 3 hue to 100. But if I then make a look in the dashboard that represents a whole total look that I like, and I record all to selected, QLab will say, are you sure that you want to overwrite the selected cues light levels? And I say, yeah, record all to selected. And now 92 is no longer whatever I made it. Instead, 92 contains all the parameters of all my lights as they currently look in the dashboard. Yeah? Record all to latest cue overwrites the latest run cue. So if I run a queue, and then I make changes in the dashboard, and I then think, that last queue I just ran, I want it to be this, and I want it to be everything, and I don't want to worry about it, I can record all to latest, and then that latest queue is now a full state capture of my whole lighting system.
Does it ask you to confirm?
Always. Record all ... always asks for confirmation because it is a destructive edit. You know, I'm sorry?
Except new queue.
Record new with all, and record all to new. Don't warn you. That's right. Because it's not changing anything that you already made. So it's easily undoable by simply selecting the cues you just made and deleting them.
Is there an undo feature?
Absolutely. Command Z is always happy to help. Command Z while the light dashboard is in the foreground, and Command Z when the cue list is in the foreground behaves differently. When the light dashboard is the active window, Command Z undoes actions taken only in the dashboard. When the cue list is in the foreground, Command Z undoes actions in the cue list. And in fact, while we're talking about it, Command Z when settings is in the foreground undoes actions taken in settings. 3 unique sets of undo. Shaking head. Good? Good. Okay, great. Thank you for the subtle confirmation. This one feels a little squidgy, but it's not squidgy. It's just these 3 things. Okay, that's record all and new cue with all. If I make a few changes, and I make new cue with changes, it makes a new cue with just those changes. If I make a few changes, the update button becomes available. Update ... gives me 3 options with keyboard shortcuts. Do I want to update the latest cue? So if I choose update latest cue, it takes the yellow levels only and records them into the latest cue. If the latest cue already contains commands for those same parameters, it overwrites those commands. But if the latest cue does not contain command for those parameters, it simply adds these commands to whatever the latest queue already did without bothering you about it. It's just going to happen. Update latest, just whoop, commands go into the latest queue. If I choose update selected queue, same thing, but whichever queue is selected is the one that gets the changes. So I'm going to select Q92, update selected, and whoop. The commands that were yellow get recorded into the selected queue. If those parameters already had commands, they are replaced. But if those parameters did not yet exist in that queue, they are added. No confirmation. The point of update is to be quick.
If you do it by accident, undo, you have to be in the playlist.
Go to the queue list,
list
and then undo.
And then undo.
Yeah. Now, the tricky one, update originating. If I change levels, and I click update, and I choose originating queue, we have to maintain in our brain a complicated idea for a moment. Do you recall? No, I don't even have to ask you to recall. Instead, I'm just going to put it on the screen. If this is where I am, and I make some changes to lights 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, all of them, and I choose update originating, QLab will find the queue. I brought it with me, I remembered. QLab will find the queue that originated the current level and update that queue. So if I change the intensity of 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, that time it dropped out because I turned away from the mic. Didn't actually drop out, I think. If I choose update originating for all of these cues, Q1 will get new levels for instruments 11 and 13. Q2 will get new levels for 14 and 15. And Q3 will get a new level for 12. update originating will change all of the cues that are necessary in order to have resulted in the new look. Does that make sense? Please ask questions, because this one's, yeah.
Why is 12 3-inch knob?
Because at this moment in our show, the live level of 12 is 10%. And that 10% was set by Q3. So that's the 100% set by Q1 would remain untouched, which means that when I ran my show the next time, 12 would go to full at 1, stay at full in 2, and then move to its new level in 3. So the idea with update originating is lights up on a scene. Q, Q, Q as we work our way through the scene. And then like 8 cues later, we're still in that scene and I think, oh man, those few lights, they should have been this other level all along. So I change them and I update originating. And all those levels are rejiggered to what I asked them to be back when they started. This is trace, right?
It's the old trace command.
This is the old trace command. I loved that.
I think they did away with it.
Is trace gone?
Yeah.
Trace is
I
gone.
think
People
it's
didn't like it
gone.
or it didn't work right or?
It,
Oh, it's tracking, right? Track
it's
only.
tracking backwards is what trace did. But I think it's a feature they got rid of in the newer versions.
It's not like the most intuitive thing. I find it profoundly useful though.
Yeah, I mean, you and I talked about this the other day.
Yeah.
Because
So for me, update latest, update selected, and update originating, for me, represent the majority of my editing behavior while I'm running a show. Or running through a show, not running a show. When I run a show, I'm not editing anything. But record, which records full state of the whole dashboard, is a selective tool that I use, perhaps with lights up on each scene. So that I can then usefully use update originating on a scene-by-scene basis thereafter.
So my question the other day about the feature of update cue blank through blank, you could do by doing update selected cue and then selecting multiple cues.
Yes, if I wanted to update a series of cues, but not any others,
Right.
I could just select them. Say, you know what, those 4 cues, update selected, 4 selected cues, and the levels I've adjusted will get recorded into those cues. Or I could do record all to 4 selected cues, and those 4 selected cues would become new cues, essentially, cues that now are this look.
Got it.
Right? So, for instance, if you have periodic blackouts throughout your show, and then you learn at the end of a day of rehearsal, actually in all of those blackouts, we really need the top light at 10% because the set crew cannot make their scene change happen in full blackness. You could hold Command key, select all those blackouts, bring your top light to 10, update selected, or record all to selected. Yeah? I remember high school theater. I did that all the time. All right, Sam, go erase every cue sheet. Anyway, yeah.
Would it be too much to ask for a small demonstration of the originating cue, like in action, like?
Oh, happy to do it. It's just that I have a fairly small light plot, so it's not that dramatic, but absolutely, happy to do it, happy to do it. All right. Going dark-ish. So I've taken all my cued lights out. The work lights remain up so that we can see each other. It's going to go to my play space so we don't mess with things. So I'm using keyboard shortcuts that I have a macro thing on my laptop, and I'm accidentally typing those keyboard shortcuts that are not installed on this machine. So that's why it keeps looking like I'm typing gibberish. I'm going to hide the sidebar so that I can make this a little narrower. Just try to make this a little easier to see with your eye parts. Okay. So let's make a cue. Just a little less, please. Thank you so much. First cue, just this. Actually, first cue, blackout, right? New with all. Go label it blackout. Great, like this. New with changes. New with changes. New with changes. Okay, so now we have cues 14, 16, and 18. 1, 2, 3, producing these 3 lights at these 3 colors. Now, we go to black for a scene change. Me, I'd record all for the blackout. Why? New with all for the blackout means no matter what I get into later, back in scene 1, my Q20 will definitively knock it out. If 3 days from now in tech rehearsal, I'm like, oh, Q16 should be a whole other thing, I don't have to worry about, am I collating, am I not collating, da-da-da-da. No, Q20 is definitively a full console blackout, non-negotiable. But now here I am in Q18. I am not collating. Q18 without collating brings up just that light. Q18 with collating brings up all 3 of those lights. Here I am in Q18, about to end scene 1, and my director says, you have made bad color choices, Sam. Amend thy ways. Okay, fine, fine, fine. I will make better color choices. I will go to 1, and I will make it pinker. I will go to 2, I will make it bluer. Greener, I guess, is what I ended up making it. And I will go to 4, and I will make it definitely way greener. There we go. Here are definitively worse color choices. Now when I update originating, what just happened? An error. My update originating all updated the selected cue. Is that because of collate? I don't know either. I'm going to undo. Let's make sure that is, let's try that one more time and see whether I can make this happen. Here are my weird colors. Update. I run 14, I run 16, I run 18. Now I make my better / worse color choices. And now I update, yeah, okay, I don't know, I'm not sure what I did, but it was probably jumping around too quick to make a good demo or try to make a good demo.
It's collate.
It's collate that caused it?
Because before, so update will update where the levels were set from. When you're collating and run Q18, all those levels were set by running Q18. So it's like, I know these were set by running Q18, even though Q18 happened to get them from 14 and 16. Does that make sense?
So I moved too quickly in talking about collate and not collate, update originating and not update originating, and I conflated 2 ideas, is what ended up happening. So now I've run 14, 16, 18, no collating. I've made my changes. I update 3 originating cues. And now, when I go back to my show, blackout, I fade 14. I fade 16, and then I run 18, and I get my 3 new colors, having updated those originating cues.
Sorry, can you hit blackout, hit 20? So because the color in the blackout was the original color, it pops to that color first.
So here's the edit. In blackout, what I really want to do is get rid of all this,
And just have intensity.
and just have all dot intensity at 0.
Right.
And maybe then all at home after all dot intensity. But no, that's not safe sortable, right? Because all at home,
That's going to start at the same time,
right? So I want all dot intensity
Could you do an auto follow?
at 0, and then I'm gonna
or wait on that part.
here have all at home in the block, what the queue I've called block.
Right.
Put these in a group, wait 5, right?
Or just, could you do an auto follow, so as soon as the blackout is done, then just the block runs?
Sure.
Either way.
Yeah.
Can you do all intensity at home, and then in the same queue, all home with a wait?
No, there are no split times within queues, or no discrete times. Yeah. So here, I go all intensity at 0, and then 5 seconds later, when that queue completes,
It's going to run a different.
it runs a separate queue, which is effectively my blocking queue.
So since Q20 is essentially what I would call a blocking queue, here it's an uncollated queue.
Yeah.
Is there a way to signify that in the queue list? Like that, so I would know looking at this, okay, if I run this queue, it's automatically collated, you know what I mean?
I do know what you mean, and the answer is no. In the queue list up here, there is no visual indication whether a light queue collates or not, nor is there an indication whether or not it's a full, whether or not it was a new queue with all. I think that there is value in having some form of visual identifier available in the queue list to say whether it collates or not.
I think so.
That seems to me wise.
It would be nice if it was in the place where like the flag goes and stuff on the left, like where the warning's going.
Here?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, even if the light bulb is filled in or something,
Or that.
you know.
Oh, that's dope.
We do different icons for the different group types. We can do different icons for collation.
Yeah. You know I like making different icons. Sam's COVID sanity project was redesigning all the icons in QLab because we were working on QLab 5 and we were like, okay, COVID, everyone stay home and make QLab 5. And I was like, okay, I will have all the time in the world and I will make these icons carefully. It was really, I'm so thankful for that project. But yeah, a filled light bulb indicating a blocking queue, essentially. That would be a sufficient distinction to you?
I mean, it's just like the first thing that came to mind.
Yeah, but like, if that's what I told you it was, you would be like, yeah, that's enough for me to tell what's going on.
Yeah, I think so.
Pretty groovy. There was another hand up. Yeah.
Just
Yeah, one question around, so collate effects, checked is a default.
Checked is the default.
Is there a way to connect that to a hotkey so that if I, when I was about to run a queue, I could click and hit spacebar together?
So we have a command. It is not yet, there is not a quick and easy way to do it yet. We have a command in QLab, collate and go. So watch me now. Let's make sure I get the command right linguistically. Collate and start. There we go. So queue number, collate and start collates temporarily. So I'm going to copy this command. I'm going to create a network queue. The network queue passes back into QLab, and I'm going to replace Q number with the word selected. And now I'm going to give that a hotkey, Control spacebar. So, go away, go to blackout. So Q18 is not collating, right? I run Q18, I get just that fixture. That's how we recorded it. Go to blackout. But if I select Q18 and type the hotkey for the network queue I just created, Control spacebar, it temporarily collates that queue.
And doesn't select it there. That's great. Wow.
Voila. Now what I'd like to know is, if I make some changes and update originating, yeah, I think that that, strictly speaking, feels like a bug, even though it's logical.
I'm typing it in GitHub right now.
Groovy. It would never have occurred to me to consider this condition until we walked through it. So thank you for this little set of questions that led us down this path, because it never would have occurred to me to think about this. And it isn't a bug. It's exactly expected behavior. It's only expected behavior that now other expectations have been placed upon it now that we've gone this way.
Again, what seems to be is that there isn't, as you're creating, it is, rather than you have recorded it and now it is, and it is collated.
Yeah.
You know, like if it was.
Yeah, thinking about collation as an action rather than as a quality of the queue changes, I think, how you would hope QLab would behave next. And now we have just investigated that. That's been enjoyable. Thank you.
With the shortcut that you create, or is there a way to not have it as a queue or to hide it somewhere so that?
I'll go put it in another list.
And you can pull from other, like if you use a hotkey, no matter what, if it's in another list, it will still go?
Remember the hotkeys that I was demoing yesterday with the music?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Right? So all hotkeys are always active in QLab. If I disarm the queue that the hotkey is assigned to, the hotkey will take no action, of course, because the queue is disarmed. But here is like Sam's essential workflow tidbit for QLab. If nothing else changes the way you use QLab from this class, let this change the way you use QLab. Make a queue list. In that queue list, put stuff like this Collate and GO command, and then copy that queue list into every workspace you make at the beginning of the project. Or make a QLab workspace template that automatically has that. When I make a new workspace in QLab, it brings in this enormous pile of script cues, all of which have keyboard shortcuts that are in the Triggers tab that my fingers have now memorized for me, so that, because as an associate designer, the way that associate designers for sound work in the New York theater scene, for an associate designer, your speed in QLab can represent a major value to the person you work for. And certainly for the designer that I most frequently work with, what makes our relationship productive professionally is that she has a set of skills, I have a set of skills, and the overlap is surprisingly small. Our understanding of each other's skills is good, but she's doing all this, I'm doing all that. And one of them is she waves her hands around and says, do this, do this, do this, do this, and I can move as fast as she's talking because I have keyboard shortcuts built into my fingers that do the thing she's asking me to do, right? So make a queue list, this macro pad that we created. That's one way to do it. If you don't like using keyboard shortcuts, or if you're a visual-oriented person, do that. Or memorize your keyboard shortcuts. Some folks prefer to use a Stream Deck and Stream Deck Companion and have the Stream Deck show them the shortcuts for the scripts that they want to run. Some folks prefer to use something like this, and they just know, oh yeah, these 4 cues, selected quieter, selected louder, selected dimmer, selected brighter, and just have those finger shortcuts there. That's fine too. Whatever it is that makes your somatic experience happy, do that. But do that all the time, because then once you get used to it, the speed benefit becomes realized. Thank you.
Did you say you're making a button that'll always be there that's temporarily collate and go?
I'm saying that I believe that we should have a built-in keyboard shortcut for Collate and GO, but it's on the 1600 item list.
Yeah. So QLab 5.2.4 comes out this afternoon.
Chris has slipped in the back, and you made that joke, and he just put one earphone off the ear.
Well, and the collate is on by default because a lot of
Yeah.
people like to think in that
Right.
fashion, and they just leave collate on
And-
all their cues.
Because during tech, what you're doing all the time is jumping around, and you want
Yeah.
the whole
Yeah.
look to be there. I mean, if you're
Are you sure Collate is on by default? I don't think it is. It may be in your template.
Oh.
I think I had
I mean, if you're running a show, hopefully you don't have to jump around.
I've been wrong before.
Yeah, I don't
No.
think.
My understanding is that I turned it off here for the demo, but maybe I'm mistaken.
It was off. It's off.
It's off for you too. Okay, so Collate is not on by default. Collate is
I mean,
not on by
you can
default.
always go into your template and turn it on by default.
And then it will be, yeah.
There is a way to tell it default to on. Or
There is, and when we get to workflow tools, we will do that. Yeah,
This is a bit of a digression.
great.
But the cue list you showed that had all of your scripting cues, do you prefer then to make your keyboard shortcuts in QLab rather than like the Mac thing, the Mac OS thing you
I do. And the reason is, when I take my workspace and go to a new Mac, the keyboard shortcuts come with me. And I predominantly work on other people's Macs in tech. Predominantly. And in fact, not only other people's Macs, Macs from a rental shop. Macs from a rental shop where the amount of reward that you can derive from setting up the Mac just like you like is a rapidly diminishing amount. All right? So instead, have whatever you bring to that Mac come with all the things you like and use. Yeah.
Is there, sorry, back to lighting for a second.
Yeah.
Is there a way to easily, quickly, whatever, like when you bring up a new light and it fades to the color,
Yeah.
is there a way to easily tell QLab in the previous one, I want it to be,
Marking. You
Yeah.
want marking.
Yeah.
Yeah. So marking, for those who don't know, marking is having the machine understand the end result you're looking for in this cue, peel out all the pieces that need to change before the light is visible, and do those before the light cue runs. Marking's very groovy and
not a thing?
on the 1600 item list.
Got it.
Now, it's not that hard to do it manually, right? Make your look, get rid of the intensity parameters, make a separate cue that is the intensity, right? It's a little annoying.
But it's annoying and a time-consuming thing to
Yeah.
just add that in. Okay.
Well, is there a recall from queue feature? So you could just go into the previous queue, grab the light, recall from queue next, intensity out, update.
Yeah, it's 2 steps though. And I kind of blew through the right time to take a little break. So let's take a little break now and come back to that.
Okay.
Let's take a few minutes, use the restroom, get some coffee, and we will return and talk about that. Hi, friends.
Side lights, shin busters, and background, and then they tell me when and how long it's up. So it kind of gives them a little bit of a
I like the idea.
But it's like, no, we were fine a little rehearsal, but yeah.
Or one of those. Yeah.
Hello. I didn't want to rush back because it seemed like folks were having productive side chat. So I wanted to let that happen, certainly. But here we are. Jeff, you asked about recall from.
Yeah.
Is the last thing you asked.
Getting a little ahead.
That's okay. We can go there. Well, all we're doing is delaying talking about the light patch, which is what was the natural next topic. But we'll get there. It's the light patch is not, going stale on us. It's happy sitting there waiting for us to get to it when we're ready. Yeah.
I had a couple hours to rethink my question around ArtNet.
Oh, okay, great.
And so I want to just share kind of what I'm thinking that may help. So
Should we do this before we go to recall? It's okay if you think we should.
Before going to the next step.
Okay, great. Yeah, go for it. Hit it.
Okay, so thinking of, like, if I was thinking of a projector as a light, which has a lamp and light. But so if within that projector I created a parameter like a gobo picker.
To be clear, do you mean literally within the physical projector? Or design as a design idea?
As a design idea.
Okay, great.
But to access it like a light with, say, a gobo picker that had, instead of gobos, images that then could be pulled via DMX.
Yeah, so you are reinventing the idea of the media server, right? So, I mean, listen, the media server is ripe for reinvention because it's pretty clunky. The best of them are great, and the worst of them are maddening. And the idea behind a media server, as it was sort of first, well, media server is such a vague phrase. So when I say media server, I mean media server as lighting designers believe them to be, not like Plex, which is a piece of software that runs on a computer at home and lets you watch movies on your TV. That's a media server also. A CD changer is a media server, right? But media server, as lighting designers mean them, are computers, although they don't really behave like computers. They behave like intelligent lights, where sending them a bunch of DMX makes some specific things happen on a projector in a way that makes it feel like the projector is just a very unusual moving light. And we go all the way to actual moving lights, the DL3 made by, who made this thing? This was a moving light that instead of, it had a lamp, an arc lamp source, and then a projector LCD. And it was a moving head.
Was it PRG that made that?
PRG made one too, but not this one.
Okay.
Who made the Axon media server? Anyone?
High-end made it.
High-end made Axon?
No, I'm looking at
The DL3. Oh yeah, so High-end made the DL3. Man, this is a groovy light. This is exactly what you're talking about. It looked like a moving head. It had a lamp. You could just use it like a light. But you could also send it a DMX value, and it would recall images and play them on the little LCD that the lamp was shining through, and then it's a video projector. They used it on ships. It's a pretty cool fixture.
I thought the thing that PRG made did what you're looking at.
PRG makes a lighting video playback console called the M-Box that does that. So you've reinvented this idea, which is a valuable idea, right? I know how to program lights. I'm at my fancy light board that I'm an expert at. I want to just call up imagery and create behavior of my imagery as though it's a light because I'm already doing lights. And I'm going to consume the concept of projection design into the concept of lighting design. This guy, me here, I am a projection designer. My response to you is, respectfully, you stay over there. I'll take care of this. We're going to work together, as any good design team does. But maybe I'll take a go from you, but I'm going to do this over here. But maybe you're working in an environment where there isn't a me. There isn't a projection department. There isn't a projection designer. So if you're using QLab for lighting, the answer is make group cues, and in the group cues, put both a light cue and a video cue, right? But if you're using not QLab, if you're using a lighting console, the answer is use either MIDI show control or OSC to get your lighting console to tell QLab to go, and in QLab, cues to play images, right? We have been asked before, can I run QLab with DMX? Could I use a DMX value from my lighting console to tell it which cue I want, and then another value to say whether that cue should go, stop, pause? It seems like it could work, but something like the Axon media server, which High-End made, and others, I don't think the Axon's made anymore. The Axon's very old. It was designed to appear to the lighting console like a light, but then all the parameters that it had were like, which folder do I look in? 1 through 255, 0 through 255. In that folder, which image do I pick up? 0 through 255. When that image happens, how bright do I play it? 0 through 255. If it's a movie, do I start it? That's value 1 through 10. Pause it, 11 through 30. Rewind it, 31 through 39, etc. It's kind of trippy. Worked well. So I think that is what is the journey you were on. I think Hippo can work that way. So the green hippo, Hippotizer, is a name of a media server. I think Pandora's Box can work that way. And I know PRG's MBox or whatever succeeded it, they have a console that's just numbers. It's the, I don't know how to remember it. So if you're looking for a product that does those things, those are potential answers for you. None of them are cheap. Yeah. Okay. Recall from. And with recall from, we're also going to get into palettes and presets, because it's all one thing. Because it's all one thing, and because in QLab, everything is a cue. Nope, that's an audio cue. And I'm going to turn off auto numbering again because I'm both slightly losing my mind about it, and also because I want to set some specific cue numbers to make this demo work. First, recall from. No, yeah, first recall from. We're going to do this using some hypothetical dumb lights, not very complicated lights. Q. Oh, I already have a QA. Q plus 1 has 11 at full. If I want to make a light that recalls from Q plus 1, I can say 11 equals Q plus 1. Now 11 is what we call pulling from Q plus 1. A pull is a live link. If I change the value in plus 1, the level will change. When I run Q, this new Q, it will bring the level of 11 to whatever it is in Q plus 1. Palette or preset.
So you know what question that's going to lead to.
Yes, I do. Hang on a second. To recall from and break the link, I click expand. So now I've pulled the value, expand, breaks the link, and now the value's in. So to recall from, you pull and then break. Okay.
Make absolute.
Which is make absolute. Right. A word which means more than one thing, I might add. Absolute. Yeah.
You type all equals, like if you had like 15 different things or 20 or 100 or whatever, and you just typed in all equals plus 1, Q plus 1, sorry, Q plus 1.
Set every light to whatever it is in Q plus 1. And if it's not in plus 1, do nothing.
change and do whatever. So you can make it the cue different.
Right. So that's how to make your own marking cues without taking too much time.
Yeah.
So that's recall from / make absolute / okay, but palettes and presets. No, do you want to ask the question that comes next?
No, I was going to say, how do you make it
Okay, great.
absolute as opposed to...
So now palettes and presets, though, is the more complicated version of that. Here's Q+1, but let's actually call it Q blue. In Q blue, let's go here and take all my lights and set their color to blue. So that's the CMY lights are blue by virtue of setting cyan and magenta to full and yellow out. My RGBW lights are blue by virtue of setting red, green, and white to out and blue to full. And my HSI lights are going to be blue by virtue of setting my hue to blue, saturation to full, and because HSI includes intensity, we've also brought that light up, whereas the other lights didn't get brought up. I'm now going to record, I'm going to update the selected cue with all of that. And we see all.color CMY 100 100 0, all.color RGBW 0 0 100 0, and all.color HSI 67 100 100. Because I have lights that do 3 different types of color mixing in this plot, I actually get 3 different color parameters. One that belongs to the CMY lights, one that belongs to the RGB plus lights, and one that belongs to the HSI lights. Does that make sense? Now, because I don't want intensity, well, no, never mind that. It's not an important concept right now. This cue sets all my lights to blue. If I want to set all my lights to blue at any other time, I can simply say all at Q blue then all intensity at full. And when I run that, let's clear all first. And when I run that cue, the color is pulled from Q blue. The intensity is set explicitly by this second command. So this is now a color palette. It's a color palette by virtue of me treating it as a color palette, but it is just a cue. Since what is a cue? A collection of data. What is a palette? Well, a collection of data. The value in making them 2 different concepts exists in a paradigm in which those 2 different concepts have a pre-existing framework. But in QLab, when we were starting from scratch, we thought, how about just thinking about every collection of data as a collection of data, and then making use of that in its own way? So this is how we do a palette.
So similar to scripts, you could have a list of palettes that you just take with you.
Not only could.
From cue to cue.
Not only could.
Should.
I would.
Yeah.
And certainly, when I work in shows, I watch the lighting programmer sit down at their EOS console, pull out their USB stick, and load in all their favorite colors, right? That's what they do. I think that's what we should do too.
So now in the second cue that you made, right, the blue was set by the previous cue.
That's right.
If you change the color in this cue, the second cue, it's not going to affect color in...
So the second cue has no color parameters in it. It just has a pull in it. So I have to expand and break the link if I want to set the color explicitly here.
But that won't affect color in the previous cue.
That's right. Q
You
blue
have to make that.
is left alone.
But if you change the color in the first cue and don't want to change it in the second cue,
You should start by expanding, then go change your palette.
so expanding just breaks the link.
Yeah, expand it first, and then go adjust your palette cue.
In the first cue.
Yeah,
And then the second cue will stay blue.
because I expanded it and it no longer pulls from it.
Right. So even if you make the first cue green.
Right. That's right.
Now, since you have the different types of fixtures, right? I mean, the mover is CMY color mixing, those are RGB plus.
Well, these are HSI mode.
They're in HSI.
Although the
mode.
fixture itself is RGB, they are
Plus.
presenting to QLab as HSI. Yeah.
Right. Is there a way to grab all of the color changing fixtures, regardless of the mode that they're set on, and change all of their color at once?
No. I have to select them. I can select all here in the sidebar and change my HSI color, my CMY color, and my RGBW color, but it's 3 clicks.
So, okay, so there's no way to do it with one click and have it do its best to match them?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
Because the color virtual parameter is simply, at this moment, a single step abstraction of whatever parameters inside the fixture are controlling color. And that single step abstraction has to be different if it's a CMY, an RGB, or an HSI color. The next step of the journey is to do a second step of abstraction where it's actual color down to whatever parameters control color.
Right, because like in my situation, I have some LED fixtures, I have different LED fixtures, I have scrollers.
Maybe you have a C
CSI
changer.
Scrollers, I
Yeah.
have C changers.
Yeah.
But I can grab them all, click on one color, and it does its best to match, as best as the fixtures will match.
Right, which is not necessarily great,
Not great.
but sometimes pretty good.
Some colors it matches pretty well, some colors it doesn't, but then it's just a small adjustment on some of them that I need to make. But,
Yeah, yeah. So you grab them all, get them close,
Get 'em
and then
close.
tweak individual lights or groups of lights to taste.
Right.
Yeah. So for here, you have to do individual lights or groups of lights first, and there is no move everybody. Yeah. Now,
Coming in
the future.
version 0.4 this afternoon.
Yeah, exactly, this afternoon. Yeah. Now, we have set these colors in this fixture, these colors in these fixtures in this queue, but we could also set pan and tilt if we wanted. Maybe it would be easier to understand if that light were a little closer, don't you think, Alec? Donnie? Help me out. Oh, hello. It's the light is the FR1 from GLP.
No, I mean
The winch is from Wahlberg. Hence the name. And I have brought it down to its mark. So I can pan and tilt this fixture.
I just want you to know that I brought up the room mic specifically to get as many of those groans as possible in this room.
So they can be recorded for posterity.
Yeah, yeah. I'm
Yeah.
just trying to get as much of that in there for the record.
I don't know. We've reached the limit of that particular dad joke. As a friend of mine says, I make dad jokes, but I don't have any children. Does that make me a faux pas? I have to stop. I will stop because I'm going to talk about lights. I brought this down here so we could look at it more closely, right? So we have this pan and tilt parameter. It's set just there. All right, settle down, everybody. We set that pan and tilt. Now we're going to take those pan and tilt parameters and record them into, update the selected cue. Now those pan and tilt values are also in cue blue. So if I go home, oh wait, not with you. Stay put. If I go home, the fixture homes down, as does that fixture up there. When I run this cue, I'm going to make a new cue. If I say all.color at QBlue, when I run this cue, the color comes to blue, but the pan and tilt does not. The pan and tilt is recorded into QBlue, but I've only pulled the color. If I were to say instead all at QBlue instead of all color, I'm not going home so that my winches don't go anywhere.
You could park it.
I could park it. We haven't taught park yet. If I say all at QBlue instead of all.color at QBlue, when I run this cue, not only do I get the color, but I get the pan and tilt as well. So in this way, rather than, this is another way we differ from ETC, rather than having individual categories of parameters broken out into separate sorts of palettes and then combining palettes into presets, we just put data into cues and pull out the data you want, leave the data you don't want alone. And so in this way, an individual cue can be treated either as a palette or as a preset or as a collection of palettes, if you wish to think of it this way, whatever suits your mode of thinking. Yeah?
Could you just give a little bit more around pull cue, the word pull, that the use of that word?
Absolutely. So pull is what we're talking about. Pull is what I mean when I say setting a parameter to cue something. The result is it pulls values out of that cue and uses them. So here, this is cue, I don't know, 9? Sure. Cue 9 sets all.intensity to 50 on its own. It also sets all lights to whatever the values they have in QBlue. It reaches out to QBlue and pulls in some values at the moment the cue is run. So in that way, QBlue can behave as a store of information that other cues can refer to. And that reference we call pulling.
When you pulled all.intensity to 50, did you have to expand, or was that already set because you defined the number?
All.intensity is not pulling.
It's not.
Pulling is only from cues. So here, this word cue clues you in that it's pulling the value. It's pulling the value from QBlue. If I change QBlue's name, Q9 breaks. I go to text. All at QBlue is no longer valid because I've changed the name. Unlike fade cues knowing how to update their targets, pulls rely on the actual text. So I would have to manually update this to Q909 in order to make it work again. Yeah?
Yeah, I can see a scenario where I would put pull cues or presets, as I would call them, in like a cue card.
Yep.
And to pull them up. I just did some with the colors here. But the limitation to coloring of cues means that I can't necessarily find the color that matches the color I've made. So visually, if I made like lots of pull color cues, I would like to match up visually the color of the cue in the card.
Yeah. You would like to be able to have a visual representation of the color you're referring to, which matches, or at least closely matches, this visual representation, this exact hue. Is that on the 1600 item list?
Can it be?
I think it's on there.
Yeah, I think that's a logical thing. You want some kind of visual representation of a hue when a light cue refers to that hue in the list or in the cart, so that you can, at a glance, see what color a cue is talking about.
You mean more than changing the color of the tile in the cart?
Pardon?
You mean more than just changing the color?
No, changing the color of the tile in the cart is his example of what he'd like. The trouble is that even the 20 colors that are available in QLab 5.2 is not 16 million colors, right? And nor indeed should it be, and nor would it automatically update itself if we changed the color that the cue is talking about. It's an interesting request. I mean, it's I like that request because it has a built-in explanation of what you might want to do with it. So it makes it an easy to understand request.
So I understand the concept of data just being data that can be pulled from anywhere, but this way, you know, when I get to, if I'm writing Q461 and I want the moving light to hit the chair, which it did back in Q, you know, something that we did yesterday and is 2 hours earlier in the show, I have to sit there and think, oh, what cue was it when that thing was on the chair, as opposed to saying, you know, light this focus palette chair, right? Or is that something you would use the
Well, if it were me,
card for?
let's see if I can do this. That's a little high. Right. Okay, so this is fixture 101.
Right.
I'm going to record new with changes, and I'm calling it chair. Now at any time, I can say 101 at Q chair, and I'll get this.
But that's only if the cue that I wrote when that light was on the chair is named chair.
Well, that's true of a focus palette as well. You can only recall a focus palette if you know the number of the focus palette.
Well, no, I can put direct select.
Well, I can make a, and here it is on screen, and I can do that too.
I mean, but, you know, I'm assuming in that the cue, the first time it was on the chair, there were many other things happening in that cue too, so I might have called the cue something else, and 2 hours later I might not remember which cue was it when that light was on the chair.
So let's do it in ETC land.
Yeah.
You're saying that in Q10,
Yeah.
you put the light on the chair.
Right.
By hand.
Yeah.
Without a palette.
Well, no, I wrote a focus palette for chair.
So did I, just now. I just wrote a focus palette for chair.
Okay.
Is it you wrote? And chair could be in a separate queue list.
Yeah.
Right, the chair does not have.
I can, yeah, I can go put that in my,
You don't have to have 1, 2, 3 chair, 4.
go put that on my sound check queue list or whatever.
Oh, so you did, oh, okay.
Just dragged it over there. So 2 ways to get there. You could just, in Q10, just focus the light, and then 3 hours later you're like, oh, I gotta figure out, I wanna do that again. Okay, so you go find Q10 and be like, okay, fine, in this queue I will say 101 at Q10. Now I've recalled from 10. Pull, recall, whatever. Or if up at the front I know I wanna care about the chair position, I can make a queue which I will treat as a focus palette.
And just, like you said, put it in a different queue list.
Yeah, keep it out of my way.
And it'll just pull from that queue list.
Exactly so. Exactly so.
So I could treat a second queue list
As a collection of palettes.
palettes.
And that second queue list, if you made a list that was a collection of palettes, that second queue list could then be copied and pasted into a new workspace. If you make a whole bunch of palettes for a rep plot that is used over and over in many different shows, you can keep moving that copying those palettes into new workspaces for each new show.
And I would just like to affirm your journey there, because the experience you just had was the same one that we had when creating this, where we were trying to figure out what's QLab's version of palettes, how do we do this, how do we do that, and we went on the exact same journey you did, where we were like, well, if we put them in a queue and just put them in a list, like we had actually built a lot of this pull stuff, and we had to turn our head sideways and go, you know, it looks an awful lot like palettes. I mean, maybe that's just the thing. Maybe we don't have to build a whole other set of tools off in the settings somewhere, because we already have all of that. We just stick them in another queue list, and now they're there. So it was lovely being on that journey with you, because it reminded me of the exact same thing that we experienced.
Nope. Onward. Onward. Alec mentioned something when I hit home and then I stopped the winch from going up. He said, just park it. Parking a fixture or an instrument parameter means preventing it from changing as long as the workspace remains open. When I select either a whole instrument or an individual parameter or several parameters or a whole group, thank you, I can go to the Tools menu and choose Park Selected Lights. And QLab will say, are you sure that you want to park 2 selected light parameters? And I say, yes, I am sure. And when that happens, those get safety striped. And when they are safety striped, even though I may try to change them using any means at all available in QLab, they will remain unchanged. And the little yellow pip, which shows their current value, will show the value that they were at the time that I parked them. QLab cannot defend against changes being made outside of QLab, of course. So if I quit QLab and open some other piece of software that spoke to ArtNet, there would be no way for QLab to tell that software, hey, this was parked, leave it alone, buddy. But as much as QLab is able to assert its authority, those fixture parameters remain immovable. Parking is deliberately a little awkward to do and undo because it is not something we want you to do by mistake, and it is absolutely not something we want you to undo by mistake.
If you save, does the park save so that when you reopen this file, does it repark there?
Let's find out. I can never remember. Stop all cues and close, reopen. Thinking about it. This is an enormous workspace. No. Okay. The lights, parking is not retained between reboots.
So back to ETC land.
Yeah.
To get around that,
You make a startup macro.
I run a startup macro.
So, and here's how I'd get around that in QLab. I'm going to check the doc just to make sure I get it right. Yeah, so there is no OSC message involving parking. Is there any Apple script? No. So you have to do it by hand in QLab. No startup macro available.
So, to be clear, we actually talked about it, and I think there was debate about park, but unpark we were uncomfortable with because we didn't want to have it easy to have. We wanted it to be a pain to unpark things, which included not being able to create a quick script queue that could always just, I just want to unpark everything real fast, and then things that were done for safety were easy to undo.
Yeah.
We don't want it to be easy.
We consider parking to be a safety feature, right? I work with a director, I have worked with a director who has epilepsy. And despite having epilepsy, seems to have a great affection for doing shows with strobe lighting in them. And 2 shows now I've been with him where he says to the lighting designer, make it look splendid. I'm out for a cigarette, be back later. And he comes back when it's over, and he just never sees those parts of his shows. We park the strobe parameter when the man is in the room, right? Because that's a safety feature. That's an important thing. And we don't want it to be easy for you to script yourself out of a safety precaution. But it does make sense to want park to be retained, or to it does make sense to imagine a scenario in which you would want park to be retained.
In save and reopen?
In save and reopen.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't know if we got around to that conversation or thought about it, and having just done that test, it makes me think that should be saved with the workspace probably.
I think that's better than adding scripting for it.
Yeah.
I've had shows where I've needed to park and unpark things during the show, for which I've written a macro and then link the queue, attach
Link the queue to the macro.
to a queue. Is that?
Can you help us with an example of where that was the only or the best way to solve a particular problem?
Yeah, so we had a dance show where along our back wall, which was the crossover for most of the show, there are some lights, you know, that serve as running lights that are run through the dimmer rack.
Sure.
So during most of the show, I have them parked on.
So that the dancers can cross over and see
So they
things
can
while they're
cross
crossing. Yeah.
There was one piece where the concept of the piece, they want everything flown out. Just want to see the whole back wall of the theater.
Lose all the soft goods and
But
everything.
one of those lights would be off.
Oh, of course, because
So
now they're visible on stage.
Right.
Yeah.
So I had to unpark them and turn them off. Right. Then, you know, for the next piece, everything flew back in and reparked them.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
In QLab, you could queue that. I mean, any EOS could queue it also.
I mean, I could queue them. I could just not have them parked and just have them written into every queue.
Right. I guess there's an argument to be made that like
Yeah.
using park there is a bit overkill, but it's also a peace of mind, simplicity.
Right. It's just having them parked means that we can turn off the works without going into a queue, and then as long as the board is turned on, those lights will be on.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep, that makes sense. All right, well, that's a worthwhile example. Absolutely, a worthwhile example of.
I mean, it may be too specific to add to QLab, but I don't know. You know.
But it's food for thought at minimum. Yeah. Yeah.
Anecdotally, because I know I emailed one of you lovely people about it. In our black box, I will make a group for powering LEDs from the dimmers, and we'll just use that group and then park that group.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if a save feature did come along, awesome. But that workaround that you guys gave me was an amazing example.
Just run the group to full at the top of your day and.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense too.
And with any number of design choices that go into QLab, we put in weeks, if not months, of discussion internally, and then sometimes change our minds later, you know, based on what we hear is happening in the real world. So we'll try to take a stance that we really believe we've thought through, and then if it turns out that there was more information that we didn't really have in our heads during that discussion, we are not against going back to design decisions if we discover that there's more information. So
Yeah.
it's always a welcome conversation.
Yeah.
I remember when you started building lights for QLab, you were asking me a lot of questions.
A lot of questions, yeah.
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 Features and things.
Every lighting designer I knew got a lot of questions. Was there another hand up? Did I miss someone's hand up? Okay, great. So we've talked about the light dashboard. We've talked about the light command language a little bit. No, most of it. We actually ended up talking about essentially everything except for ad hoc groups. You can type 1, 2, 3 at full, and it creates a 1, 2, 3 at full, and it creates 3 light commands, 1 through 3 at full each. You can also type in square brackets 1, 2, 3 at full, and it creates a single command that brings 1 through 3 at full. On the fly, an imaginary light group. Sometimes that is valuable to you, sometimes it is not valuable to you. If it is valuable to you at one moment and then becomes valueless to you, you can expand that ad hoc group, poof. Now it's no longer an ad hoc group. And in fact, any group can be expanded, and the command breaks open into all of the commands that the group is effectively issuing. So at any time, a command to a light group can be converted into a command to each individual parameter within that group. And we have therefore now gone through everything that I wanted to talk about in the command language. We just went through it in pieces instead of in one little go, which I think is actually probably better.
Sam, a question from the stream that I'm actually not sure how to answer. Is there a way to expand all the commands in a queue at once? I don't remember one off the top of my head.
All of the commands, if there are multiple queues that could be, multiple commands that could be expanded.
Rather than pressing expand on multiple buttons, I think.
No, you have to press
yeah.
expand on multiple buttons.
That sounds right to me.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I guess the last thing around that expansion, does that, if you have a lot going on, does that slow down the machine?
It slows down you scrolling around in the queue. But when the queue runs, it's no different.
Okay.
So, to clarify the answer to that question from the stream.
Yeah.
That means if I have multiple moving lights in a queue and I want to, how do I want to say this? That are getting their parameters from another queue. Like I pulled them.
If you're pulling.
It was a palette. To make all of them what I would call absolute, I guess you call them expanded, right? I would have to do each. I can't select. I can't just make the whole queue absolute.
I see what you're saying. It depends upon
individual mover.
It depends upon how you recorded the queue. Because if you have a bunch of moving lights, fixtures in the 200s, right? And you said 200 through 250 at Q909. You'd get 200, 201, 202, 203, and you'd have to expand them individually. But if you had a group that were the 200s, then you'd have a single command line for the group, and you could expand that, and it would make all those things absolute.
So if I created group 200 that equal 201 to 250.
Right. Or if you didn't have a group predefined, but you were on the fly, you could go like this. Square brackets, 200 through 225, whatever, at Q909, and create an ad hoc group.
And then to expand all of those lights in that, I would do.
You just click expand. This would
That
show
would
up as a
be
single command
Single line.
because of the square brackets.
So there would be one expand button for
Yeah.
all of those.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's a little bit of thinking ahead that
If they weren't in numerical sequence, could the queue be like 200 plus 203 plus 20?
we use commas.
Oh, comma. Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. CSV.
Yeah.
If you don't use the brackets to make the ad hoc group, then will it order them in the manner you do the commas or in numerical order?
In the manner you do the commas. If you want them then in numerical order, you can safe sort. Now, as you can see, because I've named most of my fixtures with numbers, because it makes it easy to do ranges, 1 through 3. Ranges are not possible with alphabetical, mixture of alphabetical and number-based queue names. It's difficult to know what's queue, Fred through, what's light, Fred through door special. Like, that range doesn't matter. So it's up to you to decide whether you want access to the easy ranges or you want a sort of much more easily identifiable name for your fixture.
And you can't even do like VL 3501 through VL 3500 12. Right?
You can. It'll sort those numerically, alphabetically, numerically. What I'm saying is that a range of things with assorted names, right? If my lights are door special, telephone, out the window.
Start with the same thing and then just have a number at the end.
Or if my lights are you know, Abel, Baker, and Charlie, like those are in alphabetical order, easy. I'm saying that if you have a scattered collection, it can be hard to understand what a range is in a scattered collection.
I'll often number all my lights in a system, but then my specials that are just for one thing at one moment will have a text name so I can remember.
Well, yeah, I mean.
That is my approach as well.
Yeah, I mean, ordinarily, all the movers are in sequential order.
Right, and like, all your, yeah, anyway. So this is down back to your magic sheet question, right? There is no live magic sheet in QLab. There's no visual representation of your plot here. But by using names and numbers, we have our own methodology of hopefully making the light you want to be able to get at real quick, easy to get at real quick by naming it rather than numbering it. It's not a replacement for a magic sheet, but it is something for you to hook into.
Well, you have the ability to create and view it with video cues, text cues, other ways to, if you want to create your own representation.
Certainly, certainly.
So is this, it feels like we're building towards a space where we can talk about effects. Is that not going to happen, or is that a part of this?
Right now, you achieve lighting effects in QLab using the tools you've already learned about. Group cues, playlist group cues, and lights and light cues make for a really straightforward step-based effect. Other kinds of group cues, and the fact that cues are sparse, and you can run, you know, a start random group with a bunch of sparse cues makes a twinkle effect. QLab does not have a lighting effects mechanism.
That 1600 issue list that we keep talking about, lighting effects is right up near the top of that list.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're really interested in making that solution more complete.
So, for the time being, the tools you've learned are the tools you've got. Auto continue, auto follow, group cues, pre-waits, and post-waits. Yeah, and start cues. Yeah. Now, lighting patch was the one big thing left, but there's one small thing before lighting patch, and it's subcontrollers, formerly submasters, a word which we have been educated on to eliminate from our vocabulary. And so subcontroller it is. A subcontroller is a light cue which is available in the dashboard for immediate access. So I have, wonder where I put it. So I have a light cue, Q90, which is 11 intensity at 11, 12 intensity at 33, 13 intensity at 61, and 14 intensity at 90. I ticked this box, use as subcontroller in dashboard, and that made it appear here. When I grab this handle, it fades the instruments within that cue proportionally. If you want all of your top light, all of your house light, all of your whatever, easily accessible in a proportional control, this is it. This is last takes precedence within the dashboard. If I make changes in the dashboard and then I grab this, it bullies those changes. Last takes precedence. When I record a cue with these values, it does not record the subcontroller. I'm sorry, it does not record the individual cues, I just misspoke. It records the subcontroller, even though the individual cues are yellow, because they got there by me dragging the subcontroller. It is a special sort of pull, all at Q90 times 0.77. I had this slider at 7.7. I recorded new with changes. And here is all pulling from Q90, but at 77%. I can do the same thing by hand, right? Q90 times 0.77. And that's a proportional pull. Yes?
If you did not have the subcontroller box ticked to 90, you would not be able to do that.
No, I sure still can. I could say 11 and 12 at Q8 times 0.5. And now I pull 11 and 12 at Q8, but at 50% of their value in Q8. So once again, subcontroller is really just a cue. Using a subcontroller is really just a pull. But now we do this mathematics on top of it. So slowly building on the knowledge you already have, which is why subcontrollers came last.
So if you bring up the subcontroller and then change a level, it doesn't change that level in the queue that it's going from?
No. That's just changed a live level, but it's Q90 hasn't been touched. And when I run a queue that pulls from 90, it will pull from 90 as it was, not as it is at the moment. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Is there a way to attach to the subcontroller slider something like knobs on this type of a device?
How lovely you asked this question.
Oh, there you go.
We journey to workspace settings now. Workspace settings, light. We have the light patch. We haven't talked about it. I keep teasing you about it. But we're skipping over, because of this question, to the last tab, Light Dashboard MIDI. Observe on my desk. I have here an 8-fader controller. These are 8 motorized faders that send MIDI control change messages and can be controlled by MIDI control change messages. In this table, in the Light Dashboard MIDI, you see one row for each subcontroller, one row for every parameter of selected, which we'll get to in a sec, each light group, and each individual light. Any of these rows can be selected, and then a MIDI control can be assigned to communicate with that row. So here, subcontroller Q90, it has no binding right now. The available bindings are note on, note off, program change, control change, and like all other MIDI-related stuff, if you want that list expanded, let us know. Give us your use case. We'll expand that list. But for me, most usefully is the capture button. When you click capture, it says waiting and listening on channel 1. I have set the light MIDI channel to channel 1 because this box talks on channel 1. The reason I set it to channel 1 instead of leaving it at any channel or general workspace channel is because this box also uses MIDI, but it's on channel 16. I do not want these buttons to mess with lights. I do want these faders to mess with lights. So I click capture, and then I nudge the fader that I want to be attached to Q90. I've also here set send MIDI feedback to fader X, which is the name of the software here, also on channel 1, because the manufacturer told me it listens on the same channel that it sends on. Now that I have that bound, grabbing this fader runs that subcontroller. And dragging that subcontroller runs my fader. If you're using a non-motorized controller, of course, grabbing the fader here will not nudge your controller. Some MIDI controllers out there do weird things with knobs. Some MIDI controllers out there send note on velocity when you turn clockwise and note off when you turn counterclockwise. We are not able to protect against all the weird design choices made by MIDI controllers manufacturers. If you have something with a continuous control like a knob or a fader, it's most straightforward if they use a continuous control message like control change. But there's nothing we can do about it. So if you're having trouble with a particular piece of hardware, let us know, send us a link to the manual, and we'll do our best to help you figure it out.
If we're using non-motorized slider, to grab control of it with the fader, do we need to run the fader up to where we brought the slider up to, and will that?
If you're using non-motorized faders and you bring the slider all the way up on screen, but it's down on hardware, when you touch it and move it at all on hardware, what's on screen will snap to match the current value on the hardware. So that could be a bit of a jarring experience. Yeah. There are two schools of thought on this. One is you have to drag the hardware to match the current level and then you can take over. And I think that it's reasonable for people to prefer that. The current one is the one that's most predictable to make. Just last touch is in charge. Do you have anything that you think I should add on this topic, Alec? This is a topic you're richly aware of.
I don't think so.
Okay, great. The thing I want to point at is the selected row here, because selected is valuable to us. I have bound selected hue to fader 2, selected saturation to fader 3, and selected intensity to fader 1, which means that whatever light I select in the QLab dashboard, these three faders control. So I select 2, now I select 3, now I select 1, right? That way I have a small number of faders, large number of lights. I can just have the faders always talk to whichever light I want to talk to. If I select several lights at once, I can control them all at once. So when I'm working with this small fader bank and QLab dashboard, I will often say, all right, great, selected intensity, red, green, blue, lime, pan, tilt, shutter, or whatever. That's my personal MO with a controller of this sort. But you can always make your own choices about, you can always make your own choices about what's the most useful layout for you. Maybe you want one fader, here 8 grabs subcontroller 90, 1, 2, 3 grab the selected, whatever. For me that's a mixture. For me that's very useful. And then, so selected is an option, and then light groups let you directly control light groups. Individual lights let you directly control individual lights. Any questions about this? Yeah.
Does the selected feature work from the inspector?
The dashboard.
Only the dashboard. So down there, it doesn't.
Yeah. The MIDI control is only for the light dashboard itself. Hence this label. Yeah. Alrighty. Now, it is 12:07. It seems to me that before spending too much time on light patch, it might be good to raise the blood sugar. Light patch is the space where we define what lights are in your system that your QLab workspace will talk to. Light definitions define how an individual fixture is controlled. And the combination of the two is how you can make it that a control in QLab correctly controls the right bit of the right light. So altogether, that topic will be the conclusion of our lighting discussion. We'll do that right after lunch. Then we'll go from there to talking about hardware, redundancy, workflow tools, scripting, and then whatever else we talk about for the rest of the afternoon. Okay, it's 12:08. Let's come back at 1:25 again for an hour and a quarter lunch. Wait, hour and a quarter? Have we been doing an hour and a half? Hour and a quarter. We've been doing hour and a quarter, and it seems to be working, right? Yeah, so I'll see you at 1:25. Hello, folks. Welcome back from lunch. All right. So, as previously discussed, we're going to conclude the lighting portion of this documentation of this class with light patch and instrument definitions discussion, and then move on to workflow tools, including Audition, which has been called out a couple times individually. And from workflow tools, talk about hardware, redundancy, and scripting, and then whatever else. Okay, here we go. So, the light patch is part of Workspace settings. So when you open your Workspace settings window with the gear menu down here, the gear button down here, or with Command, comma, and then navigate to the light section, you have 3 tabs. We looked at light dashboard MIDI a little bit, but now we're going to look at light patch. Light patch is a table, and this table contains a list of all of the lights in your show. In QLab, we call them light instruments. An individual fixture is called an instrument. And each fixture has a name, a definition, an address, which is really its starting address, an output, 0 or more groups, and optionally a note. So we'll start by looking at a light that is already patched. I'm going to select this light. And down here we have a sort of mini inspector. We see its name, 1, a note, it's the front light, stage right. The definition that is in use is Source 4 LED Series 2 Luster, HSIC, 7-channel. The output is ArtNet, because I'm using ArtNet to connect to my lights. And then I have Universe, Subnet, and Net. ArtNet made a choice, and that is their prerogative, to use the phrase subnet and net in the ArtNet spec. The most important thing I can transmit to your brains about this is that this has absolutely nothing to do with whatsoever this. Here we see subnet mask, and down here we see subnet. They are completely irrelevant to one another. The fact that ArtNet sends DMX data over a network makes it difficult to believe that they're completely irrelevant. But they are. This net, nothing to do with this. All we've got going on here is ways to portion out DMX data in the ArtNet network so that we can use it productively. A universe of DMX is 512 addresses. This was defined in 90. DMX revision, the first revision of DMX that was publicly available in 1990, said there are each address 1 to 512 can have a value between 0 and 255. And we have 512 addresses in a universe. And when you have a DMX cable in your hand with those 5 pins using the 5-pin XLR, and the other end is coming out of the back of your lighting console, you could imagine 512 addresses worth of information flying out of the end of this tube. There cannot be more. So when you're holding one DMX cable in your hand, you're holding a maximum of 512 addresses worth of information, not counting the fact that some people do some hacky, tricky stuff, which is off-spec and not part of this discussion until later if you want. Okay, so that's a universe. If you look on the back of an Ion XE, you'll see 4 DMX sockets. By default, the Ion sends one universe to each of those 4 sockets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 512, another 512, another 512, and another 512. And any lights that are controlled by something plugged into the first outlet are addresses 1 through 512. Any lights that are plugged into the second socket, although they believe themselves to be addressed somewhere between 1 and 512, the console considers them to be 513 up through 1024, right? The next set of 512 addresses. And so on. If I use a Grand MA3, I think I've got 8 sockets on the back. Okay. ArtNet has a virtual partitioning out of universes in that same way. The way ArtNet works is that any network that contains ArtNet data can have, I believe, up to 128 nets numbered between 0 and 127. And you see, when I changed the net of this light, it immediately went out, because that light is connected to an ArtNet node that is listening on net 0. Within each of those 128 nets, there are up to 16 subnets, numbered 0 through 15. Within each of those subnets, there are 16 universes, numbered 0 through 15. And so in the end, we have 128 nets multiplied by 16 subnets, multiplied by 16 universes. We have 32,768 universes available to us. So if we multiply that by 512, we get 16,777,216 addresses available, a.k.a. more than I believe you will be using. I've seen big shows use lots. I've never seen anyone quite hit 16 million addresses on one show in the theater. You know, architectural installations, who knows? That's not my business. That's not my world.
Oh, no, I was just thinking Frozen.
Oh, sure. Frozen, I don't know Frozen. I know Spider-Man was between 5,000 and 6,000 addresses. I got to spend some time with the Magic Sheet on Spider-Man. The Magic Sheet is a 3-ring binder. Many pages. Very meticulous paperwork on that show. Most impressive paperwork. And most impressive lighting design, actually. It's a beautiful design. It's a really breathtaking lighting design. And they did something very low-tech to make something very high-tech happen. How do we track Spider-Man and the Green Goblin flying all around the theater? Helium balloons. The associate designer went out and bought a tank of helium. They got a bunch of blue balloons for Spider-Man and made a track in space of all the places where Spider-Man would fly, and then green balloons were the Green Goblin. And then they focused their moving lights on all those balloons. And that way the automation department could be doing all of the things that they had to do and not attend to the lighting department's needs while they were focusing. So cool. I love that this most elaborate design came down to a bunch of helium balloons and a ruler. I mean, I really love it. Okay, so point is 16.7 million addresses available to you in an ArtNet network. When you send DMX data out of QLab, for an individual light, you must pick an address, a universe, a subnet, and a net. And remember that addresses start at 1, but universe, subnet, and net start at 0. Because computers start at 0, but addresses don't. I don't know why. The receiving end, which is to say the ArtNet node where network comes in and DMX comes out, the node must be configured to listen to the appropriate net, subnet, and universe. So, in the Workspace Status window, which we talked about briefly when we were talking about broken cues and warnings, there is an ArtNet tab. If at least one light is patched in your show, the ArtNet tab will show a list of all of the ArtNet receiving devices on your local network, assuming that those devices correctly support the ArtNet spec using what's called the discovery packet, which anything that can control things over ArtNet is supposed to send out, and anything that can be controlled is supposed to respond to. Does everything respond to the ArtNet packet? The discovery packet? No, it does not. There are plenty of really well-made ArtNet nodes that are physically robust, completely reliable, I've got nothing bad to say about them, that simply don't respond to the polling packet. And so QLab doesn't know they're there. That doesn't mean that they're not there. If you know that they're there, if I know for sure that I've got a box here on this network that's configured to listen to universe 0, subnet 0, net 0, and I send data to universe 0, subnet 0, net 0, it will arrive there and it will work just fine, but I won't see it listed here in this tab. Yeah? Okay. As it happens, I do have well-behaved full spec meeting devices on this network, or rather ALEC does. We have a Maverick Force 2 profile. That light there receives ArtNet directly. Here we see its DMX address, the net and subnet and universe that it's configured to listen to. Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4 DMX ArtNet nodes on the network. This one, called lobby node, is listening to universe 11, 10, 11, and 11. What does that mean? It's a box with 4 DMX sockets on it, and the first socket is sending out the data that belongs to universe 11. The second socket is universe 10. The third and the fourth sockets are also sending out data that belong to universe 11.
How did you open that
Window
window?
menu,
Yeah.
Workspace Status. And then I went to the ArtNet tab, where I will only see things listed if there are ArtNet receiving devices on my network and I have at least one light in my patch. By putting no lights in your patch, QLab assumes you are not doing lighting. I would say it correctly assumes that, and avoids the extra network traffic of sending out the polling packet. This is a way of preventing lighting agnostic individuals who are using QLab from feeling as though QLab's lighting features are possibly bothering them in any way. Just the same way that we do not show a black background on screens desktops until you play video cues. That way, folks who are not doing video don't have the video features getting in their way, and so forth. Ja? Okay. So we have a node called eDMX4 DIN 5 through 8. That's listening universe 0 on all 4 ports. DIN Arch is listening to 12, 1, 12, and 3, and DIN 1 through 4 is 0000. This is their IP address, their net, their subnet, and their universes. When I tell a light in QLab, use a given address on net 0, subnet 0, universe 1, I know that the second outlet on eDMX4 DIN Arch is the only outlet that's going to start sending data anywhere, because that is the only outlet in my whole system that is listening to net 0, subnet 0, universe 1. But if I send data to net 0, subnet 0, universe 0, all 3 of these devices are going to receive that data and do something with that data, assuming that there is a light or that there is a parameter that is listening for that address. So my source 4 LED Series 2 Luster HSIC 7 channel is set to address 10 through 16, which I did by just typing in 10, and because it is 7 channels, it claims 10 through 16. If I unfold it, I can see which parameter gets which channels, addresses. Hue is a 16-bit parameter, so it takes 2 addresses. Saturation through color point are 8-bit parameters, so they take 1 address. That's patched to address 10. My Maverick is patched to address 300. So even though both my address and whichever of these eDMX nodes that light is plugged into are all listening to universe 0 on subnet 0 of net 0, because they have different addresses, the data only ends up controlling this light. This is remedial DMX, but I want to make sure we're all starting from the same baseline. Is good? Onward. With the light selected, you select either ArtNet, USB, or none. None is a way to make sure that a light does not participate in your show. If you have several versions of your show and sometimes you want to keep a light out of the picture, or whether you're preparing something but you don't yet want to work it in, by removing output, you just guarantee that no DMX data will ever end up hitting that instrument. And it shows a 0 with a slash through, which is our sign for, it's not exactly broken, it is in fact just disconnected. If you choose USB, your Mac will look for attached USB DMX devices. Right now, this little menu says no supported USB DMX devices detected, but if I had one plugged in, I would see it here. If the one I plugged in had more than one universe available, another menu would appear to the side, allowing me to choose which universe of that device I wanted to communicate with. If I have a mixture of ArtNet and USB connected lights in my world, I have to be emotionally prepared for the fact that there might be more than one universe with the same number. Because ArtNet, net 0, subnet 0, universe 0 has nothing to do with my USB box and its first universe, which calls itself universe 0. Those two universes are in separate universes. Yeah. Evidently, one of the people the person who coined the term universe for DMX states that as a mild regret, wishing that maybe they had used like galaxy instead, so that a set of what we call universes could then be referred to as a universe. But I feel like that's metaphor stretching, and I think multiverse is just fine. Anyway, all I'm saying is I hope that they don't feel too bad about it, because it's really not a big deal. Plus, I like to say, this board has 8 universes. That's just fun. Okay, so we're okay with the idea that the ArtNet universes and the USB universes are disconnected. If I had 2 USB devices that each have 2 universes on them, whichever one selected here would show me universe 0 and 1. The other one also shows universe 0 and 1. So if I have 2 USB devices and ArtNet, I actually have 3 universe 0s. Take it easy. 3 universe 0s. Slightly vexing, but not that vexing, because it's not just the universe number that shows me the uniqueness. They would show me USB, they would show the USB device name, and then universe 0, so I would be able to tell them apart. But I just want to plant that thing in your mind in case you end up in that position. You're staring at 2 universe 0s and doing the Spider-Man meme, right? Light groups can be created at will, and you add a light to a group by selecting it and clicking Add to Group, and then choosing from the list. You remove a light from a group by selecting the light, finding the group you want to remove it from, and clicking the little X. Note is edited here and is just for you and is only visible here in the light patch. So Note is a light patch specific note. To create a new light, you can use the keyboard shortcut Command N while this view is open, or click this button and get this groovy pop-up. And the groovy pop-up lets you create some number of new instruments and optionally set a bunch of parameters for those instruments straight away from the groovy pop-up. If I just want one new light and I don't really want to talk about it anymore right now, I can just hit Create Instrument. And there I have one new light, which automatically numbers itself with the first available number. But if I want to be more specific, I can click New Instrument and say, OK, create 4 new instruments. What definition do I want to use? Well, I don't know. Let's say I have some color source psychs. I love color source psychs. Color source psych. Oh, look, color source psych. I'm going to use them in what mode? Well, what mode did I go to the fixture and set it to? I set it to direct. OK, fine. Color source psych in direct mode. That's the definition I'm going to use for these 4 lights. So double click that. Do I want to number them? If so, start at what number and increment by what? Let's start at 200 and increment by 10. And optionally, do I want to add a prefix to the names of those lights? Sure, let's say back. And when I click Create, I get back 200, back 210, back 220, and back 230, already using the color source psych direct 7-channel definition. No addresses yet, no output selected yet, and no group. With all of them selected, I can then either auto patch selected, in which I say use ArtNet or USB, use universe subnet net, and start at address what? So let's say I've started at address 125 on my first color source psych. I know I'm using ArtNet universe 4, and I auto patch selected, and then here they are, 125 through 131, 132 through 138, 139 through 145, and 146 through 152, all ready to go in ArtNet universe 4 subnet 0 net 0. Is good? The way I know if I'm correct with the addresses is by going to the fixture and seeing literally on the fixture, how did I address the fixture? With all of those selected, I can create a new group from scratch. Select all those 4 lights, hit new group, name the group psych, create one new light group called psych, and do I create the group or do I create the group with the 4 selected items in? I'd like to create with 4 selected items. And now poof, I have a psych group automatically containing those 4 fixtures. Not so bad. Questions so far? All of the lights that are in this workspace have, at some point during this patching process, been assigned a definition. The definition instructs QLab to know how many addresses are needed and what does each address do on the light. At the time that you assign the definition to the light in the patch, that light definition gets copied into the workspace and stays with the workspace wherever it goes. So I just used the etc color source psych direct 7-channel definition to create 4 lights. I'm going to save this workspace and use it for a year, let's say. If during that year we update QLab, and in the update for QLab we make an adjustment to the color source psych definition, perhaps etc released new firmware, or perhaps we discovered an error that had been made long ago, your existing workspace will not be changed, because your workspace contains a copy of the definition that was made at the moment you created the patch. And that copy lives in the workspace, belongs to the workspace, and is what's used by the patched lights in the workspace. So even though a new workspace that you create will use the new definition that we updated, old workspaces will use the old definition. If you don't want that to be true, if you want to update, you can select the definition here in the Light Definitions tab and choose Update from Library. And the matching name from the global library of QLab's definitions will come in and overwrite the copy that you've got here in your workspace. Obviously, that's something to do carefully, right? But also, we don't change our light definitions all that often. Really only if there's an error or an update from the manufacturer.
Does it light up if there is one?
This button would be active and clickable if the definition in my workspace differed from the definition in the library. And we can easily demonstrate that by changing the definition in the workspace. I've renamed strobe to strober. And if I want to save to the library, I can say, you know what? I know that strober is really what it should be called. I want all my new workspaces in the future to use strober here. I can save to library. Or if I want to say, I think I might have done that wrong, I'm going to just capture whatever the library says and bring it in here and update this. I can update from library and it reverts. Okay. The light definitions that do not specifically belong to your workspace live in a place called the Light Library. Under the Window menu, Light Library opens the Light Library. And I'm going to move other windows out of the way just so that we can look at it undistracted. The Light Library, which lives inside QLab's executable, right? Inside the app? Yeah. These are light definitions that we create that are shipped with QLab. It lives inside the QLab app. If you delete the QLab app, they're gone. If you reinstall QLab app, they come back. They are not available when QLab is not installed, but they are universally available when QLab is installed. Go ahead.
I should clarify that if you save to library your own definition, that's actually stored in your user home folder. And this is showing you the union of both the stuff that's in.
Indeed, I was about to say, but thank you for saying. No, I didn't. It didn't make it seem like I was going to say that, so thank you for jumping in. If you make a new light of your own, as Chad just said, I have a new manufacturer, Samco, that makes my groovy light. That light is not saved where I just said. That light is saved on this Mac. that light is available to any new workspace created on this Mac, even if you deleted and reinstalled QLab. It's saved separately. It's saved in your home folder, inside your library folder, blah, blah, blah. But that light is not available on other Macs or on, well, not available on other Macs. If I used my Groovy light in a show, and then I brought the show to another computer, I could then go into Light Definitions tab of the Workspace Settings light, and I could save to library my Groovy light. And then that would save to that computer's local library. Not into QLab, but into that computer's local library, and be available on that computer for all time until the computer is erased or the heat death of the universe. Right?
Can you save underneath a manufacturer that already exists?
Absolutely.
Wonderful.
Instead of Samco's Groovy light, it could be there we go. GLP, all of these lights, and also my Groovy light. Even though they look like they're in one place, they're in two places. I'm going to delete my Groovy light before I forget. QLab ships with definitions for about what? About 5,000 definitions for about 1,100 lights, because some lights have a lot of different modes. Something like that. We're adding them all the time, not like super fast, not quite as fast as Chauvet makes new lights, but way faster than Varilight makes new lights. And some light manufacturers' manuals are easier to read than others. Some light manufacturers' designs are easier to understand than others. It takes me a reasonable amount of time to make a Chauvet fixture. It takes me an enormous amount of time to make a Roby fixture. I don't really know what they're doing over there. I know they're making nice lights, but they are not easy to figure out. What does this actually want to be in a light definition? So I got to take my time with them. Yeah?
Some of the fixtures I noticed specifically say USB.
That's because they're in the product name of the fixture.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You're looking at some Chauvet fixtures?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They say USB in them.
Chauvet has gone through many naming conventions in their time.
So it has nothing to do with whether you're sending it through USB.
That's correct. I believe that the Chauvet fixtures that have the word USB in their name have a USB-A port on the back of them, which allows you to plug in their custom and somewhat reliable USB-based wireless DMX solution. Or you could buy the one without the USB port on it and use grown-up wireless DMX.
Well,
Yeah, like the CRMX wireless standard, which is quite impressive, or Show Baby, or I don't know what else. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody uses Show Baby.
There's no baby like Show Baby. Okie dokie. Thank you for the heavy sigh. I know I'm doing well when there's a heavy sigh. Okay, great. So now let's look at a light definition so we can understand the light definition anatomy, right? I'm going to pick a light that is in the room so that we can point. Source 4, Series 2 luster in HSIC mode. That's what we've got here going on right now. Here on this side, we see parameters and virtual parameters. Parameters are actual parameters of the actual light. In order, address 1, when I patch this light, the first address will control hue. Also, the second address will control hue because the 16-bit box is checked. Use percentage means in the UI, in the dashboard, we want to display values here on a scale of 0 to 100. If that box were unchecked, it would display values on a scale from either 0 to 255 for 8-bit parameters, or 0 to 32,768, 255 times 255, what is that? 65,025. I'm sorry. That is why, wherever possible, I err on the side of use percent. Right? Especially for 16-bit parameters, it's difficult for you to intuitively figure out what 1/4 is, 1 or 3/4 on a scale of 0 to 65,025. So we try to use percentage unless the manufacturer does a good job of explaining in their manual how better it would be if the UI of QLab displayed it on a scale of 0 to 255 or 0 to 65,000. The final column is the home value for that parameter. When this light is told to go home, what value will that parameter grab? Next, we have saturation, intensity, strobe, etc., working our way down. By convention, only by convention, not by rule, parameter names are all lowercase in QLab. It is easier to type on the command line with a consistent approach here. And I settled on all lowercase because I did. I don't know. I did. By design, there are some characters you can't type in a parameter name, and those characters are all the arithmetical operators. Is that right? Uh-oh. I'm going to duplicate this light and edit it. Yeah, attribute names cannot contain minus. How about plus? Nope. Yeah, all arithmetical operators. And lots of other special characters. So in general, stick to letters and numbers, please. Now I'm going to delete this copy before I forget. Virtual parameters are simply combinations of existing parameters. So to create a virtual parameter, you go to this tab, you click Add, and you figure out which virtual parameter type you want to create. Is it an RGB color mixing parameter, a CMY color mixing parameter, an HSI color mixing parameter, a pan and tilt parameter, or what we call a one-to-many parameter, right? So sometimes you have like a strip light that's in 10 cells, and the strip light itself doesn't have a control for intensity for all 10 cells. It has 10 individual intensity controls. Maybe you'd like to create your own intensity control that's an overall control of all 10 cells. So that would be a one-to-many parameter. So for here, we created a HSI color parameter. And then the HSI color parameter, which has 3 components, hue, saturation, and intensity, gives us 3 little menus here to choose which parameter from this list belongs to which component of the virtual parameter. On the direct mode of the Series 2 daylight, well, no, let's go to luster. The Series 2 luster has red, lime, amber, green, cyan, blue, and indigo emitters in its LED array. Therefore, the RGB plus color mixing parameter has these components: red, green, blue, amber, cyan, indigo, and lime. You can add these potential colors to an RGB color mixing parameter: red, green, blue, white, amber, cyan, indigo, lime, red, orange, mint, warm white, cool white, orange, and royal blue. This list of colors was assembled by adding together the list of all of the color emitter names in all of the lights whose definitions we ship in QLab. Effectively, this list is defined by ETC and Chauvet, because basically it's the Source 4 Series 3 luster and the Rev. Am I pronouncing it right? I guess Rev, the Chauvet competitor to the Source 4, that have the most expansive collection of emitters. If you meet a light out there that has a different emitter color, I'd love to know about it. We're happy to add it. And that's virtual parameters. What about deep red?
Deep red.
Yeah, okay, deep red. Deep red leads us into this journey. There are no such thing as primary colors. There are no such thing as primary colors. The computer has primary red, green, and blue, which is how bright can the red, green, and blue pixels get on the screen. But what hue are those red, green, and blue pixels? They are the hues that the designer of the LED panel seemed to find most accurately mixed to neutral white. But what is neutral white? Well, it's the color that looks like it has no hue. To who? Right? There's no such thing as a primary color. So the vast majority of color mixing fixtures have an element called red, an element called green, an element called blue, and some other elements. What exact wavelength of light are produced by those three elements is variable and negotiable. And QLab doesn't have access to that information. And as a result, when I make a light in QLab, new instrument, 1, test, source for LED Series 2 luster to, you want me to do a Series 3? Luster X8, direct. Here's my test fixture. I'm going to give it an imaginary address in an imaginary universe. I mean, they're all imaginary. Here's my test fixture. With it selected, I get an RGB color picker with red, green, blue, and all the other emitters. Because deep red only exists in this fixture, what we have done here, how do I explain this the most useful way? No, hang on. This is the way to do this. I'm going to make another light. Other test. And I'm going to use a generic RGB fixture. And I guess you have to be address 15 in ArtNet, Universe 15, who cares, right? Okay, great. When I have other tests selected, my generic RGB fixture, I want that to be as red as the fixture can get, right? Red full, green and blue out. That as green as the fixture can get, and that as blue as the fixture can get. When I use this same interface with the Series 3 luster, which has a deep red element, I want that to be as red as that fixture can get. Is that red or deep red? So what we have done for the one type of fixture that has the deep red element is that in the lighting fixture definition for this fixture type, red is the deep red emitter. And this other red here is red-orange. And that is the not deep red. That is the regular red, which, since it is not a deep red, is reasonable to say is a little bit oranger than deep red. If I take all the colors in this fixture to 0 and bring the red-orange emitter to full, that, let's see, I think that sort of represents like here on the triangle. But it's hard to explain. We get into some like theoretical what is color kind of questions. So that is the answer to the deep red problem. If in the future this becomes technically calibrated, then we can find the exact spot on the spectrum that the red emitter represents, X nanometers of wavelength. And then that exact spot could be where the red emitter belongs on this triangle, rather than the sort of mathematical reddest red. And the deep red pixel, since it really only exists in the Series 3, is something that we can sort of squidge around. If you are out there and you are using Source 4 Series 3 and QLab, I'd love to know your experience with the color picker and how well it works for you. Yeah?
Is UV color
That's a really deep question. Is UV a color? Sure. A friend of mine who is getting her doctorate, I think, in color, says color means what a human perceives, and so UV is not a color.
But it's not in the color parameters.
Many fixtures that have UV emitters seem to place them side by side with their color emitters, making it seem as though they want you to treat it as a color. But I have found that if I put the UV emitter into the virtual color parameter, it actually doesn't help. And so I leave the UV emitter out of virtual color parameters, because that is what results in a more usable experience when you're actually programming lights. So while UV may or may not be a color, depending upon whether or not you take Abby's definition at face value, and since she's the one getting the doctorate in color, I just basically do whatever she says, it's immaterial. UV is not a color in terms of QLab lighting programming. Yeah.
But it's a parameter that you could
Absolutely.
have in a fixture.
It is a parameter in a fixture, no
It's not
doubt.
considered color.
It just doesn't belong inside the color picker, because putting it inside the color picker doesn't actually help you do anything better than,
Wavelength, it's just not a visible wavelength.
yeah. And it results in some visible wavelengths, which themselves are not UV light. They're just bluish.
Question.
Yeah.
It's kind of a cross between patch, what we just looked at in patch, and what we talked about earlier with parking.
Yeah.
Can you park an address as opposed to parking a whole fixture?
No. QLab does not let you speak directly to DMX addresses that usefully. Under the window menu, there is a DMX status window. The DMX status window lets you choose among any of the universes that your workspace is communicating with, and you can individually run parameters up and down experimentally, but those parameters are not parkable.
So like when you're working with that director who's epileptic, there's no way for you to guarantee that the operator won't accidentally send a light into strobe mode by parking the strobe parameter at 0.
How could he send the light into strobe mode if the strobe parameter is parked at 0?
No, I'm saying he wouldn't be able to park the strobe parameter at 0.
I can park the strobe parameter at 0,
Oh, you can.
just not the address, the DMX address that is associated. So here I am with my moving light. Where is it? Here, strobe parameter, well, virtual strobe, okay, fine.
Yeah.
With that parameter selected, I choose park selected. And now that parameter of this light is parked out. But if I go into my DMX status window and I know which of these DMX addresses represents the strobe, I can still run that address up.
And it would still strobe.
Yeah, well, if the intensity were up.
Yeah.
The reason being, the DMX status tool is only meant to be used specifically for troubleshooting, and only if you're having trouble getting parameter or understanding what parameter is what. So if I unpark, does anyone here have trouble with strobing light? No? I don't want to do this.
Yeah,
Yes, you do.
I can.
Then I will not do this demo with strobe.
I can leave.
No, hang on. I will do this demo with blue. It's a much safer parameter to do the demo with. So let's bring up this moving light. Right? It's just behind you. Or I guess not blue because it's a CMY fixture. So let's do yellow. Let us say that there is a condition that a person may have which makes yellow dangerous for that person. So we never want to bring the yellow parameter up of this fixture. When I run yellow up and down, we see in my DMX status window that this address, address 311, represents the yellow. So with intensity up, but yellow down, I select yellow and go Tools, Park one parameter. And now the yellow parameter is parked out. When I try to bring it up, nothing doing. But if I go here to the DMX status window and run 311 up, I can force that DMX address to receive data. But with this window closed, that's impossible. And opening that window and counting through a bunch of unlabeled boxes to get to 311 and dragging it up feels like something very hard to do by accident.
Yeah. So it does park. Okay.
So it does park
Parameters.
the
It
parameter.
doesn't do it by
It doesn't do it by address blocking.
address.
Yeah.
Okay.
If that yellow is parked and you go to the color picker,
Mm-hmm.
can you pick any colors that happen to have yellow as a part of it?
Well, here, let me unpark, because I'm having trouble. I was being clumsy with the mouse. I'm going to unpark and repark, because I was being clumsy with the mouse in the other window. So I've parked yellow out, and now I want to select the light and work with the color picker. And you see, indeed, I have full reign on the color picker. It's just whenever I drag the color picker to yellow, I get no yellow.
It would bring up everything else that would normally make up that color except
Can you get green?
the yellow emitter.
Not really.
So it blocks whatever it can mix with as well.
No, it is successfully mixing cyan and magenta in.
It's not yellow.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It removes yellow from any, like, you can't get a green if you block.
You can't get on a CMY fixture, you can't get green without yellow, for sure. Can't be done. So yeah, parked is parked, except if you really,
If it was an RGB fixture and you selected yellow, would it block out the green or the red?
you can't park out yellow if yellow is not a parameter of the fixture.
Oh, that's true.
That would be an amazing and very esoteric feature, to be able to park out specific hues.
Right. Yeah. I don't think so.
I know a director who would be like, great, can we park out straw? Because I will not have straw in any of my plots. He's got a thing against straw. The color, not the substance.
So you would have to block out one or the other to not be able to get yellow.
In our imaginary world where yellow was
Yellow.
a dangerous
Dangerous.
condition, we would have to block either red or green to
Yeah.
prevent yellow, or not use RGB fixtures. Stick to CMY fixtures. All right. We have journeyed down quite a path. Any other lighting questions whatsoever before we move on to topics relating to other things? Yeah.
If we frequently use a fixture that's not on the list, is it better to create our own instrument on QLab, or?
If you frequently use a fixture that you believe it's plausible someone else might frequently use, we'd love to hear about it. Please send us a link to the manual. We'll add it.
There's a Blizzard fixture that I use that's not currently on the list type of thing.
Yeah, Blizzard's a trick, because Blizzard is another one of those companies that seems to make new lights faster than I can make definitions. In fact, they discontinue lights before I have a chance to make the definition.
The light I use is discontinued.
Sure. If you send us an email and say, I use this fixture a lot, and I see this fixture around a lot, and I think this would be useful even though it's discontinued. Right, like I have a Mac 250 in here. Why? It's so easy to come by a Martin Mac 250. If you're looking, you'll find one. It's been discontinued for years, but people use them because they're around. So if you think that this is a fixture that would be useful even though it's been discontinued, just say exactly that, link the manual, and we'll make it, no problem. If you think the fixture, whether or not you think the fixture is useful, if you write to us and say, I would like this fixture, we will send you a definition. We will always do that. But if you specifically think it's useful to many people and you let us know, then we are more likely to notice, I don't know if that Blizzard fixture is popular, but you might. So you can let me know, and then we'll make sure to include it in a public release.
But as long as we know the DMX map, we can create a fixture.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You can easily do it. So here we are in my light patch, either in this workspace only, or in my computer's library. I can make a new definition. And start adding parameters. etc. You have to know the order of the parameters, obviously. You can't just put them in whatever order you want.
Which is always in the manual.
Which is nearly always in the manual.
Yeah, it's a knockoff fixture from,
Yeah. There is a specific kind of petite moving profile that has a 16 parameter mode and a 25 parameter mode. It's this tall, weighs about 15 pounds. It's got a black plastic housing with a sort of distinctive looking fan vent hole. There's a company somewhere, I believe in China, that manufactures these. And there are at least 100 million companies that sell it with a different name. Not 100 million, there's like 12. But every time I see this fixture, I see it with a new label on it. I don't understand exactly how this happened. I think it's probably Amazon's fault. But that fixture, if you find one, you found them all. We don't have that specific fixture in QLab's lighting definition library. A little principled. I don't want to make it seem as though someone should use that light and get disappointed the minute after they really need it and it breaks. But that manual doesn't have the map. So like someone has sent us a list of what they think is the DMX address, and we've done our best. If the manual doesn't tell the truth, though, our hands are pretty tied.
I bought the LED power version of that fixture.
Of that fixture.
Yeah. I needed a demo for class, and all my LEDs were in use.
So you bought that light.
I bought a $40 fixture that shipped from China.
And for the few of those, we do have. We do have a section called generic. And in the generic section, we have RGB, RGB 16-bit, RGB AW, RGBW. If any of you feel that this list of generic definitions should be expanded, you have a proposal, lay it on me. Happy to do it. But there are some manufacturers who feel that pan tilt should go first. There are some manufacturers who feel pan tilt go at the end of the parameter list. Some manufacturers RGB, some manufacturers CMY, one manufacturer is YCM. I'm not sure why, but that's what they do. So some generics don't work well enough, but these I think do, and if you think I should add to it, lay it on me. Yeah?
Do you have hazers in that?
We have some. Let's see, Froggy's I think is in here. Yeah. I mean, it's a cool machine, but oh my goodness. 2 consumable fluids that I don't want all over my stage. Yeah, but they are pretty. Anyway, so yeah, there are some hazers and foggers and things in here. And again, really excited to hear from you all. If you have a strong opinion about a fixture that should be universally available, let me know. Happy to put it in, unless it's that PRG full universe fixture, in which case I'm not happy, but I will do it anyway. It's this tall. It needs 3-phase power. Okay. Any more lighting questions? We can come back later if you think of one later. It's not your last chance. Okay, great. We are going to completely change gears now and go to hardware requirements of QLab. Hardware requirements for QLab 5, Mac OS 11. That's it. Huzzah. Okay, next topic. Practically speaking, any Mac with an Apple Silicon processor is going to do great. I cannot overstate the value of the Apple Silicon processor over an Intel processor when actually getting good performance out of QLab or any other media type application. It is the rare example of someone inventing something that is both better and cheaper, because that's what happened. 8 gigabytes of RAM is a productive minimum if you don't have any other thing to go on. If you're not sure what kind of show you're going to be doing and you want to be ready for not the minimum, 8 gigabytes of RAM for right now is a great minimum to imagine if you just don't know. A solid-state hard disk inside your Mac that is big enough to hold your show, ideal. If you need to put your show on an external media, that's fine. I cannot recommend strongly enough that you only use SSDs. They are more expensive than hard disks, but the very slowest SSD is 7 times faster than the very fastest hard disk. Also, if you drop a hard disk while it is switched on from a mere few inches above your desk, you can ruin it forever. And there are some SSDs that you can drop from very alarming heights without damaging. So that's a nice plus as well, but mostly it's about how bleeding fast they are. If you are doing video in QLab, one of the things you need to understand is how many external displays your Mac supports. If you are doing video in QLab and you only need one external display, like I'm doing here, this display is just a mirror of this. But this whole demo, this whole class, I've just been using one external display. So this whole class, I could have been using a Mac that supports only one external display, and that's any Apple Silicon Mac. Easy, done, check. But what do I know exactly? Any M1 or M2 based Mac supports one 6K 60 Hertz display other than what we will call in QLab terms the operator display. For a Mac Mini, that's a second display plugged in, but for a Mac, an iMac or a laptop, it's the built-in monitor that's the operator display. So an M1 or M2 based Mac will support one 6K 60 Hertz external, which means if you use a display divider like the quad head to go, triple head to go, data path, or the a.k.a. HA4, you can turn that one 6K 60 Hertz into something sliced into quarters. So you can fake out your computer and get more displays. But we're going to still say it's one display.
Can you name that splitter again?
Yeah, the Matrox quad head to go, QUAD HEAD number 2 go. They also make one called the triple head to go. They make like 11 of them. I don't remember which edition is current. A step up in price and a step up in flexibility and frankly a step up in build quality is the DataPath FX4 or HX4. And then a sort of lateral step is the a.k.a. HA4. The a.k.a. takes HDMI in and I think gives you 4 SDIs out. I wouldn't swear to it though. The a.k.a. HA4 is great. The a.k.a. is great because it's completely unnecessary to configure it. Video in, video out, it's in quarters, get on with my day. The other ones are groovy, very groovy, and require some configuring. Salud. If you have a Mac with an M1 Pro display, it supports 2 6K 60 Hertz displays plus the operator monitor. If you have a Mac with an M1 Max chip, it supports 3 6K 60 Hertz plus the operator monitor. If you have a Mac with an M1 Ultra processor, it supports 4 6K 60 Hertz over Thunderbolt plus 1 4K 60 Hertz over HDMI. Monstrous. If you have a Mac with an M2 Pro, it supports either 2 6K 60 Hertz or 1K 60 over Thunderbolt plus 1 4K 144 Hertz over HDMI, or a single 8K screen at 60 Hertz on the HDMI port, or a single 4K screen at 240 Hertz on the HDMI screen. OMG, exactly. Plus the operator monitor. If you have a Mac with an M2 Max CPU, it's 3-in-1 or 2-in-1 or 1. 3 6K 60 on Thunderbolt plus 1 4K 144 on HDMI, blah, 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 blah. In short, if you have a Mac with a Max or Ultra chip in it, you have essentially 3 very high resolution rasters coming out of your Mac in addition to the built-in screen in the laptop to play with. You could take an M2 Max laptop, such as the one sitting right in front of Chris, take the HDMI out, put it into an a.k.a. HA4 and get 4 HD screens. Then take two Thunderbolt display outputs here. I'm sorry, two Thunderbolt outputs here. Put Thunderbolt to HDMI adapters on those. Put AJA HA4s on those and get another 4 each. So now we're talking about 12. And all of that is separate from adding a Blackmagic device, which could then have non-native displays coming out. And all of that is separate from NDI output. Once we get into that territory, though, we're talking about the processing limitations, not the number of screen limitations. This is just a number of screens that's supported. How much processing juice it takes to do something interesting with all those screens is a separate question, and it's very difficult to predict. I cannot overstate this. If you are doing something wild, like I'm starting to describe, start small, add pieces one at a time, and test an approximation of your design as you go. Work your way up until you can see what your computer can handle. While you are working in video land, the thing to watch for is stuttering playback or unsmooth fades, choppy fades. And what you will soon be looking for, soon?
So I was just checking, did we release this?
It doesn't seem to be here now. Is it in here by default when? Yeah, so this is the public release. So in a soon version of QLab, there will be another tab in the Workspace Status window that shows some video performance behavior as it plays live. How fast are we updating?
I think that might be 5.3.
5.3, okay,
Yeah.
so soon. 5.3 is soon with wavy fingers and the sound of a bell tree.
Where will my computer tell me that information?
What?
What I have.
Right where you.
Here,
Right.
on this slide.
Yeah, no, but like which one, like,
No, he's going to show you. Under the Apple menu, about this Mac,
So you have
Overview.
Intel, so none of these are yours because those are all the silicon.
oh yeah, I have the Intel
So you have-
i9.
Yeah.
So the i9, which is a dynamite CPU, by the way, and I have nothing bad to say about it, other than the speed at which it will burn through your battery when you make it work hard, which is not its fault. The i9 MacBook Pros supported at least 2 displays, external,
2 external.
at least 2.
Okay, so I could put an external monitor and a projector and have different things on.
Yes.
Okay.
But because this story is fairly easy to tell with Apple Silicon Macs, if I open up the door to Intel-based Macs, we would be here for the rest of the afternoon discussing the permutations. So that's why I have skipped over it.
And Sam said this at the top, but it bears repeating that so we were working on rewriting the video engine for QLab 5 before Apple Silicon came out. Apple had given everyone plenty of heads up that they were going to retire OpenGL, that they were moving to a system they had designed to be more modern, that was going to be more performant, and it was. It was, in the early versions of the new video engine, we'd run it on Intel machines and be like, oh yeah, this works better. I mean, not like wildly so, but it's better. That's fine. And then when Apple Silicon came out and we ran the same tests, we thought something had gone wrong. Like it was.
We thought we wrote the tests wrong.
We thought we were doing the test wrong because it was so wildly better that we would just keep adding video and nothing was happening. And just add more video, and we're like, well, clearly we're doing something wrong with the test. And it was just because Apple Silicon was so stupid fast, particularly with Metal, which clearly they had been designing with Apple Silicon in mind and not been telling anybody. That combination is absurd. And it just completely changes how the calculation for what normal people can do with video. It is possibly a once-in-a-lifetime kind of change. You just need to understand how big of a change that is.
I have at home an external Thunderbolt box that supports PCI cards. It's made by Sonnet. They make a bunch of them. So my PCI box contains a PCI card from Blackmagic. It's their middle range PCI card. It has 4 SDI outputs. Each of them does a single HD output. On my M1 Max laptop, I can play to those 4 HD outputs 4 HD videos each in a corner of each of the 4 screens at 60 frames per second and not drop a frame. And that is not easy to do on an older Mac.
A Mac Mini from today outperforms a Mac Pro trash can that is in every regional theater right now by like a huge margin.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
So if you're having performance problems with your Intel Mac, I encourage you to consider even a cheap new Mac. The only new Mac I do not recommend is the very cheapest of the laptops, which deliberately, but only the cheapest Air. The very cheapest Air uses a CPU that has usually one GPU core disabled. And it's because when you make chips, sometimes one or more spots on the chip are broken. And if you can sell that chip at a lower cost, then it's not a total loss. And that's what Apple does with the cheapest Airs, which are for people who are using the Air for something other than Final Cut, and for whom one missing GPU is not a big deal. In fact, something they will literally never notice. And they will notice the couple of $100 they saved. So that is quite literally the only Mac I do not recommend if you are doing video in QLab. But for any other thing, go. Which is why I say, please just tell me which Mac I should buy. Low intensity show, any Mac with Apple Silicon. High intensity show without video, 16 gigabytes of RAM, no MacBook Air, no iMac. Oh, the iMac. The iMac does not, the iMac's not quite as fast as it could be because it's outrageously thin and has no fan. And when it gets a little warmer, it slows down a little so that it doesn't hurt itself, which is, I think, advice we could all take. All other Apple Silicon Macs will outperform even the Intel Mac Pro. This is faster than any other Mac that came before it by such a margin, it's not even funny. So you just don't need to fuss. I recently did a show in a castle with 17 video projectors spread over two Mac Pros, which cost about $32,000 each. I could replace that setup with this, which was like $5,500. Audio interfaces. Good audio interfaces include many interfaces, but this is the list that I feel confident standing behind based upon the number of times I've encountered these devices and found them to be trouble-free. Any of the Motu AVB era devices, they sort of changed their design language at that time. A lot of Motu boxes have a network port on the back, and they speak AVB, which is like an open source version of Dante. If anyone from Audinate heard me say that, I'm very sorry. It's like Dante, but it's better in some ways and more confusing in some ways. All the Motu boxes with AVB and all the ones they've been making since they started making ones with AVB are all great, highly recommended. Anything made by RME, which is a German company that is very serious about doing very well with their audio, all their interfaces are called the something face. The Digiface, the MIDI face, the baby face, the something face, fire face. They're all great. Some of them have a little bit of an Achilles heel in the temperature department. Keep them cool and they will last forever. The Focusrite Sapphire Pro, which is now discontinued, and the Claret range, great. Focusrite Scarlett Gen 2 and newer, great. Focusrite Scarlett Gen 1, trouble, goodbye. Universal Audio Volt and Apollo, little pricey. They've got some stuff that we don't really care about in QLab land, but they're very nice. iConnectivity makes very petite, slightly peculiar, very good interfaces. And of course, Dante, no audio interface necessary, highly recommended. Audio interfaces not recommended. Anything made by Presonus, they are noisy and they have mediocre drivers. Anything made by M Audio, they are physically mediocre in their build quality. They have bad drivers. All the bad things I said about Behringer, I still feel. Tascam audio interfaces have given vague and unknown indistinct problems to users in the past. Perhaps they are in the past and everything's fine now. I can't say for certain, but I've never heard from someone who said, this Tascam audio interface has really saved my neck, so I recommend it. All I've heard is nothing, or this thing acted weird and ruined my show. Avid makes good stuff that works well with Avid software, and it works fine with other software, so no thank you. Anything without balanced audio outputs. Unbalanced audio is trustworthy in a low electromagnetic interference environment, about that far. Then you get noise. So no thank you. Why bring that into your life? Questions about audio interfaces? Believe it or not, if you're having trouble, try just replacing the cable between the audio interface and the Mac. A lot of USB cables out there are badly made. A lot of USB cables out there are secretly not meant for data, just for charging your phone. So that really is the best first thing to try. And now, another stressful topic. This little oval? No, it's a rectangle with round ends. This little connector, the USB-C connector, is the source of much woe and consternation, and also the source of some very, very fast data connections. So whether or not we like it is not the important thing. It is here. We must use it, so we must understand it in order to use it well. The USB in USB-C does not mean USB, and that, to me, is the key to not being stressed out by this connector. Had they named this connector any other thing, I think everyone who has trouble with it would have less trouble with it. And yet, they named it what they named it. So if you can look at this shape and deep in your heart understand that it is just called the C connector, or any other thing, Joseph, it is just whatever, Aloysius, that is the connector that it is. And unlike the USB connector, unlike most audio connectors, this connector makes no guarantees or even implications about what kind of data is traveling across it. When you look at a speak-on connector in a theater, you are reasonably certain that you are looking at a cable that's carrying amplified audio to go to a speaker. When you look at a 5-pin XLR connector, you are reasonably certain that you're looking at DMX data. Not 100%, but reasonably. When you look at this connector, if you feel confident about what you're seeing, guess again, because it's probably something else. This connector is used for USB, but it's also used for Thunderbolt. And Thunderbolt, what is it? What is Thunderbolt? It's very fast, we know that. But what is it really? Thunderbolt is 3 other things grouped together and called one thing. Thunderbolt is PCIe plus DisplayPort plus power delivery. Talk about those 3 things one at a time. PCIe, Peripheral Component Interconnect Express, is the name. Have you ever put a card in a tower computer or seen a card from a tower computer, and it's like a big wafer, and at the bottom there's a bit with a bunch of little gold fingers? Yeah. That connector is the PCIe connector. It's quite large. PCIe is the electrical and data spec for components within the container of a computer to talk to each other. Those cards are PCIe cards. There have been different iterations of the PCI spec. PCIe 4.0, I think, is the current top of the line. The good thing about PCIe is that it is incredibly fast without being incredibly complicated. The bad thing about PCIe is that it really only works over very short distances, until some clever folks, mostly at Intel, figured out a way to make it work over long distances, up to about 6 feet without going wild. And they called that Thunderbolt. They were like, we can do PCIe, which is super fast, this far away, so we could make a cable for it instead of having a big, tall computer with put the cards in the thing. And then they thought about it a little bit more, and they thought, wouldn't it be groovy if that same cable could be to plug in your monitor too? That's where DisplayPort comes in. DisplayPort can be best understood by talking about something else, which is HDMI. HDMI you've met, I assume. It goes between your DVD player and your TV. It goes between anything that makes video and anything that wants to see video. DisplayPort is a connector that looks like HDMI, but not quite the same. HDMI is like flat on the top and the bottom with inward tilting sides on both sides with a little dent. Also, you may have noticed that if you pull it out too quickly, You rip the whole cable off the end of the connector and you're left with 1,000 little gold fingers. DisplayPort was meant to be the computer side of HDMI. It's flat, flat, flat angle, and it just feels like a little bit burlier and beefier than HDMI, and it's got a little locking tab that's very irritating. HDMI was invented to be a home video consumer media connector. DisplayPort was invented to be a computer video connector. And they both evolved over time, similarly. And then we found ourselves in a VHS Betamax situation, and then DisplayPort lost. Which is fine. It's a connector that, fewer connectors is easier. You put a DisplayPort on the side of this thing, and then you go to a boardroom to try to give a presentation, and you're stuck. But HDMI, no problem. Plug it right in and go. So I understand why it lost. But the data language that the DisplayPort connector used did not die, did not get lost. It lives on. When you plug a Thunderbolt cable into your Mac and the other end of the Thunderbolt cable into your studio display or your Dell 5K or your, what's the one that's with the wiggly stand? The LG Ultrafine, right? They all use a Thunderbolt connection, and you get very high resolution, very high frame rate, very good picture quality, because DisplayPort, the language, is being used over the Thunderbolt connection between the Mac and the screen. With me so far? Power delivery is how you can plug in a USB-C cable and charge your Mac. Have you noticed that some, in fact many, USB devices get their power from the USB cable? They just drink power off of the Mac. USB itself offers a certain amount of voltage and a certain amount of wattage. Power delivery said, that's a groovy idea, let's do that. But let's do more of it. Let's invent a series of little rules and resistors and wires that you connect or don't connect in the connector, where when you first plug a USB-C connector in, it offers the basic voltage and wattage that all USB connectors have offered since the beginning of USB. But if the other receiving device knows the secret handshake, it can get more voltage and more wattage, all the way up to a limit of, I think, 240 watts at 48 volts. Does that sound right to anyone? I think 48 volts DC, total of 240 watts, which is a lot of juice. That's why your Mac charges relatively fast using a USB-C power brick and charges very slow using a tiny USB-C power brick. The little tiny brick says, I can't give you more than this. The Mac says, fine, I will sip and not gulp. So power delivery included in the Thunderbolt cable means now I've got one cable that's connecting to my monitor, to my high-speed data peripherals, and power. Wonderful, lovely, lovely. If only we'd left it at that. But we didn't. Because someone came along, and that someone is the USB Standards Organization. And they said, we want to use that connector too. It is, after all, called the USB-C connector. So we're going to put the USB back in USB-C. The USB-C connector is used also for USB 2, USB 3, USB 3.1, USB 3.2, and USB 4. Those sound like several versions of one thing. They are best thought of as several completely different things. The difference between USB 3.1 and 3.2 is about as big as the difference between USB 2 and USB 3. Someone in charge of naming there is asleep at the wheel, in my opinion. And this is very hard to keep track of, especially because USB 4, oh, I jumped the gun. I thought that was my next line. USB 4 is just Thunderbolt 4. That's all it is. The USB-C connector has many little pins, and some of the pins are optional. If you have certain pins connected, then it can be used for USB 2. If you have additional other pins, then it can also be used for USB 3. Other pins, 3.1, other pins, 3.2, other pins, USB 4 and Thunderbolt. Only if all of the pins are connected can you use the cable for USB 4 or Thunderbolt. Some devices which want to speak USB 4, when you plug in a partially connected cable, say, I see only some pins. I will pretend to be a USB 3 device, and the human will be none the wiser. Okay, that's nice for things just working. it is not nice for helping you know what is going on. So, I recommend a USB-C cable tester. This one is from caberqu.com, caberqu.com. Plug in one cable to both sides, and all the little lights light up and tell you what's connected on the cable. If fewer lights light up, throw the cable away. And never wonder why your extremely high-performance hard disk and your extremely high-performance Mac is ticking along at USB 2 speeds. Why? Well, it's because you've got a cable there that's trying to send all this data down one wire. I think this might have been 20 bucks. CABERQU, caberqu.com. This is the person on Tindy.
They make an HDMI one too that's also could come in clutch.
Yeah. As far as I know, no one makes one of these that's really good except this guy. Maybe I'm wrong. I'd like to be wrong because I think these should be everywhere. In fact, as someone said on Mastodon the other day, why can't you just plug both ends of a USB-C cable into a Mac and it tells you what's going on? Right? Get on it. But I don't know if that's possible for a developer to write, but if it is, someone out there has got an opportunity to become the next must-have utility for this weird little lecture. CABERQU.com. A USB-C cable tester. Take your USB-C cable, plug it into both sides. Do the demo live. Oh, they have an A to C one too? That's cute. I believe there's a little quirk about it, and we're about to prove that or not prove that.
It's $31.75.
$31.75. Worth every penny.
Oh, without case, yes, without case.
Yeah, there is a little quirk. So this is a Thunderbolt 4 cable that I know to be good. And when I plug it in, it shows everything connected except on one side, the D plus and D minus lights are dark. That is, I believe, an electrical quirk about the way that it tests. It is impossible for the D plus and D minus cable to be dark on one side and light on the other, and for that to be true, because the D plus and the D minus cable wire are absolutely mandatory for all USB-C cables. If the D plus and D minus are not connected, nothing happens. So that's a little quirk to know about with this particular tester. Oh yeah, and when I flip the wire over, it's the opposite side of the tester that shows them as dark. So it's just either a quirk of my particular copy or a quirk of the way that this thing works electrically. So here is every single light except on one side and every single light except D plus and D minus on the other. This is a full-featured cable. When I plug this cable between my Mac and any device with a USB-C hole on it, whatever that device wants, this cable will provide. Be it Thunderbolt 4, Thunderbolt 3, USB 4, USB 3, USB 3.1, 3.2, or USB 2. Yeah? Okie dokie. The only reason, on a practical level, why it really matters to understand all this mishigas is because some USB-C manufacturers do not, and I believe deliberately do not, tell you whether the device uses USB-C USB or USB-C Thunderbolt. They leave that vague. This is my Belkin USB-C to Ethernet adapter. Okay, USB-C is the name of this connector. RJ45 or 8P8C is the name of this connector. Ethernet is what this is doing. What is this doing? It's not USB-C because that's the name of a connector, not a language. I know from testing that this is a Thunderbolt to USB-C. I'm sorry, Thunderbolt to Ethernet adapter. But there is no way to know that just from looking at it because it doesn't say anywhere. This could be Thunderbolt. This could be USB 3. It could be USB 2. But only by testing it do I know that it is in fact Thunderbolt, because it connects when it plugs in over the PCIe bus, not over the USB bus on the inside of the computer. So there are USB-C Ethernet adapters that are either Thunderbolt or USB-C. There are video adapters, HDMI, USB-C. What does it say on it? Well, it says in gray on white, thank you, Apple, USB-C to display, USB-C to HDMI and USB adapter. Okay, it is USB-C, but what? Video via DisplayPort is what we want. Video via USB is possible and not what we want. What you want is to have Thunderbolt Ethernet adapters, DisplayPort HDMI adapters, so that you are getting the most performance available. The only way to know for sure is to plug it in and test, or to look for that goofy little lightning bolt. The little lightning bolt is the logo for Thunderbolt. It is a registered trademark. When you pay the licensing fee to make a Thunderbolt device, when you buy the special Thunderbolt controller chip that goes in this weirdly long plug, which costs a lot of money, which is why this cable is so expensive, you get the right to use that little lightning bolt. And the little lightning bolt connotes the Thunderboltness of the cable, and so it's in your best interests as a manufacturer to brag about the fact that you spent that money, which will explain to the customer why they should spend the money on your more expensive cable. Look for the lightning bolt. It will not lie to you. That we know is Thunderbolt. This we had to test to figure out that it used DisplayPort and not USB. How did I test it? Bandwidth. I put this at the end of a chain of Thunderbolt things and looked to see whether the hard disk in between. Okay, here we go. Here's a hard disk that has Thunderbolt in and through, or really here was a hub that had Thunderbolt in and out. Then I put a hard disk on that hub. And then I did a speed reading test. And I plugged my Mac into that, and I plugged that into this and this into the monitor. And then when the monitor comes on, there is a rule in Thunderbolt that says displays get priority. So when the high-res monitor came on, did my hard disk speed plummet? No, it did not. So I know that this is Thunderbolt. If the hard disk speed plummeted, it would have meant that this coming on had to re-switch all of the signal chain across the entire bus.
But there's no tester like the...
No, there's not something really simple and useful like there really ought to be.
Can you, with your tester and a cable plugged into the USB-C hole there?
That USB-C hole is just power delivery. Oh. And the only way that I know that is that Apple's little tiny icon that looks like an aerial view of a passing lane shows me that it's only power delivery. The only pins connected on this socket are the ones involved in power delivery.
Okay. So the Apple brand one is a good one.
The Apple brand display adapter is not bad. I don't love it physically because this thing is kind of heavy. I tell you what, I don't love StarTech. I do like Anchor, but I don't think they make display adapters. I do generally trust Belkin, and I super duper trust CalDigit and OWC. OWC makes a lot of USB-C stuff, but they label it as such, so that a reasonable person can make some choices. CalDigit and OWC and Belkin, recommended.
So I'm going to add one to your list.
Yeah.
We do. The other part of our department is all the classrooms at Hopkins.
Yeah.
So we deal with a lot of professors with a lot of different Macs and stuff.
Yeah.
And when the M1, M2s came in, it wreaked havoc on our Crestron systems.
Yeah. Well, everything wreaks havoc on Crestron, delicate
Yes.
little flower that it is.
I completely agree. But a off-brand version that is not ridiculous is Moikin, M-O-I-K-I-N.
Moikin.
Uh-huh. And it's what I have on mine. It's what we use all over campus, and it was the only one that we could find that was not $100 and whatever. where we could reliably plug it in and have people actually display something to
Great.
the system.
Good to know.
Yeah.
There are two other things you can do to know that I'm aware of, and maybe you have more ideas as well. If the thing asks you to install software, never plug it into your computer or look at it again. Any video adapter that wants you to install software is about to lie to you. Because there's a thing called display link. There are actually two things called display link. One of them is internal to programming that you will never need to deal with and is very important. The other one is the software you will be asked to install to make this groovy and inexpensive USB video adapter work. And that is a pile of hacks and lies. You want nothing to do with it. You don't want to go anywhere near it. It is what makes shows crash and operators call you in a fury at half hour. Not that that ever happened to me recently. Not that recently, it was like 10 years ago. But that's when I learned about display link and the lies that it tells us. So if your display adapter wants you to install software, instead deposit display adapter into wastebasket and proceed with life. That's one way to test. Another thing to do to check is if two display adapters that appear to be the same, made by different manufacturers, are wildly different prices, it's actually reasonable to assume that the more expensive one is Thunderbolt and the cheaper one is USB. It is not certain whatsoever. It is definitely true with Ethernet adapters, two identical looking Ethernet adapters, especially from the same manufacturer. The more expensive one will be Thunderbolt, the cheaper one will be USB. When you plug an Ethernet adapter into your computer, you can go to About This Mac, System Report, and the Ethernet adapter will either show up on the PCI bus or it will show up on the USB bus. If it shows up on the PCI bus, disco. If it shows up on the USB bus and you don't need Dante, okay. But you know it's the slower one. Since USB 4 equals Thunderbolt 4, if something says that it's USB 4, you're good to go, whether or not it has the lightning bolt. Note the missing space between the B and the 4. I don't make these rules. USB 4 has been updated and is called USB 4 version 2. Why is it called that? Why is it not called USB 5 or USB 4.1 like the pattern that was established in the past? I do not know. I do not make these rules. Good luck to you all. If this lecture was not long enough for you, which I find highly unlikely, there exists in our manual an even longer version of it. Understanding USB-C goes into all the gory details. It is comparatively up to date, but it is just so sad to me how much more work that article needs every time I look at it, because things have changed inexplicably in a way that makes no sense to anyone. It was something I created because I was looking for the answers to the questions I was asking and not finding them in one place. So that is something that you can refer to if you need more detail. And that is hardware. Questions here? Questions on the internet?
You go.
Okay, great.
Oh, actually, there's one. Do you have any thoughts or feelings about the Roland devices? There was someone saying Roland Octocapture seems pretty good. Which
The
I think
Octocapture is great.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it for sale recently, so if that's just been my bad luck, then I fully endorse it. The last time I used it was many years ago, and it was completely solid. But I haven't seen it for sale recently, so I hadn't thought about it. Yeah, Roland seems pretty all right. Oh, Zoom, not Zoom, the video conferencing software that we all now intimately understand, but Zoom, the folks who make field recorders. The Zoom field recorders have a built-in USB audio interface mode. It's not the most convenient physical design, but I've found them to be pretty good as USB audio interfaces. And I didn't even bother mentioning Metric Halo. Metric Halo makes, I think, fairly indisputably the best audio interfaces in the world. They are priced accordingly. They will outlast you and your children and your children's children, as long as they are treated with a modicum of respect. They are incredibly well made. But they are priced to match that incredibly well made quality. Metric halo. Okay. Workflow tools. These are tools in QLab that aren't really about cues, aren't about things that audience will ever directly see or experience, but which are about making your life easier while working in QLab. So my hope is that by going from something like this ridiculous pile of nonsense to something that's actually going to make your life directly easier, I will cleanse your spirit of that experience. The first tool is Find. If you're in a workspace, looking at the main workspace window, and you go to the Tools menu, go to the Edit menu and choose Find, or type Command F, the toolbar disappears. And in its place, a Find box, which lets you type words. The Find box searches the name, number, target name, and the contents of OSC commands, the contents, I believe, of MIDI commands and of light commands, of cues in the current cue list. And it makes them yellow while you're finding. You can use the arrow keys here to move around between the found cues. You can click that button to select the found cues. And then Done makes the Find tool go away. While multiple cues are selected, look in the Basics tab and notice that the area where you would ordinarily be able to edit the cue number instead is a menu, 3 selected cues. When you click that menu, you have an option to select only a certain type of cue out of the group of cues that are selected. So if I have many cues selected, and I choose Select Only Text Cues, QLab will refine the selection to just the text cues that I selected, and unselect all the other cues. It's not really part of Find, but it's, sort of part of Find. Batch Edit is the ability of QLab to edit the properties of more than one cue at a time. So when I have multiple cues selected, the inspector shows me all of the parameters that I might be able to adjust of all of the cues that are selected at once. If they currently have mixed values, QLab will tell me mixed. If they all currently have the same value, then they will look as normal. But when I make a change, all the selected cues get that change. If I have many cues selected of different types, the batch editable parameters will be few. If I have many cues selected of the same type, the batch editable parameters will be more. And also, not all parameters are batch editable. We are slowly expanding the number of batch editable parameters over time. If you have a favorite parameter that you wish you could edit in bulk that you can't right now, we'd love to hear about it. I think we just added batch editing for something, Brent.
More fade parameters in network and MIDI queue.
Right. More fade parameters in the network and the MIDI queue will be batch fadeable in the next release of QLab. So we're working forward on that. That's batch edit. Load to time is a way to start a queue, or more than one queue, from somewhere other than the beginning of the queue. I will demonstrate. Go away. So when I roll this cue, it plays from the very beginning. But if this cue is used maybe in a dance, and we are rehearsing the dance, and we don't need to rehearse the first 10 seconds of the dance, the choreographer might say to me, hey, can we pick up from 10 seconds in? I will say sure. And I will then choose either Tools, Load to Time, or I will or I will type Command T. While one or more cues are selected, load to time, I'm sorry, the playhead. The playhead needs to be on a cue to load to time. When the playhead is sitting at a cue, load to time lets me type in an amount of time, and then when the cue is started, it starts from that time instead of from the beginning. There are a couple of other things that you can do here, though, that make it a little bit more interesting. First of all, you can scrub and watch the duration go. So if you're trying to sort of hunt around, is it here? I'm typing V to preview. Preview plays a cue without moving the playhead. No. Stop. Here. No. Here. Yeah, that's where I want to be. OK, great. So you can use the scrub, this bar to scrub like that. But you can also load to time using a negative number. A negative number loads to time, but back from the end of the cue. So the choreographer says, let's take the last 15 seconds of that number, please. You go minus 15, enter, and now you hear the last 15 seconds of the cue. Minus 30, and now we're doing minus 10, minus 20, minus 30, and now we can do corporate AV work, since those apparently are the three most important buttons in corporate AV work I learned while I was doing it once. So that's negative load to time. If you have a whole cue sequence, series of cues linked together with continues and follows, or a group cue, a timeline group cue, for example, load to time treats all of the cue sequence as a single event. So you can load to time into a series of autofollows or back from the end of a series of autofollows. And that's load to time. Paste.
Is that something that, let's say the time came when slices were named, that maybe load to time could also be load to slice, where you could then...
Seems like something like that seems doable. I don't really know exactly how it would work because we haven't designed it. But something like that seems possible. And it's another example, I think, of how a named slice might be valuable. Paste cue properties, we started to do some of, I think, even on the first day, right? We did this? Yeah, but just to review, when you copy a cue and then select one or more other cues, and then instead of paste, you choose paste cue properties or Command-Shift-V, this sheet appears, which is analogous to batch edit, right? Of all the cues that are selected, the batch editable properties appear here, and you can check the box and say, of the copied cue, take these parameters and paste onto the selected cues. I want to talk briefly about the keyboard shortcuts, though, because they are interesting to me. On this side, you see a couple of keyboard shortcuts that are true only when this window is up. The letter A toggles all checkboxes. The letter C clears the all checkboxes, unchecking all of them. The letter P toggles on and off the checkboxes belonging to the set of checkboxes you last used. So if I do fancy paste, and I select a very exact subset of checkboxes, this exact set of parameters is what I want to paste. The next time I use paste cue properties, I can type P, and all those exact same checkboxes will be checked. So if you know you're doing a repeated operation, okay, well, it's like the second day of previews, and all these cues need to have a really specific adjustment made to them. I can do that on one, and then copy, and then paste cue properties. And then the next day, you say, oh, I need to do it in stages. So you copy, paste some, and then an hour later, you have to make more changes, paste some again. You can toggle previous. Then we have also 3 keyboard shortcuts. One toggles on and off. Here, I'm going to clear first. 1 toggles on and off all the checkboxes pertinent to audio levels. 2 toggles on and off all the checkboxes pertinent to video geometry. And 3 toggles on and off boxes pertinent to integrated fade curve. Here you can set the default set of checkboxes that you want checked when the paste cue properties sheet opens. Me, I always leave it checked on previous set. So every time I Command-Shift-V, the same checkboxes that I used last time are already checked. And that is paste cue properties, or as we affectionately call it, fancy paste. Record cue sequence is a tool that lets you perform a series of goes that QLab captures and makes repeatable. So here I have a series of cues that are parts for a thunderstorm. Got some wind, got some rain, got 4 thunder cues. Something that I've discovered in my design work is that no matter what, if I manually type in pre-weights, I always end up feeling like I've got an unnatural series of events in time. It doesn't feel organic. So what I'd like to be able to do is watch the scene. I'm doing, I don't know, a McDonough play probably with this soundtrack. Watch the scene, follow the action, and decide for the most dramatic moment for each thunderclap to come. So I go to the Tools menu and I choose Record Cue Sequences. Here, I ask the Tools menu, please make me a series of start cues in a timeline grouped cue. And then I press Start Recording. While that's recording, QLab just watches for go. It doesn't care what else I'm doing, it just watches for go. And once I press my first go, I see 1 cue recorded. Now it's time for the rain. Now 2 cues are recorded. Now the scene starts to progress. Someone calls someone a very dirty word because this is a McDonough play, and thunder happens. Someone else makes an ominous threat. It's time for more thunder. Let some time go on. Things cool off a little. Then the tension builds again. Time for more thunder. Then it's time for a thunderclap that I think maybe should be that second thunder again. And then we'll round it out with my last thunderclap. Now I press stop. And now I have a group cue, recorded sequence of 7 cues, which is start cues, which start the cues that I started. QLab just watched me and made start cues whose pre-weight accurately reflects the time between me pressing go. So now when I run this recorded sequence of 7 cues, I get an exactly repeatable, or an exact repetition of the performance that I gave with my go button. It doesn't matter if I use a MIDI go or the space bar or click on the go button with the mouse, it's all the same. But the timing is what's exact. Yeah?
Switch out those start cues to be audio cues rather than having the 2 blocks.
So the reason it needs to be this way is because it allows you to trigger a cue more than once, right? So, and QLab doesn't want to do stuff to your cues unless you know for sure that it's going to. So that's why it has to start out this way. For me, this guy, if I really like what I've made, for my own sort of logic and for making it easier to work with later and adjust, I will take these cues, manually copy over these times, and create one sequence. But I don't have to. I could easily just tuck this away in some other cue list and then have this in my main cue list that the operator operates, and they'd never be the wiser.
But if you deleted those, then...
Yeah, if I delete that, I'm sunk.
Then, because the recorded sequence is referencing those.
Yes.
So
The recorded sequence is just start cues which target the cues inside my thunderstorm parts group.
Okay.
It sure doesn't, because a start cue can start any kind of cue. And the cue sequence recorder is just making start cues.
This connects with a question in the chat really nicely. Someone was asking, is there a way to build this with MIDI cues to fire a desk, for example? And what you're describing is that exact answer, which is if I'm starting the MIDI cues, that's what will be recorded to re-trigger the lighting desk,
right,
or whatnot. And just as an anecdotal side note, I find that this tool is really handy for working with people who aren't directly working with QLab. Like if you have a director or someone who's like trying to get a certain feel and they can't quite describe it to you, and you just say, you just tell me when you want it to go, and then you're going to get back exactly what that person wanted. Can be a handy shortcut to a lot of zhuzhing and, well, it was a little too slow and a little too fast. Like, you just tell me, and we'll do exactly what you tell me.
Yeah, yeah. You just tell me and we'll do exactly what you tell me. Exactly.
You just press spacebar.
Just press spacebar. Right, or just give this to my anxious director and say, here, just press that when you're happy. Yeah?
I have a question. So for this exact situation that you're showing, there's a few of these creations that you're making. It's now midnight. You're going to be back at 8 in the morning. You have the director who would like to listen to some of those specific moments, to hear some issues, to come back to tell you what to do in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
What would be, because I know you're going to do collaboration, which is over a local network. Right?
Yeah, and best believe my director is not doing anything to do with that. My director will not be collaborating into my computer at all. My director will be sitting far, far away from my machinery, watching the play.
Right, so I guess my question would be, is there a way I could take that creation and just share a file independent for them to listen to via QLab?
QLab can't make recordings. So no.
Okay, so through, yeah, okay.
And what you can do is, if you're using a Yamaha desk, put a USB stick in the slot, use its 2-track recorder, run a cue, and hit stop, and give them the USB stick. Or you could create the virtual version of that on your computer by going to Dante Controller, taking all the Dante outputs of your QLab Mac and feeding them into a multi-track recorder running on your Mac or on another computer. Or you could go into your audio patch and take every output, copy it to another Dante channel, probably lower that down a great deal just in case so that you don't overload it, and then take that one channel and use it as the input in another recording program. All of those things are possible. But QLab itself won't record an audio file because it's not a recording tool. All right. I think that is the most opportune moment to take our afternoon 5. So let's do that. Let's take a short break, 5-ish to 8-ish minutes, and then pick up with the rest of workflow tools, including auditioning and collaboration. Thank you. Shall we? All right. Back. Workflow tools continued. Workspace status window is next. We've been looking at the workspace status window on and off over the last several days. Under the window menu, workspace status, or keyboard shortcut, Command-Shift-W. We know about the warnings tab from when we were talking about warnings. We know about the ArtNet tab from when we were talking about ArtNet. We know about the triggers tab from when we were talking about triggers. So the only two tabs left are the logs tab and the info tab. The info tab is simplest. The info tab shows us the workspace ID, which is a unique identifier for this workspace, and the machine ID, which is a unique identifier for this Mac. Both of those are special QLab only codes. The workspace ID hypothetically will never ever change, although there is a very, 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 very small chance. Is it Mac UUID related? So if I copy this to another Mac that has coincidentally the same workspace ID, does it change itself? Or do I just have two workspaces with the same ID?
The workspace ID, so the trick with unique IDs.
Does it change itself or not? Like if there's a conflict?
Yes.
It does.
If you open them at the same time.
If you open them
at the same time.
Okay. So there's like a 1 in a gazillion chance. But mostly, this is a completely unique number. Is that fair?
Yes, I think I'm following. Sorry, my brain's a little.
No, it's okay. You're doing
yes,
the stream.
Yes.
Great. Workspace ID is almost never something you need to know. But once in a while, if you're doing complicated network queue routing, or if you are trying to diagnose a complicated problem on a computer where more than one QLab workspace is running at a time, we may ask you, what's the workspace ID of this workspace? So most of the time, you do not need to know. But there it is if you do need it. Generally, any situation in which you will need to know the workspace ID will start with you discovering that you need to know the workspace ID. And so now you know where to find it. Machine ID, likewise, is almost only necessary for troubleshooting problems which you will be led to needing to know it, and then now you know where to find it in the info tab. Sorry to put you on the spot in that weird way. The logs tab is a temporary logging tab that lets you log Q triggers, MIDI input, OSC input, and OSC replies. When you open this tab and check a box and then do some stuff, if the stuff you did is in the category of the box you checked, things get added to the log. So here, I turned on Q triggers and I ran a Q trigger. And it said at 15:33 and 44 seconds, we triggered Q W04 workflow tools. Well, really what I did was I started a queue inside this group queue. And so this queue, the queue list, which is technically a group queue, the queue list started. What did I trigger? Media logging, which is the name of this queue, which is a group queue, triggering log media playback, which is the queue inside that group queue, and I triggered fade log media playback, which is another queue inside that group queue. So by hitting go, while this queue triggers checkbox was checked, I see an exact record of all the things that got started. If I were to go up here and preview this queue by hitting the V key, I see that those were also triggered. If, while I'm giving this little lecture, if this were almost a little less than a half an hour from now, and my wall clock trigger for the airplane chime went off, that would just appear in here. So this is a way of letting you know exactly what happened and when. MIDI input, likewise, only reviews incoming MIDI. So every time I press a key, I get the MIDI message associated with the key, and when I release a key, I get the MIDI message associated with releasing that key. If I run these MIDI faders up and down, I get a full log of the values sent by those faders. All 8 faders to full, lots of logging. Yeah? OSC input, clear logs will clear things. OSC input will show me any OSC messages that arrive at QLab. So if you and your lighting department are having a disagreement over whether the problem at hand is that they are failing to send OSC or you are failing to receive OSC, this can be a place to help settle that dispute. And then OSC replies is a log of all the OSC messages going out from QLab in response to an incoming message. So if I say, I'm quite sure I'm sending a message to you, but I'm not hearing anything back, is it because it's not leaving QLab? Or is it because it's not arriving at my machine? And this can help you suss that out. And that is the Workspace Status window. We were soon going to add another tab to the Workspace Status window, which gives you some statistics and logging information about video playback performance. But since that does not yet exist, there's no point in describing it in detail. Yeah?
Is there a way, other than just copy paste or copy whatever, to save the log? So if we were to say, hey, I'm having a conversation with somebody at 3 and I have this problem and this is what it does, and you guys say, okay, try it, send us the log. Like, do you just copy paste the log?
The log we want you to send us is a different log.
Okay.
But yeah, you could just copy everything you find in here and paste it into a text document.
Okay.
So we may say, all right, go to the Logs tab in the Workspace Status window, run your queues, and then copy paste that stuff to us. But when we talk about sending us the logs, that's something else, which I will hit within the hour.
Okay.
Speaking of different logs, oh yeah, Alec.
Is there a deliberate choice why like just OSC output in general is not a checkbox option there?
I guess because once you run a queue that sends OSC output, either it does or it doesn't succeed, and the log won't tell you much more than did you run the queue, right? So like, since the log is inside of QLab, it can't look from the outside to tell you whether it successfully departed. So it doesn't give you much added information. If I just run the queue, the log will say, yeah, you ran that queue.
One other reason is that MIDI and OSC output can be quite busy, and probably we would want to put a little more design work into this log before we put that much information into it, just to make it digestible in some way. I mean, I could absolutely see it being useful to get even more detailed logs of the output, but we need to put more design work into it, I think, to make it really something you could use.
And to make sure that it's something that doesn't have a performance effect just by virtue of being switched on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okie dokie. Speaking of logs that are not the logs we want you to send us, media logging. Some folks who use QLab in a broadcast environment need specific logging information about media playback, right? So if you use QLab in a radio station, you have to report to your producer, who has to report to ASCAP and BMI, exactly what songs got played and exactly for how long and at what time. If you go to the QLab menu, to QLab Preferences, in the General tab, down at the bottom, it says Log Media Playback. And if that box is checked, playback of audio and video files will be logged to a spreadsheet saved alongside the workspace. And you can use that spreadsheet to send to ASCAP or BMI or whatever you like. If this is something that you don't need, then you don't need it. But if it is something that you do need, you really do need it. The pop-out inspector we talked about yesterday, the first day, you can pop the inspector out. Huzzah! But what we didn't talk about is multiple inspectors. So I have the inspector, which you've all become quite comfortable with, I believe. But if I select a queue, I can then choose from the Windows menu. Windows? No. From the View menu, Inspector for Selected Queue. And that will give me a separate inspector. With this separate inspector, the selection is then always followed by the built-in inspector, but the separate inspector remains attached to the cue that I opened it for, Workspace Status window. I can change what cue the separate secondary inspector is looking at by following this little hierarchical menu. A list of all my cue lists, a list of all the cues, and now I'm inspecting that particular cue. The built-in inspector could pop out, and now I have my main inspector and my secondary inspector side by side. How do I tell them apart? A couple of quick things. First of all, the main inspector always follows this moving selection. So if you change your selection and the inspector changes too, then you know it's the main inspector. Second of all, the main inspector can always be popped back in, so the pop-in button is up there in the right corner. Thirdly, the main inspector shows the number of selected cues down in the lower left corner, whereas the secondary inspector shows the cue choosing menu, the inspector selector, right? So that's one way to tell them apart. Both really, inspector windows have the ability to float, which means keep this window on top of all other windows no matter what you click on. And they have the ability to be cloned, which is to create a copy of the window, which could then look at something else. The main inspector copy button creates an additional secondary inspector. The main inspector itself is only ever one window. So this can get really kind of wild really quickly. For me, the most useful thing I can suggest using secondary inspector windows for is comparing two tabs on the same cue. Maybe you need to see all the information about a cue at once. Or comparing two cues which seem the same but are behaving differently. Well, what's different about them? So if my main inspector is inspecting this cue, and my secondary inspector is inspecting this cue, I can move between them and look at what's the same and what's different. The name is different. That's what's different. Figured it out with my powers of detection, my powers of inspection. Questions here? Okay. We started looking at secondary cue list windows already when we were talking about making a macro pad, but you can open any cue list in a new window. Secondary cue list windows appear to be in show mode. They aren't really, but they appear to be. You have no toolbar. You have no inspector. You have down below a little menu with a list of cue lists and carts in your workspace. But when you select a cue, you can edit a few parameters, any of the basically editable parameters that are editable outside of the inspector can be edited here, but there's no inspector. Secondary cue list windows can be helpful for keeping track of some other thing while you're doing your thing. So if I'm working in workflow tools, but my musical director, who has a MIDI button that's remote triggering this cue list, is triggering this cue list, I can work here and watch and see what my MD does and say, oh, he's up on cue 101. I'm behind. I got to catch up, or whatever. Yeah?
Could you pull out the inspector for the secondary cue list?
Secondary cue list has no inspector.
Okay. So you couldn't go to the view and hit the inspector?
No inspector is possible. What I can do is select a cue here and go to the view menu and choose inspector for selected cue. And that would open for me a secondary inspector.
That's what I meant.
Oh, that is what you were asking. Great. Then the answer is yeah. You can totally do that. If you select a cue and you go to the view menu and you choose inspector, it will simply grab that cue, make it the cue that's active in the main window, and then show you that cue in the real main inspector. So that's a way of jumping focus real quick. but it rips your focus away from whatever you're looking at in the main window. Okay, great. Yeah?
Say you were really deep in whatever you're doing on your main window, grab the inspector for your secondary window. Is there a way to jump back to where? Okay.
No.
Cool.
Q colors, we already talked about. You're all Q color experts. Q templates we've alluded to over and over, and we're finally going to get to it. Workspace settings, templates, Q templates. In this interface, you see a list of every type of Q in QLab. And when you select one of them, you see all the inspector tabs that belong to that type of Q. Whatever you set here will become the default behavior for all new Qs of that type. So if I wanted every new video Q to start off being magenta, I would make that change here, and then every new video Q would be magenta. This property, or these properties really, live with the workspace. So if I make this magenta choice here, and then I make a new workspace, in my new workspace, in its workspace settings, templates, Q templates, video, no magenta. It is a per workspace decision. But we also have workspace templates. A workspace template is a workspace with any content whatsoever, including settings, cues, everything, saved as a prototypical file, which you can then create new workspaces as copies, from which you can create new workspaces as copies. So when you go to the QLab menu, the file menu, and you choose new workspace, it creates a new workspace using the default template. When you choose new from template, ... you are propositioned with the workspace template chooser. And your first choice is the blank built-in workspace template, which is what we've been using. But if you make a new workspace, and you like all the qualities of that new workspace, okay, here's my new workspace, and I have my special sets of lists. Sound check, scripts. And then I'm going to go to the scripts list here. Come on. Copy all these cues, go to scripts, paste them all in there. And then I'm going to go into workspace settings, and I'm going to go to general. I'm going to turn off auto number. I'm going to set my panic duration to 2. I'm going to unlock playhead to selection. And yeah, those are all my happy defaults for this guy. Done. And now I'm going to save as template. Now when I go to make a new from template, my choices are the blank default built in or Sam's template. And if I select Sam's template, I get a new workspace, which is an identical copy to the one that I saved. If I want all my new workspaces on this Mac to always start off using Sam's template, I can go up here to Workspace Templates, Manage Templates, and I can set Sam's template as the default. Now when I just go Command-N to make a new workspace, it uses my template. This is how my scripts come with me everywhere I go. This is how my lighting palettes might come with me everywhere I go. This is how my little library of MIDI cues that I always use to control my console might go with me everywhere I go. Between Q templates and workspace templates, you have a way to always start from a starting place that you've chosen, instead of the plain default starting place that we've chosen.
Is there like a GitHub
Sam Schlogel, who is a QLab programmer who I know and admire, has in his GitHub a set of Apple scripts which he uses as script cues. And he invites anyone to look at those and use them. But he doesn't have the actual workspace template itself there. In the documentation, thank you. Don't forget your Voxel sticker. Take the sticker.
Thank you. I learned a lot.
I'm so glad. Thank you. In the manual, in the tutorials section, there are a number of tutorials, including, for example, Sam's Toolbox. Sam's Toolbox is a subset of my scripts. I have not kept out the good scripts, just so we're clear. I've kept out the weird scripts, the ones that it would be hard for me to explain to someone I've never met or who doesn't already understand what a strange way I have about doing things, right? You can download Sam's Toolbox and get started from there. Please feel free. If you have a GitHub repository of workspace templates that you like, by all means tell the world, or specifically tell the QLab Google group. We used to have a wiki, but we discovered that it was more often that the wiki had some kind of technical problem than the wiki had a definitive productive use by a human. So we stopped with the wiki. Also, people would refer to things on the wiki that were incredibly out of date. So like, yeah, but hang on, this script doesn't work for me. Oh, that script was written for QLab 2. This is QLab 5. QLab 5 and QLab 2 are different, and so. The QLab cookbook, here we are now on QLab app, QLab.app, and I clicked Learn QLab. The QLab cookbook also contains a lot of downloads. The QLab cookbook is full of some wild and crazy stuff. It is some very complex, bleeding edge, I wonder if possibly QLab could do this or not kind of experimentation. Some of the things in here make a lot of sense as to how you might use them in a practical scenario. Some of them are only really useful as thought exercises. But the point of this cookbook is to show you the most expansive thinking possible. But you might find in here there is some stuff that leads to a template you'd like to have. So I encourage you to peruse the QLab cookbook.
Are those just videos?
It's a mixture. Almost everything here has a downloadable tutorial, or not tutorial, but like a downloadable example. Like here's Multifiler. Multifiler is a tutorial that I built which lets you, with the addition of one small piece of software on your Mac, select multiple audio cues, run a script, and QLab will create a multi-track audio file out of the cues you selected. Really useful once in a while. I would not call it universally applicable. And there's a video showing you how it goes, a textual description, explanations of the scripts involved, and a download. Some of these are really quite goofy. This, I would say, is quite goofy. It's fun. Okay. We got there from workspace templates, to my great surprise. Nothing wrong with it. You know I love a roundabout journey. Settings, import, and export we've been talking about, but to wrap that all up, in workspace settings, in the lower left, import from settings file, from workspace, and from QLab defaults. We've already talked about export. Lets us export either all settings or only certain settings. Settings files can then be dragged and dropped into other workspaces or imported using this import tool. And so in this way, QLab lets you either export and import settings, export and import cues by dragging and dropping or copy and pasting, or both. The launcher window is a window that we haven't seen yet. By default, in new installations of QLab, the launcher window is what appears when you first launch QLab. And the point of the launcher window is to give you a starting point. This tab lists your recent workspaces. This tab lists any workspace templates available. And then there are some links here to the documentation, to tutorials, to the support section of our website, to our website itself, a button to open a workspace, a button to create a new workspace from the default template, a button to connect to a workspace on a local network using collaboration, which is our next topic, and a button to jump to the license manager, which is a topic at some point. The launcher window opens by default, but if you want to change that default, you go to the QLab menu, QLab preferences, excuse me, and then change this menu under the word at launch to show launcher window, restore the most recently open workspaces, create a new workspace from the default template, create a new workspace from the blank default blank blank template, or do nothing at all. Some people prefer that. I'll tell QLab what to do once it's open, thank you. File management. This is something that has changed rather dramatically between QLab 4 and 5. And so if you are a QLab 4 expert but new to QLab 5, this is something to pay a little bit of careful attention to. Just want to call that out specifically. It's one of the rare examples of like the thing you really knew well is actually really quite different. In workspace settings, general, file management, there are 4 checkboxes whose behavior, which change the behavior of QLab as regards saving and as regards targeting media files. One by one, I want to go over them because they're important. By default, they are all checked. If you do not really understand what they do, I encourage you to consider leaving them checked and seeing how it goes. If you uncheck them, you remove some safety guards, which I would love for you to only remove once you really know what they are. So, the first box, copy files into project folder when adding to workspace. What this means, I'm going to open a Finder window in which the QClass workspace, which we've been working on, that's this workspace, has been saved. When I drag a new piece of media into QLab, either audio, video, or MIDI, if this box is checked, that file that I dragged into QLab gets automatically copied into this project folder, sorted appropriately, either audio, MIDI file, or video. If the file already exists in the folder, it doesn't get duplicated. It doesn't get recopied. So if I drag this video file here, I don't get another copy of it. I do get a magenta video cue, though, which I'm going to turn off so that it doesn't confuse me later. But if I have a completely new piece of media that's outside of the project folder, you know, you come running in, like, here's the new video for Act 2. Stick it in, drag it over. QLab will automatically copy it into the project folder. If you are a person who in QLab 4 liked to bundle their workspace frequently, you now can rest assured that bundling is what's happening all the time, dynamically, on demand, rather than on demand. Because the project folder, the folder that contains your workspace, Q, 4 o'clock, the project folder that contains your workspace and all the media that got automatically copied using this checkbox, using this checkbox, that is what a bundle was. So when you just copy the whole project folder itself, QClass, you are copying everything. Yeah?
Does the target become that file destination?
Yes.
Okay. Because like with previous versions of QLab, I've ran into the problem of I stupidly was doing stuff on my hard drive and taking it directly from my hard drive in there.
Not stupidly.
Put it on the computer and then it caused problems.
This is exactly why we made this. Plug in your external effects hard drive, right? I have a 4 terabyte hard drive that has my effects library on it. I don't want to carry it with me everywhere I go. I only want to use it when I want to use it. So I plug it into my Mac, got all my effects there. I drag them into QLab. This checkbox means that each file I drag into QLab gets copied into my project folder, and then QLab targets that copy instead of the copy over here on my hard drive. Then I unplug my hard drive, leave it at home, go to the theater, and I've got all my media. Never worry about it again. Improvement. So this one, keep that check, man. Yeah?
Say I sent 2 copies out to 2 different people. They provided me slightly different things. Did not change the name on them. And I do one, I'm working on it. Someone gives me the new copy. I put a new cue in it, same name. Is it going to update?
How does QLab check to see if it's the same file or not? Is it just a name match, or is it a name and size match?
Oh, I think it's a full bitwise.
It's a full bitwise. Okay, great.
Which is why some people run into problems if you like drag a bunch of files in and it's slow, because we're doing bitwise comparison.
Great.
But I'll check and make sure.
So if you get 2 copies of an audio file that have the same name and seem the same but are in fact not the same, QLab will treat them as different. It is a bit-by-bit comparison. But practice good file hygiene and name your stuff. Tell your friends, right? Name your stuff carefully. QLab will not do any clever automatic versioning or reversioning of file targeting. Any media that comes into QLab that isn't already in the folder gets copied to the folder. The end. The next checkbox is automatically make backup copies of this workspace. When this box is checked, after you've saved once, QLab will continuously make backup copies of your workspace automatically and fairly invisibly to you. It will put them in this folder called Name of Your Workspace Backups. The tempo of backup making is defined in QLab Preferences, autosave after blank seconds. It can autosave anywhere between every 5 seconds. Every 5? I think every 5. Yeah, every 5 seconds to every 300 seconds. I set it to 30. If your show is in show mode, it never autosaves. If you are in the midst of editing, autosave is delayed until your editing is complete.
Does it overwrite the previous backup?
By itself, this checkbox, all it does is make a new backup every however many seconds.
So you have a bazillion copies of...
Yes, a bazillion copies.
Yeah.
But for you, very special checkbox. Rotate backups. We'll get to that in one sec because I want to talk about make a backup before saving, which is a special kind of backup. So this checkbox, QLab automatically makes backups for me every 30 seconds, except if I'm in show mode or in the middle of an edit. But this checkbox means that when I save, before saving the changes, QLab saves a backup that looks like the workspace looked before I made all those changes I'm about to save. So if I open my workspace at 9 a.m., I make a bunch of edits, and at 10 a.m. I hit save, QLab saves 2 files if this box is checked. The first file that it saves is the regular workspace with all the changes that I made since 9 a.m. But then the other file is a snapshot of the workspace as it looked at 9. If then I continue to work and work and work until 10 a.m. and then save again, QLab will save my file, but also save a snapshot of the file as it looked at 10 a.m. And so I now have my workspace, my 10 a.m. version, and my 9 a.m. version. This is entirely separate from the automatic backup copies. So if I had them both checked, what I would really have is my workspace, backup, 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 manually created 10 a.m. version, backup, 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 manually created 9 a.m. version. Groovy.
Do those get saved with the timestamp?
All of them get saved with the name of your workspace, backup, exact date and time of backup dot QLab 5 backup. So workspace backup 2023-09-08 underscore 1558, 3:58 p.m. on September the 8th, 2023. .QLab 5 backup. In order to prevent the scenario of a bazillion backups, the rotate backups checkbox removes old backups to prevent gratuitous disk usage. QLab keeps the 20 most recent backups made within the last hour, then the last backup made per hour before that for the last day, and then the last backup per day made before that back to the beginning of time. So if I work all day Monday, work all day Tuesday, work all day Wednesday, work all day Thursday, at the end of the day on Thursday, I will have 20 backups maximum, which were the most recent backups made on Thursday. I will also have the last backup from 5 p.m., from 4 p.m., from 3 p.m., from 2 p.m., all the way through hour by hour from Thursday. And then I will have the last backup of Wednesday, the last backup of Tuesday, and the last backup of Monday. Daily, hourly, last 20. Yeah?
Pro Tools has a similar backup system. There you can select what rate it backs up at. So like if it backs up every minute or whatever, can you adjust that here?
QLab preferences, autosave after this many seconds, between 5 and 300. I did say that before, right? Okay, great. But to refresh, yeah. Autosave between 5 and 300, and that is in addition to the manually created backups that happen every time you manually save, if this checkbox is checked. But all of the backups, both your manual and your auto-generated ones, are subject to the rotate backups rule. Yeah?
Is there a way to delineate user backup versus auto backup?
No.
In the file?
It used to, and we found that most folks found that more confusing rather than less confusing. So now there's just backups. At any time, you could choose to take a backup out of the backups folder, and then QLab would stop messing with it. You could be like, you know what, that 330 version today, that could be a really important version. I'm going to save that over here. And then QLab will not rotate it out, because it's not in the backups folder. Yeah?
So it can still be in the project folder, just out of the backups folder?
Yeah. Yeah. Anything else?
If I'm flying on an airplane and the time changes, do I lose that hour of backup?
Because you're on an airplane with Wi-Fi and you're connected to the NTP service, so your clock is changing. That's a great question.
I hate you, Alec. If you change time zones while using software, that's your fault.
If I cross the international date line, do I get a day of backups I haven't made yet?
If there is no problem in computer science more fraught than time zones, and you know it. So yeah, just do not change time zones.
Other than naming, right?
Generally. Yeah, names and time zones.
That's a good
man,
I do not know.
It's a good question.
Why don't you get on an airplane and let me know?
I'll check it tonight.
I don't remember the answer.
Wait, we have someone here flying across many time zones. Yeah, keep us posted, would you?
Chad, do you want the mic?
Sure. I don't actually remember the answer, but I do know when we did this, we did think through that, and it was at least good enough that we thought it was okay. It may be that you replace a backup from an hour ago with a newer backup, but it doesn't freak out, because we did test it. But I don't remember what the answer was to the question.
Because of this, I cannot overemphasize to you enough the value in saving once at the very beginning of a project. Just save your project folder when you save a workspace, it will create a project folder with which is where all your media will go, which is where your backups will go. But by saving manually, you know where that is. You have it established. If you don't save once, all of your, if QLab crashes or your computer loses power before you've saved, then none of this mechanism is in action. So save once immediately, and then you can worry less.
Someone from the stream is noting that the backups have a different file extension, and what happens if you double-click them to open them?
They open as regular workspaces. So if I have used backups to save my neck, right? I made a bunch of changes, and then the director was like, we got to go back to what we did on Tuesday. All right, okay, all right. So I opened up my backup from Tuesday, side by side with my current project folder, found all the cues in the backup that I liked, copied and pasted them into the current version, and then resaved. I have also had a situation in which all of the work done since a backup was crap. And so I threw out the workspace, took the backup folder, opened the backup folder, found the backup that I liked, opened it, and then immediately saved as in place of my old workspace in the project folder. And it took over because QLab's like same thing with the same name. Okay, great, good. So that's the move. Move slowly when you're doing that, especially the first couple times. Move nice and slow when recovering from backups to make sure that what's happening next is what you think is happening next. And if you're ever anxious about it, take the whole project folder, copy it somewhere else, and rename it My Project Before I Tried Stuff. Then try stuff. If you like what you see, throw out your safety copy. But if you don't like what you see, pat yourself on the back for being so conscientious as to have made a safety copy before you went crazy.
Is there ever a thought that there are some softwares?
There are some programs
That when you open a new workspace, template, whatever, like you start up and the first thing it does is say, fantastic, what am I called? And it like asks you to name it right away so it can start. So instead of this is to dummy-proof the save right away part.
Yeah.
But the aspect of like, it forces you like, what am I doing? What are we doing? Call me something.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing it does, is that?
I gotta say, for me, I absolutely love Apple Logic. I use it all the time. And every single time I start using it, I'm annoyed. Because 0 is the number of times I've opened Logic and immediately done what I want to do. Instead, I've got to go on a little journey of exploration. How many channels would you like? What do you want to call them? Which input should they use? I don't want to do any of those things. I just don't remember the name of this menu. Right? Please just leave me alone and let me do what I want to do, is how I feel when I open Logic. On the other hand, Logic saves me from a crash before I've saved manually.
Right.
So it's a trade-off. And so, yeah, you're right. Some programs do that. And I think some people, myself included, find that that's a little bit over the line for being annoyed by the software, even though it's done in the best way, with the best of intentions, calmly and productively, rationally. So I think reasonable people may take a different stance on whether or not it ought to do that. Sounds to me like maybe you think that would be useful to you.
Yes.
Yeah.
But not like, I agree, like don't ask me 1,500 questions, just what do you want to call this?
Yeah, and then where do you want to save it?
And yeah, like something like that, like just a very simple, yeah.
But also if you're opening up just to test something real quick and you don't want to save it, it's annoying to have to go through and like fill it all out just to test something and then close it and delete it.
Right, like who opens Microsoft Word to take a quick note? Nobody. You open TextEdit to take a quick note because by the time you've finished opening Microsoft Word, you have forgotten the quick note you wanted to take. So it's nice to be able to open QLab and take a quick note, metaphorically. So there's a line somewhere. Sure. I don't know. It's worth thinking about. I will agree it's absolutely worth thinking about. Yeah?
Yeah, I had QLab crash on me just about half an hour ago.
Yeah.
Because I did something silly, I think. But when I opened it up again, it was not the latest backup that opened. It was probably last time I saved.
It was older ago.
Huh?
It automatically opened something from.
Yeah, not the latest backup.
I'm surprised it automatically opened anything at all.
Well, I didn't order. Well, when I opened it,
Oh,
the workspace that opened was not the latest backup.
and so when you went and looked into your project folder, there was a newer backup available, which you could then open yourself,
Yeah.
and was newer and success.
Yeah.
I don't know why it automatically opened anything.
He said it didn't.
Oh, he did.
No, it didn't automatically.
Oh, you went and opened.
Yeah, I opened up. I think I just opened it.
I think what's happening there is the backups were happening, so you had the backups available, but QLab didn't try to send you on the path back to a recent backup. It just used the file that was the most recent saved file, and so there's a little bit of a step there of it saying, I'm not going to believe that I know that you want this particular backup. I'm going to put them there. They're available for you, but I'm going to ask you to go choose them if you want them.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you. Is there another hand? Okay. Anything else about file management that anyone would like to add or ask?
I have a workflow question.
Yeah.
Other than file management.
Oh, okay, great. But let's wait
Yeah,
one sec.
absolutely.
File management? Hit it.
This may be a just me thing. Mac allows you to split screen with 2 different windows.
Oh, yeah.
I know, and some windows will work and some don't.
Yeah.
And if there's any way for the light dashboard to ever be available to split screen,
Yeah.
would be amazing, because on smaller screens, they, no matter how small you make them, they clash.
Yep. Okay, great. So for those of you who don't know exactly what he's talking about, I will demo. The little green button. This little green button used to do something, and then at some point changed what it did. Used to be, when you press the little green button, it makes a window as large as it could be. Then Apple changed it, where it brings the window into full screen mode. Full screen mode is, I have only met people who hate it, love it, or use it all the time without realizing. Those are the only categories of full screen mode users that I am aware of having met.
I only use it as split, though, when I use it full screen.
Do you love it?
I do, when it's split. But
So
I don't
then you are in the love it
like
category.
Like that, I would hate.
Exactly
Unless
like
I'm in
this.
show mode.
Because if you float your mouse over here, you can move window to left side of screen. Let's see. Full screen mode. How do I? And then also full screen mode. Ugh. Right side of screen. No, I can never remember how to do this. Can you help me get 2 windows into split screen, please?
Oh, it just did something weird for me. I think it's because you're hovering. You have to click on green and keep it till it, and then drag down to move to. And then once you have to have something else open, and when you click on that other thing, it pops into the other side.
It'll be the left, yeah.
This?
Normally, you would just click it instead of adding to. Let me see if I can get it to work on that.
Part of the answer to your question is at least some of the developers had no idea that this exists. Or at least don't ever use it.
Whichever hate it camp that Sam was up.
Yeah. Yeah.
But look, it's so intuitive.
Here's the thing. Because QLab full screen mode works really well on a small screen when you're using an app that uses one window. That's what really is how it shines. So Photoshop, Vectorworks most of the time, honestly. Most of Apple's apps are really, at their heart, one window apps, and they take over the whole screen, and then you can work one app at a time with them. QLab has a bunch of other windows, and there's no real way for full screen mode to be glorious with multiple windows, because the whole point of full screen mode is for one window to take over the whole screen. Split screen is a set of full screen mode in which two windows occupy 50% each. I think you're right that if it's possible to make the light dashboard a split screen aware window type, maybe that would be good news. Insofar as not preventing full screen mode wholesale is what we should do. Some of us advocate for that, just blocking access to full screen mode. But that hurts the category 3 user, the uses it and doesn't even know it category of user. And for that category of user, I genuinely believe that they're getting something from it that's useful to them. They just don't know what they're doing. Because the Mac OS is basically like a 40-year-old pile of design ideas where the most recent idea often wins, but not always. So we can explore that, and I think probably it's worth looking at it. And I wonder if one of my colleagues would be so kind as to write it down in Git. Thank you so much.
And it's not, I mean, it's barely an inconvenience.
But it is an inconvenience. Yeah.
It is probably one of the category of problems that is the developers don't do that thing. So if you tell us it's probably not hard, it's just we never tried to do it because we don't use
No,
it.
and I'm on like my big screen. I'm fine, but if I'm working on the laptop is when it's
Totally get it.
Yeah, totally get it. Anyone use Stage Manager on the Mac?
I try.
Yeah, it's like another iteration of window management ideas, right? So we have mission control, we have the old variety of minimize, maximize, we have full screen mode, we have split screen, full screen, we have Stage Manager, we have a lot of different design ideas. And on the Mac, you can use what you like and ignore what you don't like. On the iPad, you basically use it how it's used, how it's given to you. So this is something for us to explore a little more about. Okay, I want to talk about, it's getting later in the day, and I want to talk about audition and collaboration, because those are two biggies. So I'm going to hold off on any more questions. Let's start with audition. Audition in QLab 4 was a mode you put your workspace into. When you were in audition mode, all QLab behavior was according to audition mode. In QLab 5, there is a different paradigm. Audition is a form of an action. To audition a cue means to play that cue through its audition output. What is an audition output? Go to Workspace Settings, Audition, and behold, a list of the types of signals that come out of QLab. Audio. All cues which create audio, this is talking to you. Unless you're a linear timecode cue, because linear timecode is technically audio, but it's a special kind of audio, so we understand its specialness. Video, any cue that outputs video, this is you. MIDI, except for MIDI timecode, that's this. Then MIDI timecode, linear timecode, all network output from cues, all lighting output from cues, and then all cues which target patches, regardless of what type of thing they're doing to the patch. Fade cues and reset cues right now are the only cues that can do stuff to patches, but that may change in time. For this type of signal, this menu dictates how those signals should behave when they are auditioned. So, when I play audio in QLab, in this QLab workspace, the audio plays through whatever patch I've chosen here in the audio output menu in the I/O tab. But here in Audition, I can choose a different patch. I'm going to choose the System Out patch and make sure that the Mac Studio speakers are up. Now, when I audition a cue that generates audio, that audio will come out of this patch instead of whatever patch it's supposed to come out of. The keyboard shortcut for Audition Go is Option spacebar by default. The keyboard shortcut for Audition Preview is Option V. So I can preview, which means go but don't move the playhead, and skip pre-wait and post-wait and continue. I've previewed the cue and it plays through its regular patch. But if I audition preview it, it plays through the audition patch. If I have a video cue, or to be more precise, a cue which generates video output, in this case, a text cue, and I play that video cue, it goes to its regular assigned output. But here, in Audition, I set the video output type to redirect to an audition window when I audition it. Now when I hold down the Option key and press the space bar, it plays to an audition output instead of on the screen. When a cue that is in the midst of auditioning receives the signal to play regular type, it immediately stops what it's doing and then plays where it belongs. So that facilitates the quick workflow of check the cue in your headphones. Yes, this is the cue I want to play. Just roll it and play it in the house. Right? MIDI cues can be set to leave output unchanged, no output, or a specific patch. Timecode cues of each type. Network cues can either be left unchanged or have no output. Light cues can either have their audition behavior be leave output unchanged, no output, or redirect to the audition tab. So here in the dashboard, when I audition a light cue, if this is set to audition tab, auditioning a light cue will change the levels in the audition tab to show me a simulation of running the cue. But my actual output will be left unchanged. And cues targeting patches can either be set to run normally or do not run. So all of this audition behavior allows you to selectively audition an individual cue or a group of cues at any time and still be playing regular cues to regular places. If you know you only want to be auditioning for a while, you can still go to the Tools menu and turn on Always Audition. And when Always Audition is turned on, the Go button becomes an Audition button. Every spacebar press becomes an Option spacebar. Every V becomes an Option V. Critically, though, even when you're in Always Audition mode, a MIDI Go is still real Go. I have set a separate button to Audition Go, so I can Audition Go when I want. But the idea here, which is something that some folks have disagreed with and is an ongoing design discussion, the idea is if you want a real Go from a MIDI message, you might sometimes want that to absolutely always be true, even if you're in Always Audition mode. But for now, the rule is that Always Audition affects keyboard control, mouse control, on-screen control, but not MIDI messages. Also, an OSC Go is always Go, and OSC Audition Go is always Audition Go. Any questions about Audition?
So when you audition a light cue, which is basically the equivalent of blind.
Right.
If you if you were to make a change in the audition, will it make that change to the cue?
If you make...
Do you need rescuing?
No, it sounds much worse than it is because there's a lot of cardboard down here.
Great.
Everything's fine though. I just nudged the truss. We store some tiny truss under here and it makes a racket.
I was worried it fell on your feet.
Thank you. Thank you. Making a change in the Audition tab affords you the opportunity to record all or update or whatever you like, just like in the live, but it won't do it automatically.
So it is more like the Express.
More like the Express than the Ion. In this regard. Yeah. I find the automatic saving of changes in blind in the Ion very frightening.
Yes.
I understand people who do not, but I am not one of those people.
So the thought is, since you can't see what you're changing actually happening, why would you be changing it if you don't know that you want it to happen?
And I don't think that's an unreasonable attitude, and I'm still frightened by it.
Oh.
But also, I don't spend a lot of time programming lights.
I've gotten used
Yeah. I think people can get used to almost anything. So that's Audition. Any other Audition questions? I use this new style of auditioning so much more frequently and so much more productively than QLab for auditioning, which I used and loved. But for me, just the peace of mind of, I always have now a speaker or a set of headphones on my tech table that is the result of my audio audition patch. So I can always just check something before playing it in the house. Sometimes I'm working in houses with big speakers. Every mistake feels like an enormous mistake. I'd rather make the tiny 4-inch diameter mistake before making the 10,000 watt version of the mistake, right? And that's Audition. Would you please, Alec, press the button that lets these fine folks Wi-Fi? Great, thank you. So now we're going to talk about collaboration. I've saved for last what is ostensibly sort of the biggest change in QLab 5. Collaboration is a set of features that allow more than one person to work on the same workspace at the same time. The idea here is in some environments, having a second Mac and a second person at that Mac is not such a big deal. And we'd like to be able to make use of that second person and that second Mac to accelerate our work. A little terminology before we get much farther. The computer which is hosting collaboration, the computer on which the workspace that we're all collaborating on resides, is referred to as the primary. The folks who are connecting to that workspace, those are the remotes. So the adjective remote, meaning distance, and the noun remote, as in remote control or remote workspace, can get blurry when we talk about it in class, but I have discovered over the last year using it a lot, it's not actually that perplexing, but I want to put that down here. There are permission levels to collaboration exactly like OSC access. So when we go to Workspace Settings, Collaboration, we have to allow collaboration connections. And then here are the default permissions for new clients. New clients who connect to this computer can be allowed to connect and view, make edit changes, or control, or all three, or any two. Obviously, connect and view is mandatory. So it's connect and view and edit, connect and view and control, or all three. When someone tries to connect, with this checkbox checked, ask before allowing a new collaborator, I get this message. Argue is asking to connect to QClass 5 from SM and LAC remote. I can either accept with default access, which is this access, or accept with view-only access, accept with edit access, accept with control access, accept with full access, or reject the connection entirely. Before we go onward, I'm going to ask you to please only make changes inside the cue list called play space. There is no way for me to ensure that you will only make changes inside that cue list. So all I'm going to do is remind you that I teach this class a lot, and this was free, and you will be making my life exceedingly difficult if you mess with my cues. So please don't do that. I will accept with default access, full access, and when I do, I see that argue with machine ID whatever and current IP address 192.168.4.170 is now added to my list of collaborators. The next time this person disconnects and tries to reconnect, they will be allowed in without my permission being given. Right? If I don't want them to be allowed in without my permission, I can click Forget, and they will be booted from my list of pre-approved collaborators, and they have to get reapproved the next time they try to connect. So now Chad is asking to connect. If I were to accept Chad with view-only access, Chad would be added here with only view access. I can then later say, you know what, actually, I'm going to give Chad full permission. I'm going to turn off ask before allowing and allow you all to connect without this stepwise process. To connect, if you haven't figured it out already, go to the File menu and choose Connect to Workspace, or from the launcher window, click the collaboration icon, Connect to Workspace, and you will be presented at some point with a beach ball. I guess I got a lot of networks. Oh, here we go. You will be presented with a window listing available QLab workspaces to collaborate with.
One thing I'm noticing is that whenever we switched over the network situation, it impacted the NDI feed of the screen. So we're in sort of uncharted network territory at the moment. So we may see some beach balls we weren't expecting, just because networks are complicated and we just significantly reconfigured ours. So we're all on an adventure together.
Yeah, it's being a little sluggy. And I think that, to be honest, it's being a little sluggy because we are trying something with our Wi-Fi network here that we didn't try last time we did this class. Last time we did this class, we put everyone on the same Wi-Fi network, and it was not sluggy. And so I think that possibly the thing we are learning about this network is the thing that's changing the speed of this connection, right? Yeah. If you look in the sidebar, 44 lists and two carts, down at the very bottom, almost the very bottom, is a list called Z01 play space. You having trouble finding it? Shall I join you over there? Hi. Oh, so you haven't even connected yet? No. This is just a list of workspaces you might connect to. Okay. So I'm using QClass5.QLab5. That's my workspace. When you select that and choose Connect, you will now connect to my workspace. And while connected, you see a workspace window with a purple title bar, right? And a purple ring around the Go button. Those purple cues are telling you you are using a remote workspace. You are a remote. If you open the sidebar here and scroll all the way up, or all the way down, you will see play space down here on the side. Keep going. Play space, Z01 play space. In here, you can make cues as you wish. Yeah.
If you are collaborating and you have this up, can you file save as to your...
Yes. Right? Yes. Try it. If you save as, I believe that you will save a copy of my workspace only, not my media. If you are hoping to have a copy of all this demo material, this is an easy way for you to get it. Go for it. Needless to say, it is not always easy to work simultaneously with this many people in one queue list. But there are a couple of things about it that I'd like to point out. Notice that my queue list has another column now, as does yours, I believe, with the header of the circle and the two arrows. A yellow dot shows me where someone else is currently selected. A hollow yellow dot shows me a group and someone else has selected something inside there. If I select the same queue as somebody else, notice that there's a yellow underline showing me the tab that that person is looking at. The reason for this is because there's basically two ways to set up a lot of guardrails when collaborating on a document. One way is to say, we're going to make a bunch of machine rules. Maybe no two people can edit the same queue at once. Or maybe no two people can edit the same queue list at once. Or you can make human rules, which is the doctor it hurts when I do this rule. The human rules are you and I agree that if I see your underline there, I'm going to let you edit that tab and I'm going to stay out of your way. QLab favors the human rules approach. We find it easier for you and your collaborators to get on board with some kind of methodology. Maybe you work in this cue list and I'll work in this cue list. Maybe you work on scene 7, I'm working on scene 9. Or maybe you, my assistant, can you please work your way ahead in the list, looking from our prepared cue list in a spreadsheet, and just make grouped cues named for the cues we know we want to create later, so that you can prepare the way, and I'll continue to work on the scene that we're working on in tech rehearsal right now. Different ways to collaborate yield different results. But the idea here is the majority of the rules about what works at the same time and what doesn't are human level. There are a small number of machine rules which are super duper important to understand, and here they are. While collaborating, in the cue list, or any cue list, we all have our own undo history. So if I make a cue after 5G banana surgery, sure, and then I Command Z, well, I'm sorry, no, if I name this cue, this is really what I want to do. And then I Command Z, I undo the change I just made. But if I name this cue, and then someone else makes some other change, like maybe someone makes moonlight red, could I ask someone to go do that?
Yeah, go. There you go.
There, now it's red. And now I Command Z, it undoes my last change. If you Command Z, moonlight will no longer be red because that was your last change, right? So we all have our own undo history. In the light dashboard, we all share one undo history. Why? Because it makes no sense if I bring a light up and you bring the light down and I hit undo, that would, if it were only my own undo history, I would bring the light down, but it's already down. Because the light dashboard has effects immediately in the real world, we share the undo history. In Workspace Settings, which has its own undo history separate from the light dashboard and separate from cue lists, we all share? Chris?
Ask your question.
Workspace Settings, do we all share undo history?
We share per setting.
Per sidebar item?
Yes.
Yeah. So in each of the sections of Workspace Settings, we all share one undo history for each of those panels. So that's the first thing that's really important to keep track of, undo history. The second thing is that there are 3 actions while collaborating that are not undoable. Making a cue, deleting a cue, moving a cue. If you try to make a cue, and then you try to undo making the cue, that is not possible. The reason for this is that it eliminates the possibility of the workspace getting into a non-understandable situation where I've created a group cue, you've created a cue inside the group cue, I hit undo, and then you hit undo. Right? So you're trying to undo creating a cue that can no longer exist because I deleted the parent of it. No good. Inception. Not allowed. Deleting a cue is also not undoable, and the first time I try to do it while collaborating, I will be warned. Hey, are you sure about this? This is not undoable. And I say, fine, yes, okay. The next time I try to delete, it won't warn me again, because it warned me once. Moving cues is also not undoable, and the first time I try it, it will warn me. But here's the thing. Moving a cue being not undoable is really not so bad because I could just move it back. Making a cue being not undoable is not so bad because I could just delete it. Deleting a cue that is not undoable is the only not undoable thing you really need to worry about. And so this guy, my recommendation to you is while collaborating, unless you've accidentally created a cue, consider not deleting any cues. Consider just moving them to a cut list or to the bottom of the list or naming them delete this later. That way, you don't run up against this particular limitation. You don't really have to think about it or worry about it. As it happens, I have a script cue that when I select a cue and type Control X, it runs the script cue, moving that cue into my cut list. And here it is, cut list. So if I've developed the habit of Control Xing cues instead of deleting them in the first place, then I don't need to make so many changes to my behavior. And let me tell you, using the cut list saves a lot of ennui when the director makes a decision about when the director makes a decision about going back to what we did on Tuesday and then cut on Wednesday, but we actually should not cut, right? Okie dokie. As you can see, part of collaboration, or part of the thing about collaboration is, now that we've explained these few rules, bless you, now that we've understood connecting, there's really not a lot to it. You just make cues like you make cues. Has anyone here tried to make a cue and target media? So if you make an audio or video cue and try to set its target, you get a window you've not seen before. You get a window that lists all of the files inside the project folder on my computer. Someone found it. So in order to target media, the media must reside on my computer. If you have media on your computer that you want in the workspace, you have to bring it onto this Mac, into the project folder, and then you can target it. So we could set up file sharing, and you could connect to this computer as a file server, drop files over file sharing, and then target them using the media targeting window.
So whoever's collaborating can't add, without doing that, they can't add video or...
Right. Without file sharing, you can't add media to the workspace. Right. And likewise, if you save a local copy and then go off the network, you can't see any of the media. Finally, all of the behavior, all of the actions that you take, like, all of the transport actions you take, go, stop, load to time, that all happens here on the primary. So when you hit go on a cue, it's going here. If you hit audition on a cue, it's auditioning here. But if you have Dante Via, or you have a speaker on your desk with a Dante input, we could make an audition setting that auditioning a cue plays it over there, right? That's what I do, because I hate KVMs. There are only two kinds of KVMs, terrible KVMs and expensive KVMs that are only kind of terrible. And XDIP is not so bad, but they're so expensive. I hate them. They take all this time. They take all this energy. I hate when I look at my rental budget and I'm spending many hundreds of dollars on renting a piece of hardware that's just so that I can be not at this desk and get work done. Drives me berserk. So I like to do everything I can to move towards collaboration instead of using a KVM where possible. I don't think we're there yet. I think there's a lot of things that I still want to use my KVM for, but we're on our way. I'm a big collaboration advocate. And it's a great teaching tool, right? It's very easy to have a colleague who doesn't know anything about QLab yet, following along, using human rules to not mess things up, but then dipping their toe in a little bit as they learn, as they're empowered. We might have the show computer in the booth, my operator at a front of house position with a Mac that's connected with view and control permissions, but no edit permissions. My associate designer over there with view and edit permission, but no control permission. and then me down at the tech table in a union house with view only. My hands are tied because jurisdiction says I'm not supposed to program. No problem. I can see it though. I can navigate, I can do anything I want, but I can't make a change. So I talk to my associate who's programming, please do this, please do that. And I talk to the operator, please do this, please do that. The operator's got their own playhead position. I mean, no, sorry, the whole workspace has one playhead. I mean, the whole queue list is one playhead. But the operator has their own control over it. It's no problem for them to be up here and move the playhead around themselves because without worrying about messing me up, because I have my own selection and I can look and view wherever I want to look and view. So we don't really get in each other's way very much, except insofar as this strange network problem is part of our problem. I think it's actually because we're saturating it with NDI.
I think it's some combination of the NDIs and whatever network settings we're trying out, which we maybe haven't tested as much to combine the two networks together. Networking is a great way to discover how computers won't work.
Yeah. Collaboration itself is not a super high bandwidth operation, but it's not a zero bandwidth operation. And so here we are relying on one network to both carry ArtNet, NDI, and relying on two networks to talk to each other nicely in order to bridge the collaboration traffic between you all and this computer. So obviously our mileage is varying.
If you, this is a nice opportunity to remember the rule of keeping it simple and not adding complexity that you don't absolutely need, because then you don't have these problems.
Collaboration questions.
How do I call up the color palette on a light cue?
On a cue or on a light?
Well, on a light.
So if you open the light dashboard and select a light that is color changing, the sidebar on the right side of the light dashboard will show the color picker for that light.
That was channel 1, not the color changing light.
Should be.
Channel 1
Is, yeah, top center.
That's right.
Yeah. And are you not seeing the color changer?
No.
Hmm.
Oh, wait. No, I see the sliders for hue saturation. I'm also not getting control over it. But
Here, grab there, that little tiny nubbin, and drag it across. Left.
Oh.
There you go, you had hidden it.
Oh, okay.
Looks like we had a little bit of slug that just stopped. That is a cool effect. I just like how that looks. Oh, bye.
Looks like Hebrew.
Does look like Hebrew. Yeah.
Can I ask a remote question?
Yeah.
Remote question?
That's what we're here for.
Are there any iPads you would say stay away from when using, or?
Oh, I think any iPad with the square sides is great.
Cool. I didn't know if there was any limitations within.
No. Every iPad with the square sides is pretty good. All the Apple Silicon, or all the M series iPads, great. So the current crop of Pro and Air and regular. Got them good. No, I love them all. And in fact, I think the current iPad Air is the best value, like dramatically. You get the most power for the least money with the current iPad Air. Yeah. The only things you're missing on the Air that are the really high-end attributes of the screen, basically. So who cares?
It goes on good size.
I'd make you not lime green, but I just crashed.
Yeah, I've got the good one for when I need the good one, but I'm looking for a smaller one for the hand over to the students.
Yeah. I think, the iPad Air is, I think, the best value right now. But the iPad no suffix, I think, is the cheapest. And it's fine. It's totally fine. Yeah.
Can I ask a question diverting away from this?
Absolutely. Yeah, we're towards the end of the day. And to be clear, does anyone have to run right at 5? Are you obligated?
I do.
Okay. I do not have to run right at 5. So I'm completely fine going over today. So we will go over, and then but folks should feel free to split anytime after now, because I don't want anyone to feel obligated to stay. I'm just saying I'm ready to keep going because I got nowhere else to be this evening. Okay? Absolutely. And take your Voxel sticker with you when you go. Hey, all right. Okay, so yeah, hit it.
Can you talk about scripting?
Yeah, we ran out of time, so I didn't talk about scripting in the main thing. But yes, absolutely can talk about scripting.
I'm feeling.
Are you feeling
I'm feeling
diffused?
attacked right now. Okay. No, this is really something.
It's great. I wonder where it's getting the blue around the edges of your head.
The abstract pixelation area.
It's the only non-NDI camera, so
Wild. Oh, I guess it's just the highlightation.
Oh, it's this? Yeah, it's the color from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From this glinting off. Wow. Okay, great. Scripting. I'm about to knock over more trust, so I just gotta be really careful. Before I do much good demo of scripting, I think, unfortunately, that it would be best if we stopped collaborating. Because the demos will be easier to discuss with a minimum of variety of imagery. So I'm gonna hit escape. Yeah.
One collaboration question.
Oh, then we'll come to scripting after, yeah.
Just one. Is it possible to see who does what?
Right now it's not possible to see who does what, only me or not me,
Okay.
right? Because of the yellow dots.
Yeah.
In the future, it is our hope that we will add the ability to make a color code by hand for each of these users, and maybe even in that little yellow dot, not only show the color, but maybe their initial. Your collaboration name is set in QLab preferences up at the top. And by default, that's filled in by your computer name. Here we see, or your username and computer name. So here's Jeff Greenberg on Jeff's MacBook Pro. I'm going to take a wild guess that that's you, Jeff. Yeah. B.A. Lord, Brent Lord. But while connected, we also can tell what Mac you're on, so we see your Mac's host name. So now this whole list is people are allowed to connect, but are not currently connected because I have turned off allow collaboration connections. And one thing I want to show is when in show mode, restrict collaborators to view only. So if I switch to show mode, when that box is checked, you all are locked out of changes even if you have permission to make changes.
One question about collaboration. Do the hotkeys translate?
Yeah.
The way to think about the document in front of you is that it will accept all of the inputs. I mean, it's a document sitting there on your computer, and it will receive the inputs. It doesn't have any of the files, so I can't play them, but you can interact with it as if you were sitting at the primary computer.
Okay, to scripting.
One other collaboration question from the stream was, do you ever use multiple network interfaces to keep collaboration on a totally separate network?
I don't, because I do not find that that is truly necessary, because the amount of network traffic that collaboration generates is really small. It is very popular and considered best practice in the New York theater scene to use 3 Ethernet networks in a show for sound designers. One network carries Dante primary network traffic, one network carries Dante secondary traffic, and one network control net is all other network traffic. My battery just died.
It knows it's live.
It says dead battery. That's fine. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wait, I have another one over here. Who was an A2 once? This guy. All right. Thank you. Dante primary, Dante secondary, all of the network traffic. That's sort of considered best network hygiene. I, in practical application, have found that one network is basically fine almost all the time if it is gigabit or faster, unless I'm doing something really wild. Not on every show, right? I'm going to be doing a show on Broadway in April, and I'm going to put in 3 networks. Why? Because I can, because I have the budget for it, and because the tolerance that my producer will have for something going wrong is essentially 0. So I will go the extra mile. But the control net will be fine for my XDIP KVM, my QLab collaboration, my remote control of the sound console, and whatever else I'm doing. The only reason I would add an additional network interface to a Mac is if the lighting department became vehement that they did not want any network traffic mixing, and if I'm going to get on their network, they want me to use an additional network connection. So fine, I will strap and zip tie yet another USB Ethernet adapter on the back of my Mac and connect to the lighting network that way, and that is totally fine with me.
Sam, if you were running ArtNet from QLab to run your lights, would you run that on a separate network, or would you?
If I were running ArtNet from QLab to run my lights, would I run that on a separate network? I think up to and including 2 DMX universes, I wouldn't worry. And as I got into 3 and more, I would think, gosh, maybe I should isolate this. And as I got above 8, I would be certain to want to isolate it. I don't know where those numbers come from. It's just a gut feeling. But it's a good question. Yeah?
Yeah, I'm not sure if we touched on it, but have we talked about redundancy and backup machines? And
We haven't touched on it, but I'm happy to.
yeah.
Scripting. QLab uses AppleScript as its scripting language. And it does that for a couple of different reasons. But the biggest one is that AppleScript still, even though it is not enthusiastically supported by Apple, it still has the deepest connections to the greatest number of places across a Mac of any other scripting language. Another reason that we use AppleScript is that adding it to an application is comparatively easy because Apple used to encourage it really enthusiastically. Another reason is that it's actually really easy to learn. But the drawback to using AppleScript is that it's a terrible programming language. And the better programmer you are, the more upsetting it is to you. I learned to program using HyperTalk, which was a programming language in a program called HyperCard, which is part of what made the original Mac so beautiful. HyperTalk was made by the same folks, some of the same folks who made AppleScript, and so my HyperTalk background helped me learn AppleScript quickly, and so I am a very rare example of someone for whom AppleScript was exactly well suited to my knowledge level. My colleagues who know grown-up programming languages much better than I do see the deficiencies of AppleScript more easily, and they're right about it. It is a pain in the neck, but if you're just trying to knock some stuff together, just trying to make something happen, it works really nicely.
What would you compare it to language-wise?
I would compare it to a poorly thought out JavaScript.
Okay.
I would compare it to a Python without teeth.
Right.
A baby Python, a garter snake.
A programming language invented to teach programming to kids, but like kind of badly?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it does teach the fundamentals of programming, I think, pretty solidly. And like, I was in the 6th grade when I learned to program this, and it was very easy for me. And programming does not necessarily come that naturally to me. And I had many, many classmates in the 6th grade all learning to program at this level, and so it's good for that. So, the way AppleScript works in QLab is that you create a script queue. And when the script queue runs, just like any other queue, when you run the queue, the script contained within the queue executes. So I'm going to show you an example script of making a 5-second fade out of a queue. When you have a script queue selected, you've got the Basics tab, the Triggers tab, we all know all about that, and then the Script tab.
So you do it all in QLab?
Here the script is. Now I might write this script in AppleScript Editor and then paste it in, but I can do it all here. And I'll walk through the script, and then we'll run the script and see what happens, and then we can go from there. First, it says, tell application ID com.figure53.qlab.5. Who is receiving this script? To whom is this script speaking? The application whose ID is com.figure53.qlab5, this application. So tell QLab, first, set the fade time to 5. What is the fade time? The fade time is a variable. A variable is just a container that can have data in it. And in AppleScript, variables do not need to be declared in advance. So in other programming languages, you have to say, I'm going to make some variables now, and here's what they're going to be, and here's how they start. And then I'll talk about them later. AppleScript, you just declare them on the fly, and when you compile the AppleScript, they turn green. Set the fade time to 5. OK, then try the following. This, for me, as someone who came to it without being a seasoned programmer, always makes me giggle. Come on, little computer, just try. You can do it. But what it really means is, do the following, and if something goes wrong, I don't want to hear about it. Don't break, don't warn me, don't stop me, just bail. Everything all right? I'm sorry. Try doing the following. If you make a script from scratch, never include try up front, because try suppresses errors. The point of try is, listen, if I'm in the middle of programming a show and my designer is yapping at me, I don't want to be interrupted by an AppleScript error because I ran this script in an inopportune moment. The try protects me. But if I'm developing the script and something's not working, I don't know why, the try hides from me what's going wrong. So try should come at the end of the project. So try. Then repeat with original cue in selected of front workspace as list. This is a long sentence, which I'm going to break down into little pieces.
What command do you use other than try if you're developing?
I just don't put the try in.
Okay.
I just skip the try and go right straight to repeat. Repeat means this next chunk of stuff we're going to do more than once. How many times? Well, I'll tell you. Let's take a variable called original cue. And then let's take the selected cues in the front workspace, make a list of them, and then repeat the following once for each thing in that list. And every time we repeat, where it says original cue, use the next item in that list. So if I select 5 cues, make a list of those 5 cues, and then do this code 5 times. Once for you, once for you, once for you, once for you, and once for you. I could also just say repeat 6 times. Or I could say repeat with x, or repeat until x equals 5. There are different ways to talk about repeat, and there are a bunch of great AppleScript tutorials online, and there are a bunch of mediocre AppleScript tutorials online. MacOSXautomation.com, if I recall properly, has a pretty good AppleScript primer. Don't know for certain that that's it, but I think it is. But what this says is repeat the following code as many times as there are selected cues. And each time we go through, the variable original cue will be replaced with one of those cues in order. The next sentence is if cue type of original cue is audio, or cue type of original cue is mic, or cue type of original cue is video, or cue type of original cue is camera, then do this stuff. So, first time through the loop, we've got the first cue from our list. Is it an audio, mic, video, or camera cue? If yes, do this stuff. If no, skip down over this block of stuff to the else. But we'll get there in a sec. So if the cue type is one of those things, so long, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. That's great.
Thank you. First, make in the front workspace a cue of type fade. Then, set new cue to last item of selected of front workspace as list. This is a little quirk that you just need to know. When you make a new cue in QLab, it always starts off selected. So this selected in front workspace as list, we've still got that list. That's saved. But when we make a new cue, that cue becomes selected, and we can then say, set new cue to that new cue that just got made and is now selected. Still got my list, so we don't have to worry. Set the cue target of new cue to original cue, which is the cue we're hanging on to as we loop through, right? Set the duration of new cue to the fade time. Remember the fade time? We set it up here to 5. And then in new cue, set level, row 0, column 0, dB minus 120, which I actually realized I had to update to 180. Set level, row 0, column 0, dB 180. This is a command that says, in an audio matrix, in the levels tab, go to row 0, the output controls, column 0, the main controls, and set that to minus 180. Then set stop target when done of new cue to true. I made a fade cue, so I know it has this property, stop target when done, set it to true. So what I've done here with this group of commands is make a fade cue, set the target of that fade cue to original cue, set the duration of that fade cue to 5 seconds, set the level of that fade cue to silent, and set the stop target when done checkbox to checked. Next, let's check the type of the cue one more time. If that original cue is video or camera, then that means it's a video cue, so it needs to fade out its opacity also, not just its audio level. So we'll set the opacity of the new cue, fade, to 0, and we'll set do opacity to true, and we'll also double check setting stop target when done to true. I don't remember why this is repeated in there. That maybe is unnecessary, because this code only runs after this code runs, so that's unnecessary. So that all happens if original cue is audio, mic, video, or camera. If original cue is not audio, mic, video, or camera, then else, if original cue is text, we're going to do just the video half of it. We're going to make the new fade cue and do just the video stuff, but we're not going to try any of the audio stuff because there's no audio involved in a text cue. If original cue is none of those things and not this, then we just get down to the end if, and we split. Then we get down to the end repeat. Everything between repeat and end repeat is repeated once for each item in the list replacing original cue. Then we get down to the end try, and then we get down to the end tell. So now, when I take this script cue and give it a hotkey trigger of Control-O for out, I can then make an audio cue and Control-O makes a fade and stop cue that fades it all the way out. By itself, that saves only a little time. But if I have 3 audio cues, it takes essentially the same amount of time. There we go. It takes the same amount of time to make 3 fade outs. And if I have cues of mixed type and select them all, it fades them all out. So while it only saves me a couple of seconds per fade, a couple of seconds saved per fade times the number of fade outs I have made since I wrote this script, I have saved months. Yeah?
When you're writing that code, does any of it function like an IDE, so it'll tell what you're trying to write in like auto?
There is no autocomplete in AppleScript. In any AppleScript editor that I've met. Maybe there is somewhere out there an AppleScript editor that does do autocomplete, but I've never met it.
So like, when you're coding something and it doesn't work because something's not capitalized, so then you just need to be very careful.
In exchange, AppleScript is much more forgiving than your average bear when it comes to things like capitalization or spaces. There's a lot of auto-correcting that can happen when you click compile. And unlike many programming languages, since it's a scripting language, not a proper interpreted programming language, each line means what it means.
Right.
Each block means what it means, and you can kind of work your way down linearly. When you do it out loud, It's a little silly, but it comes very close to sounding like plain English, right? So you can say, set new cue to last item of selected of front workspace as list. That doesn't roll off the tongue, but it's not like all that different out loud in regular English what it means technically. Certainly set cue target of new cue to original cue feels very, very straightforward. So reading other scripts is a great way to get to where you want to go in your script.
Okay.
Right?
And
also,
I will also say that is genuinely one of the strengths of AppleScript, and it's sort of its simultaneous strength and weakness. It's very good at feeling like English, which makes it easy to understand for someone who maybe is new to programming languages. So it helps you read and understand what it means and what it's going to do, which is truly great about it. And then when you go to write it, the ambiguity of English starts to feel like a pain, because you're like, well, I could write this a few different ways, and they all mean the same thing, but AppleScript wants me to write the magic thing in just the right order, and I'm not quite clear on what that is. So that's where that comes around to bite you.
you have to look it up.
Okay.
You have to look it up. If you don't know it, you have to look it up. You will not be able to intuit it until you've been writing a lot of AppleScript and you've developed an instinct, an educated instinct about what kind of words are the words that are used.
Okay.
And when I say you got to look it up, here is where you look it up. We went to the doc again. Doc, scripting and automation, AppleScript dictionary.
Awesome.
All the commands. Also, scripting and automation, parameter reference. A list of all the parameters in QLab which are scriptable or OSC controllable, and what we actually call them. So the origin X parameter of the window video effect is called in scripting big O origin underscore big X. It's not that hard to guess, but like flip vertically is called input big F flip big Y big T tiles. All right. Finally, in applications, utilities, there is Script Editor. It is on every Mac. Script Editor is a very, very simple AppleScript IDE. And under the File menu is Open Dictionary. Open Dictionary shows you a list of all the programs on your Mac that have an AppleScript dictionary. And you can select them and choose them and see their AppleScript dictionary right there. So when you want to write a script in QLab that not only works on QLab, but also, I don't know, remote controls GarageBand, here's the GarageBand dictionary. Here's both commands that GarageBand accepts. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm mistaken. There's only one command. Render preview. Great work, GarageBand.
Why bother at that point?
Why even bother at that point? I'm confident that someone somewhere wanted exactly that as part of some workflow, and they were like, went downstairs to the GarageBand team, and they were like, please add this AppleScript command. GarageBand said, we're not doing AppleScript. And they're like, do this one. And so they did that one.
Thanks, Sam.
Thank you so much. Have a good trip.
Sorry.
No.
On the queue list, when you put the scripts in, if you were to command select each one, would the fade go after each one, or will it always go after all of them?
My script?
No.
My fade out script?
Play space, yeah. If you go to play space and how you had those three, if instead of like selecting them like click, 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 if you go like command click, 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 and then run it.
My script puts them after.
After, because your script puts it after.
Yeah, because my script puts them after.
Okay. I was just
Well, no, actually, because
Doesn't it do it anyway?
no, because the way that my script works is it takes the list of cues that's selected, but that selection is gone by the time the first fade cue is created, because creating a new fade cue unselects the cues that are selected. So my script loses track of what's selected and when.
So your fade has no target then. You have to like move it and then target it yourself.
No, it knows what the target is,
Okay.
but because it makes that list of the selected things, But then when it makes the first fade cue, that list of selected things, they're no longer selected. I still have the list of them, but they're not at that moment selected. So when no cue is selected, the cue that gets created below where the selection was. Right? While they're selected, the first fade cue gets created, and it gets created below all three.
Okay.
And then at that moment, that dictates where the next fade cue will get created, below the currently selected cue. So there's no way for me to know that it belongs there without writing much more script to determine it.
But you could write more script to make it where your fade
Yeah, it'd be,
after each cue. Right?
it'd be quite a hassle, actually. But yes, I could do it. Yes, I could do it.
My question was pretty much exactly that.
Oh, great.
Yeah, it was about
Interspersing.
knowing, yeah. So like if you had named each of those cues, then the target, then the new cues that it created, the fade cues, would show that each one belonged to a specific cue, but you would still need to drag them into place manually. Right. Yeah.
It knows 1, 2, 3.
Right.
If I want them in between,
You need to
I drag them in between. If I had written my script to do the other, what it would do is, okay, first, iterate through the selected cues, figure out where they are in the cue list, keep track of that. Now make a new cue. Now remember when you found the place where that was, now put this cue after that. That's a lot more code, and it would not scale well speed-wise. It would slow down the script a great deal.
Now, if you only select Q61 and do, was it Shift O or
Control O.
Control O, then it puts it right after.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I think this highlights something good as well with AppleScript, is that it allows you to build your own personal scripts in the way that works best with your workflow, right? Like what might work well for Sam with his fade out cue is maybe he has cues in tons of different places, and he actually likes having them all put their fade out cues together in one place, so that you can later fade out a bunch of cues that you started from a bunch of different places, right? And so based on your workflow, you can craft them to work nicely.
Which I have to say is exactly why I have it this way, right? Because all the cues that started throughout this scene and were left running, select, 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 fade them all out over here, is my most common use case. Exactly so. The best way to write scripts in QLab is to read scripts in QLab. Sam's Toolbox, downloadable demo, simple scripts. Cookbook, wackadoo scripts. You feel hungry for more, the cookbook will oblige. Mick Poole wrote the majority of the examples there, while he wrote the majority of the examples there, period. But he wrote many of them while babysitting a sleeping infant. And so he just sort of like had an hour to kill and nothing to do. And so he decided, I'm going to see if I can break QLab for this hour by doing some crazy project. And that's what he did. It was really very clever. And he's a very good scripter. If you have an AppleScript question, ask us, great, or ask on the Google group. If you ask your question on the Google group, you will get answers from people who might be us or who might be other people. Some of them are a little brusque, let's say. You will get a good answer. You will not necessarily get the world's politest answer. And if you have happened upon a topic that other people have found contentious, and you were not hip to that earlier contentiousness, you may discover a sudden well of contentiousness where you expected none to be. So
The internet.
much like the internet, yes.
The comment section.
Any forum ever. On that topic, very quickly, my email address. Please write me at any time. Understand that I do not prioritize emails to this address, time-wise, very much. Much more so This is the address to which non-time sensitive email ends up going, and so I may not answer immediately if I'm in the middle of something else. I will answer for sure, but just not necessarily immediately. Which is to say, if you need help with QLab in any kind of urgent way, please write to support@figure53.com. That is where you will get the fastest help. If you write to us between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. Eastern Time on a regular working day, you will receive an answer very fast. Unless your question is very hard, in which case you'll receive an answer fairly fast. If you have comments about this class, feedback you want to give about me but not to me, please write to cricket@figure53.com. Feedback about me but not to me is to Cricket.
I was wondering what that meant.
Cricket will take the feedback and it will come to me in a manner that does not allow me to know that it came from you. So please feel free to candidly offer feedback to Cricket. Of course, feel free to offer feedback to me, to my digital face, if you want to. That's no problem at all. But I want to give you an opportunity to anonymize that feedback in so much as email can be anonymous, but it will be anonymous for me.
I thought that meant somebody at that email address would send us feedback about you.
Oh. Now here's what you got to know about Sam. No. I think that these 3 days have given you plenty of feedback about me. There we go. So, again, I do not need to rush out of here. If anyone wants to do any more questioning and asking or talking, totally game to do it, but I wanted to make sure this slide got up before long. If folks are done talking, great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And that's all I got. Yeah, you too. Oh yeah, we didn't. We were tight on time, and so I just skipped SO5, but we can do it. Though that collaboration session left us this workspace working a little sluggishly, so I'm quitting and restarting QLab real quick. Sorry, Chris, if that messes up the feeds. Great. Okay. A message from the Redundancy Department of Redundancy. Who here does use redundant computers? Who here wants to? All right. I'm going to start with this assertion. In the modern era, where it is known that the most likely thing to fail on a computer in a show situation is either electricity or the hard disk, and we're done with hard disks using solid state, the need for a completely redundant system is very small, not none. The number of times I've been rescued by a redundant sound system in a show-critical environment is so small as to make me truly doubt that it's worth the effort. But because I work for a producer, maybe who has a real close to zero tolerance for show-stopping sound failure, we always put it in anyway. What is a redundant system? The first and most important question to ask is, what kind of failure are you trying to protect against when you make a redundant sound system? So let's figure I have my primary Mac, and I'm doing a show like this one. I've got audio outputs, video outputs, MIDI outputs, and network outputs. And they all go to the audio console, to projectors and screens, to MIDI stuff, to network stuff, right? I've got lots of things going on coming out of this Mac. If I add a backup Mac with its own audio outputs and video outputs and MIDI outputs and network outputs, I need to create some kind of switching infrastructure. An audio switch which lets me switch between audio outputs from the main and audio outputs from the backup, video outputs from the main, video outputs from the backup, and so forth. The audio switch could be nothing more than more channels on my console, right? If I'm doing a show that uses 16 QLab outs, and I have a console with 32 inputs, then my main Mac and my backup Mac can both feed the console inputs 1 through 16, inputs 17 through 32, and then I mute half and unmute the other half. Video switches, we have those. They exist. Video signals come in, other video signals go out. Blackmagic ATEM is your friend as long as you're using broadcast resolution. If any of your projectors are 1920 by 1200, though, ATEM says to go take a hike. In which case, lightware. Lightware makes the video matrix switch you want to use if the Blackmagic can't get it done for you. Be prepared to pay the monies.
The new one's 690.
Blackmagic supports non-broadcast resolution now.
They do. In the all the A10 mini line and the new, what are they calling it?
The other one.
The new television studios that are just launching right now, every input has its own personal scaler in it.
Wait, but that means it scales to a broadcast resolution?
It scales to what you set it to, which is always either 1080 or 4K and what your resolution is. So it takes whatever the hell you want to send it, and it makes it the same thing.
Cool. If those robustly support 1920 by 1200, that changes my opinion about them from I like them, but only if I'm using broadcast, to I like them, no caveats.
Yeah, if you use the minis, you might have to use, on the regular mini out of the 4, you might have to use number 1 for something like that, because the 1 is a stronger scaler.
Has bonus features, yeah.
Bonus feature, and if you have the extreme, which is 8, it's 1 and 2.
Got it. Groovy, very groovy. Thank you for that.
No problem.
Okay, once you've got your switches so that you can switch between your main outputs and your primary outputs and your backup outputs, now you need a form of control input that drives both Macs identically. This control input can be a MIDI message. So here, my Go box has 2 USB outputs. One goes to the main Mac, one goes to the backup Mac. When I press this button, they both get the exact same MIDI message at the exact same time. It could be MSC of some kind. I could get an MSC Go from my lighting console and then run that into a MIDI Solutions MIDI through, which takes 1 input and gives me 2 outputs. It could be OSC. I could ask the lighting folks to send OSC messages to 2 addresses, or to the broadcast address. If you sent a .255, it goes to every device on the network, or on the subnet. It could be timecode, both Macs responding to timecode. But it can't be the mouse and the keyboard. There are no reliable mouse and keyboard splitters that can simultaneously communicate with 2 computers reliably. I've seen them. Not reliable. Some folks might be inclined to have their primary Mac remote control their backup Mac, and I'm here to tell you not to do that. If something goes wrong on your primary, you do not want the possibility that it will cause something to go wrong on your backup Mac, because then you've obviated the entire point of having a redundant system. Your switching philosophy, therefore, must incorporate an understanding of what might go wrong and what we can expect to get out of our setup. The switching philosophy is something that comes up a lot when people ask, can QLab automatically flip over to the backup if something goes wrong? And the answer is, well, that depends on how you're defining something goes wrong. A lot of audio switchers use pilot tone. You have 8 channels from your primary, 8 channels from your backup, 8 channels out to your sound system. And the rule is there's a little bit of logic in this switch where it's listening on the 8th input for a tone. And if that tone goes silent, it switches to the backup. When my tone goes silent, it might just be in between Q1 and 2. So silence is not a sufficient indicator that we have a problem on the primary. So my question to people when they ask for automatic switchover is always, how do you think the machine can know whether it's deliberately silent or accidentally silent? So I recommend not having any kind of automatic failover. You have a human there. Humans are intelligent. Humans understand the show. Humans can make decisions, and they can anticipate things. The other thing people ask for is seamless switching. Can I get sample accurate switching from my primary to my secondary? Well, indeed you can. But the question is, what are you hoping to achieve with that sample accurate switching? Because there's only ever 2 conditions under which you want to switch from your primary to your backup. Condition 1, you've had a problem. Condition 2, you think you may have a problem. Right? That's it. Either you have had a problem, you think you will have a problem, or you don't think you'll have a problem, in which case you're not switching. So if you've had a problem, the bird has already flown on the topic of sample accuracy. If the audience has heard the problem, okay, now we're one sample late on our switch, okay, settle down. If we haven't yet had the problem, but we think we might soon have a problem, wait till the cue's over. Switch between cues. No one will ever know. They'll never know it wasn't sample accurate because no samples were playing at the time. And then, again, if you are not having a problem and don't think you soon will, don't switch. I have, to stress test a system, sat there switching back and forth over and over and over. That's maybe a fourth use case, testing. And that's how I found out that there are some switches that are sample accurate, even though they don't claim to be. But the human ear is not sample accurate, so just get on with it. And that's switching practicality. Sharing inputs between primary and backup. Eye connectivity makes audio interfaces that I like. They make audio interfaces that accept 2 USB inputs. You can take your main Mac, your backup Mac, plug them both into a single eye connectivity audio interface, and the audio interface will pretend like it's listening to both Macs. Both Macs will think they see the audio interface and they have its full attention. But only the main Mac's output gets heard. If the main Mac becomes unavailable, the eye connectivity interface will immediately start playing samples from the backup Mac instead. This sounds great, right? Here's the thing. What's more likely to fail, the Mac or the audio interface? Let's be generous and say eye connectivity makes the best audio interfaces ever. I mean, they make very, very good ones, but let's say that they're the absolute best. They still have no control over whether the USB cable that I used was flaky. They have no control over whether the little barrel jack that they use for power has wiggled a little loose because the rack was on the truck, and the truck went over more gravel between this tour stop and the last than the one before that. So the most likely point of failure is in or around the audio interface, not the Mac. And so the one audio interface from both Macs situation, I think, introduces a soft spot in your security blanket. So for me, 2 audio interfaces, please. That way, any kind of problem, Mac, cable, power, interface, outputs, cables, all of those are covered in my backup situation. Console failure, still not covered. Is my spare console sitting there parallel patched, or is my spare console on the truck? Or do I not have a spare console? Do I have spare amplifiers? Did I hang 2 speakers for every speaker? Like, at some point you have to decide there is a level of redundancy that I'm not going to go to. Or you have to decide that there is a budget that I'm going to have. Those are your options.
We're completely off the subject. You were currently displaying 10 minutes ago.
Oh.
Tim. So, there we go. Switching, redundancy. Questions? Okay. That's redundancy, and also redundancy. Anything else? Questions from the room? Questions from the internet? You've been fielding the questions from the internet pretty fast and furious. Yeah, right on. Okie dokie. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
The end.
Thanks everyone here, and thanks everyone on the stream especially for the people who joined us for all 3 days, both here and on the stream. 3 long class days. It's amazing to have you here, and we'll do it again.
How many viewers were on the stream?
We had, it varied. The first day we had averaged around 50.
That's a lot.
Which was a lot. And then today we've been more in the 20s. But yeah, for our first stream ever, I felt pretty good about it.
Yeah, not bad at all.
We've learned plenty, which we'll use for next time.
And it's saved on YouTube, right?
Yeah, we're going to leave it up on YouTube so you can go back and relive the entire experience
Well, I'm sure.
At your
So I
leisure.
go back and look at that one thing and go, how the hell did we?
Right, I'm sure there's gonna be things that I'm like,
Um,
and that'll,
but yeah,
I can go on YouTube
thanks.
and
And thanks to streaming folks. Goodbye.
Bye.